Eager to be part of the rapidly growing AI field? Then you are in the right place. Today we are exploring the forefront of technology with generative AI, a field that's transformed how we create and interact with digital content. We'll start by breaking down the basics, including what generative AI is, how generative AI models function, and what makes them so powerful. From there, we'll look at the advantages of generative AI and explore what the future holds for this transformative technology. But it's not just about the tech. We'll also examine the ethical consideration to ensure you understand the broader implications. But wait, there is more. Next, we'll introduce you to large language models, that is LLMs, featuring popular ones like GPT, Claude, and Gemini. And that's not all. You will get hands-on with prompting techniques and learn how to create your very own LLM app for Android. It's easier than it sounds. We'll also explore top AI tools like ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot and show you various demos on how to use these tools. To cap it all off, we'll explore advanced concepts like LangChain and RAG with compelling case studies to wrap things up. By the end of the video, you will have the skills needed to build advanced AI applications. Continue watching to excel in generative AI and check out the timestamps in the description to find your favorite parts.
Let me make you understand with a very simple example what is generative AI. Transport yourself back to your childhood. You had a lot of toys to play with. You would keep that toys in one box. Now, also imagine that if you wanted some toy which is different, you would not get in the market. But what if I tell you that this box is a magical box? And if you input your understanding of what you want in your new toy with instructions, it can create a new toy for you, which is not available in the market. Now, this toy can be a bear with unicorn features and wings. What if it generates for you? This magical box generates a toy which is very unique for you. This magical box is nothing but generative AI. Generative AI actually is not a magic, it's a fast and rapidly evolving artificial intelligence system which creates, generates, transforms content that can be text, video, audio, image, etc. based on your input. So, if we want to understand it technically, generative AI or Gen AI functions by employing a neural network to analyze data patterns and generates new content based on those patterns. Neural networks are nothing but a mimicry or a replication of your biological neuron based on how it gets from brain, the activity from brain, and you do your work. It's nothing but a mimicry of that. Based on that mimicry, it analyzes data patterns and generates new content for you. Let's now quickly see what is the difference between discriminative and generative AI. Suppose you have a data set of different images of dogs, cats. You provide this as an input to your discriminative AI, which acts like a judge, and it classifies all this into set of images between cats and dogs. This is discriminative AI. It classifies. Now let's understand what is generative AI. You have the similar set of cats and dogs, but now your generative AI is acting like an artist. It creates a new species of dogs for you. That's why generative AI is nothing but AI system that transforms, creates, generates your own content based on your instructions like an artist. Now that you have understood what is discriminative AI and what is generative AI and what is the difference between the two, let's understand why is generative AI or Gen AI trending. Gen AI has impacted various fields, be it text, audio, video, any input, and those inputs in various domains like data, management, tech, healthcare, and entertainment. It has creative applications such as DALL-E, ChatGPT, where you can input what you want and get output from it. For example, if you want to create an image, what you think or perceive as a concept and you want it, you give a prompt for your generative AI model and it will create that image for you. So your input is a text, but your output is an image. That's why it's trending. It does not depend how traditional AI is dependent on what form of input you give. The same form would be your output. However, Gen AI works on your inputs, on your instructions. That's why it's trending. It is impacting a lot of fields, be it creative field, be it research field, be it business. Professionals are using tools like ChatGPT to create or generate code so that they can create something new. The researchers are actually developing new and new large language models based on which we can create new generative models and can do new and new tasks each and every day. That's why generative AI is evolving rapidly, and that's why is close to magic for everyone. Now that you have understood why it is trending, now let's understand how it works. We give an input to generative models. Gen AI works on generative models. We give an input, it can be text, audio, video, any format. Those generative models are then pre-trained on the data and they are fine-tuned to do the task that you want. It can be text summarization, it can be sentiment analysis, it can be image generation, it can be audio generation for your YouTube channel, or analyzing your customer feedback if you are a brand or a marketing firm. It can create codes, whatever you want. You give a prompt what you want, explaining it that what you want, and it fine-tunes and gives you that task for you. So this is how, in a nutshell, generative AI model works. So now let's see what are the different types of generative AI. First one is Generative Adversarial Network, GANs. It's a type of AI where two models, one generating the content and one judging it, work together to produce realistic new data. Second is Variational Autoencoders. This AI learns to recreate and generate new similar data. Third is Transformers. Transformers is an AI which learns to produce sequences using context. Fourth is Diffusion Model, which generates data by refining noisy starting until it looks realistic. Now that you have understood what are the different types of generative AI, let's quickly walk through different applications of generative AI. First one is content generation. It creates, it generates whatever textual or any code that you want. Customer support and engagement. If you are a brand firm, it helps you with that. Data analysis and data science. It helps with visualization. It helps with analyzing any data. Be it any data you want. You are a brand firm or you are a technology firm. It will help you analyze your data and create new automated tasks for you. Or it would create new perceptions for you to take over. Then it is code generation and software development. We have research and information retrieval as well, where it helps different researchers, it helps different professionals to grow and retrieve, extract information required from different or various data sources. Then we have machine translation. If you are a person who do not understand a language and you're watching something or reading something which is in different language, you can use generative models to translate text or audio or anything into the language that you require. Then we have sentiment analysis, which actually takes feedbacks or any text that you have to give you, is it a positive, negative, or neutral sentiment? And so that you can analyze and take decisive decisions. Other domains here include healthcare, transport, everywhere it helps. Generative models, generative AI is helping each and every domain in their perspective, how they are applying this technology change in their domain.
Step into the fascinating world of generative AI, a technology that is transforming industries and creativity alike. We'll break down what generative AI is, explore the advantage it brings, and discuss its potential for the future. Additionally, we'll explain how generative models work and address the key ethical considerations that come with harnessing this powerful technology. So let's get started. Let's now understand the advantages of generative AI. Generative AI offers numerous benefits across various industries. It enhances creativity by allowing tools like DALL-E to create unique artwork and MuseNet to compose original music, thus expanding the creative possibilities for artists. In fashion and design, AI tools like Runway ML significantly increase efficiency by speeding up the creation process, saving both time and cost. Personalization is another key advantage, as AI can generate tailored content for marketing, improving user engagement and conversion rates. In the field of drug discovery, AI helps accelerate the development of new treatments by generating novel molecular structures. Additionally, AI's ability to handle large-scale content generation, such as product design or media, allow businesses to adapt quickly to market demands. Overall, generative AI is driving innovation, creativity, and efficiency across multiple sectors. Now let's talk about the future of generative AI, which holds exciting possibilities. We can expect AI to increasingly collaborate with artists and creators, pushing the boundaries of creativity by co-authoring works and composing music. As AI technology advances, it will offer even more personalized experience, such as tailored educational materials that adapt to individual learning styles. Integration with augmented reality, that is AR, and virtual reality, that is VR, will enhance these environments, creating more immersive and interactive experiences. Ethical consideration will be a major focus, with efforts directed toward ensuring responsibilities, use, and addressing issues like data privacy and authenticity. Furthermore, generative AI will drive innovation across various industries, including healthcare and finance, reshaping how we approach and solve complex problems. Let's understand about the ethical consideration in generative AI. Because as generative AI technology evolves, several ethical considerations must be addressed. One major concern in the potential for AI to create realistic but misleading content, such as deepfakes, which can contribute to misinformation. There is also the risk of perpetuating biases present in the training data, which can impact fairness and accuracy. Ownership of AI-generated content poses another challenge, as it is important to establish clear guidelines for intellectual properties rights. Additionally, AI systems might inadvertently reveal sensitive information from their training data, necessitating strong privacy measures. Finally, it is crucial to establish standards to ensure that generative AI is used ethically and responsibly, avoiding misuse and harmful applications. Now that we have covered the essentials of generative AI, let me ask you a brief question. Which aspect of generative AI are you most curious about and why? Let me know your responses in the comment section. Next, we'll explore the exciting realm of large language models, that is LLMs. We'll begin with an introduction to LLMs and take a closer look at some of the most popular ones, including GPT, Claude 3.5 Sonnet and Gemini. We'll also delve into OpenAI's GPT API and guide you through the process of creating an LLM app for Android. Ready to harness the power of LLMs? Let's begin.
What exactly is an LLM? Imagine you have a super smart friend who has read every book, article, and blog post in the world. This friend can chat with you about almost anything, help you with your homework, write stories, and even tell you jokes. That's pretty much what an LLM does. In technical terms, an LLM is a type of artificial intelligence that has been trained on vast amounts of data. It can understand and generate human-like text based on the pattern it has learned from all that reading. This is part of a broader field called generative AI, which focuses on creating content that resembles human output. Let's now break down the basics. Large language and model. Large just means that the model has been trained with a massive amount of data. We are talking about billions of words from books, websites, articles, and more. Model refers to a set of instructions or algorithms that helps the AI understand and generate language. Think of it like a recipe that guides how to make a cake. In this case, it is guiding the AI on how to create meaningful text. Let's talk about language. This is all about words, sentences, and how we communicate. When you text your friends, write an email, or post on social media, you are using language. So now that you understand what each word in LLM stands for, let's quickly see what is the technical definition. LLMs are language models made up of neural network with billions of parameters that are trained by self-supervised learning on vast amounts of unlabeled text. Now let's dive into how do LLMs work. Let's simplify this with an example. Imagine you type "the sky is dash dash dash." The LLM might predict the next word to be blue because it has seen that phrase so many times during its training. Large language models like GPT-4 operate based on complex neural networks trained on vast amounts of text data. Here is a simplified explanation of how they work in two phases. The first phase is the training phase, followed by the inference phase. The training phase has 4 steps. Step 1, data collection. That is gathering diverse text data from various sources. Step 2, pre-processing, which means cleaning and tokenizing text data into numerical representations. Step 3, model architecture, which is nothing but designing the neural network structure, typically a transformer. Step 4, training is adjusting model parameters by predicting the next word in sentences. By this training phase, the LLMs are being trained on vast amount of data to do further predictions. Now, coming to the next phase, which is inference phase. It also has 4 steps. Step 1, input processing. That means tokenizing and converting the input text into embeddings. Step 2, generating output. Now using the model to predict and generate the next words. Step 3, sampling, which is selecting words from predicted probability distribution. Step 4, last but not the least, post-processing, which means converting generated tokens back to readable text. After the training phase, in the inference phase, the LLMs will recognize the pattern, sample content, and give predictions. Apart from these steps, there are 3 key concepts which we should know to demystify LLMs. First, attention mechanism. This allows the model to focus on relevant part of the input text, improving its understanding of context and meaning. Second, embeddings, which are numerical representation of words or tokens that capture their meaning and relationship. Third, transformers. Transformers are the architecture that uses self-attention to process input data in parallel, making it efficient and more powerful. Let's see some examples of LLMs in action. Example 1, chatting. Your prompt can be, what is the capital of Japan? LLM replies, the capital of Japan is Tokyo. LLM knows this because it has read a lot of information about countries and capitals. Let's see example 2 about writing. Your prompt can be, can you help me write a story? LLM says, sure. Once upon a time in a land far away, there was a brave knight who... The LLM can generate creative text based on what it has learned from reading stories. Example 3, let's see answering questions. Your prompt can be, explain photosynthesis in simple terms. LLM replies, photosynthesis is a process by which plants use sunlight to make food from carbon dioxide and water. It simplifies complex topics by using the patterns it has learned from educational content. There are different types of LLMs, each designed for specific task and application. Now let's explore these types. First are base models. They are trained on a wide range of data and can perform general language understanding and generation tasks. They aren't specialized for any particular type of instructions, but are versatile. For example, GPT-3, which is known for its versatility and ability to generate coherent and contextually relevant text. Another type is instruction-based models. They are fine-tuned to follow specific instructions better than base models. They can understand and execute tasks based on detailed prompts given by the user. For example, T5, that is text-to-text transfer transformer. It converts all NLP problems into a text-to-text format, making it highly versatile for tasks like translation, summarization, and question answering. Another example is Instruct GPT, which is tailored to follow specific user instructions better and provide more useful and safe responses. So, these were the types of LLMs. However, there are paid and open source LLMs as well in the market. Based on your usage and budget, you can explore them. Some paid LLMs are GPT-4, 4o, Microsoft Azure OpenAI services, etc. And open source are GPT Neo, BERT, etc. Let's see how are LLMs revolutionizing the world of AI. In education, they can help explain difficult concepts, answer questions, and even tutor students. In content creation, they assist writers, marketers, creators by generating ideas, drafting content, and editing. In coding, they assist professionals with generating code to their specific problems. In customer support, many companies use LLMs to power their chatbots, providing quick and accurate responses to their customer inquiries. Apart from all these fields, LLMs are being utilized in every field and domain. But it's not all smooth sailing. There are challenges too. Let's see one such challenge, which is bias. Since LLMs learn from human written text, They can pick up and reproduce biases present in the data. Another one is misinformation. They can sometimes provide incorrect or misleading information, especially if the data they were trained on was flawed. However, keeping challenges aside, the future of LLMs is exciting. As they continue to improve, we can expect them to become even more accurate, reliable, and versatile. They will be better at understanding context, handling complex tasks, and even learning from smaller amounts of data. So, there you have it. Large language models, LLMs, are like super smart friends powered by tons of data and advanced algorithms. They can chat, write, and help us in countless ways. As they continue to evolve, they are set to become even more integral in our daily lives.
As you know, the large language models are advanced AI systems designed to understand and generate human-like text. Let's talk about some of the most popular LLMs. First is GPT-4 from OpenAI excels in generating coherent and relevant text used in chatbots, virtual assistants, and content creation. Then BERT, created by Google, understand word context by analyzing surrounding words, making it effective for question answering and sentiment analysis. And also T5, also from Google, handles diverse tasks such as translation and summarization by treating them as text-to-text problems. After that, Claude, developed by Anthropic, focuses on providing ethical and safe responses, making it suitable for sensitive applications. Next is Llama, which is from Meta, offers high performance in various language tasks, providing useful for research and text generation. Claude 3.5 Sonnet is an advanced version of Claude, emphasizing improvements in safety and effectiveness. GPT-4o Mini is a smaller variant of GPT-4, designed for efficiency in various applications. Gemini from Google is known for its advanced capabilities in handling complex language tasks. These LLMs are central to advancing natural language processing and driving innovation across many fields. As these models continue to evolve, they will play an increasingly crucial role in shaping the future of AI and its applications.
Let's understand Introduction to OpenAI GPT API. How this particular thing works and what is OpenAI first of all. What is OpenAI? It's a company where it will cater in order to work with chatbots, generative AI applications, different kinds of models, LLMs, etc. Basically, it is dealing complete artificial intelligence domain which is booming nowadays. OpenAI has a platform where you can generate the API keys and you can integrate those into your applications. API features. What are the features it will cater for? Text generation, completion, and conversation capabilities. So, talking about text generation, it is always dealing with providing a new text which is not in your imagination with one small question. Say, I want a poetry on so and so. It will give you a complete poetry where it is not plagiarized. It has been trained in that level, it can think about writing poetry. It has lots and lots of data behind how it is dealing with that, what is to be categorized. There comes classification, summarization, and many other machine learning and data science models, artificial intelligence models, which is giving you the answer pre-op. Next, completion. If you give a prompt in an incomplete way, it will try to complete that. If you give with a spelling mistake, it will correct your spelling and ask you back, was this your idea? Do you want to search so and so thing? It will question you back in an interactive conversational way. What we do with ChatGPT? It's the conversation. How it will answer us? With the help of already available data it has been trained on, and it is updated every time you talk to it. That's how the model works with. So these are the few features we have. Next comes to fine-tuning and customization for specific task. Say you are building certain module which has been integrated to your application. You are using OpenAI platform. You can generate your own model. It can cater to your own set of questions. Say for example, chatbots in some or the other shopping websites or jewelry shop websites. It will try to ask you what you want. There are lots of chatbots which will address and also will help certain percentage of customer care services without human intervention, which can be done with the help of machine. 100% it will be solved. Other aspects it cannot. A very good example for this is Swiggy, right? You can give a set of questions which is already present. Where is my order? Delivery guy is not moving. So when you put this, my order is getting delayed, it will give a set of answer which is already there. What is the current status? Still, if you are not convinced by the bot answer, you can go for a agent talk. You can talk to a human being where they'll interact, they'll call the delivery guy and ask what is the situation and update you. Something like that might happen. Before introducing your particular chat directly to the agent, they'll try to solve with the help of bot. That means we are trying to reduce the work which is put upon humans. We are using the technology in order to address the same. This is a best example for the feature which is currently in use in the apps which we use in our day-to-day life. How do we get started with this API? We have to just log on to OpenAI website, create your account, sign up, or if you already have an account, sign in, log in, generate a API key and keep it. Why you have to generate a API key? I'll let you. After $5 of content, you have to pay in order to improvise your API key. In order to improvise your API key usage, right? You want to know more about what is OpenAI, how does it help for GPT API, everything, you can just go to the official API documentation and understand more about this. Now, let's understand how do we generate a OpenAI API key. For that, you have to go to Google, type OpenAI login. Once you click on login, if you have already logged in, you will get two options. One is to go to ChatGPT, another one is for API. You click on API. Once you click on the API, this is how your OpenAPI platform look like. You could see a menu here towards your left stating API keys. If you click on that, it will launch API keys. Before that, I would like to tell you, I was talking about the GPT models, right? So these are the models available for now. GPT 3.5, Turbo, 0125, 1106 and 16K. These are the models. You can select the model and you can work on. Let's come back to API keys. I'll click on the API keys. This is how the API keys generation look like. And if you want to create a new API key, click on create new secret key and you can name that particular one. I'm naming it as demo. You can also give the restrictions if you have to control certain things. It can be a read-only, restricted or all, just like the share option you have in your Google Drive for your Google content, right? So create a secret key and it will generate and display the secret key there. You can copy and paste it in one particular notepad so that you can use it again and again. It is taking certain time to generate the key. Once it is done, it will display and you will also have an option called copy for it. Here we are. It states API key is generated and you can copy the key. You can press as done See, you have to save the secret key somewhere because it won't be viewed again due to security reasons. That's why you have to keep it discreet and noted in a notepad separately. You cannot get it back again. If you want to, again you have to create a new API. You cannot copy this complete API key again. The created API key is listed in the list here. Again, you have the options to edit the key. You can just change the name and permission, nothing else. You don't have access to again copy the complete key, and you can also delete the existing key. This is how your API key page look like in OpenAI platform. Hope you are clear how to generate these and save it in a place and use it for your coding.
Today, we are going to explore a truly transformative AI tool for developers of all levels, Claude Sonnet 3.5, your new AI-powered coding companion. Imagine having a super smart friend who can handle all the tedious parts of coding for you, allowing you to focus on being creative and solving interesting problems. That's exactly what Claude Sonnet 3.5 does. What exactly is Claude Sonnet 3.5? Claude Sonnet 3.5, which came out in June 21, 2024, is the newest and most advanced AI tool from a company called Anthropic. This AI assistant is made to help people who write computer code called developers by making their work easier and faster. Claude Sonnet is like a super smart friend who can understand what you say in everyday language. Instead of typing complex codes, you can just tell Claude what you need in plain English and it will write the code for you. For example, if you need a program to add numbers, you can simply say, "I need a program to add numbers," and Claude will create it for you. This new tool is not just about making things easier. It works faster and has better safety features to protect your work and data. Claude 3.5 Sonnet helps everyone from beginners to experts to write code in a way that is more natural and less complicated. So Claude 3.5 Sonnet changes how we write code by making it simpler, safer, and more accessible for everyone, no matter how experienced they are. All right, let's talk about the different versions of Claude Sonnet 3.5. Imagine you're picking a tool that fits your needs perfectly, whether you're just starting to code or you're already a pro. First up, we have a free version. This version is fantastic for beginners and hobbyists. It's like having a helpful friend who can write basic code and fix simple bugs for you. You can access this free version on Claude.ai or even on Claude iOS app. It's a great way to see how AI can make coding easier. Now, if you're looking for more power and features, there is a paid version. This version is for those who need to tackle more complex projects. With the paid version, you can generate more advanced code, get better debugging help, and integrate with more development tools. If you are really into coding, this might be what you need. There are also special plans like Claude Pro and the Team Plan. This gives you a lot more power to work with. You get higher rate limits, which means you can do a lot more coding without hitting any limits. And that's not all. Claude Sonnet 3.5 is also available through some major platforms like the Anthropic API, Amazon Bedrock, and Google's Cloud's Vertex AI. So if you're using any of these services, you can easily integrate Claude Sonnet into your workflow. We discussed about the Claude Sonnet paid and free version, right? So there are different versions of your Claude Sonnet, as you can see on the graph here, which is between your intelligence benchmark score and your cost price per million tokens. So these versions, we will see how do they perform, or what are the capabilities they have in it? Just a brief out of these versions. The first one you can see is your Claude 3 Haiku, which is on the lower end of your intelligence as well as the cost. This is actually the basic version of your Claude, where you can do some simple tasks as well as you can say that it is for your beginners. Right? And then you can see here that you have Claude 3 Sonnet, which is an intermediary between your intelligence benchmarks and your cost price per million tokens, right? So this Claude 3 Sonnet was used for performing complex tasks. And here you can see that you have Claude 3 Opus, which is on the higher scale of your intelligence as well as on your cost, right? So this was a version which was being used for performing complex tasks as well as used for your professional works to be done. Now you can see that we have Claude 3.5 Sonnet, which is on the higher end of your intelligence benchmark as well as on the cost price per million tokens. So we can say that this Claude Sonnet 3.5 is one of the advanced version of your Claude. You will be able to perform your complex tasks, and as well as it will help you in all your debugging, and just have to write your queries in your natural language and it will give you the outcome of it, right? So this is about your versions of your Claude Sonnet. Now coming to the features of your Claude 3.5 Sonnet. Let us see what Anthropic latest AI breakthrough is, right? Which is actually making waves in your artificial intelligence community. So we will see what are the new features and the new enhancements which Claude 3.5 Sonnet has, right? So the first one, what it is discussing here is industry leading performance, right? So you can say that your Claude 3.5 Sonnet sets a new benchmark for AI performance, right? You can also see that it is outperforming its predecessors and the competitors, right? So what are the competitors? You have your OpenAI's GPT-4o and you have your Google's Gemini 1.5 Pro. So you can say that your Claude Sonnet 3.5 is actually giving you better performance from the other OpenAIs like your GPT-4o or your Google's Gemini 1.5 Pro, right? And then it says that these advancements are significant, far exceeding the capabilities of Claude 3 Opus, which has the higher intelligence as well as the cost. We just discussed that here, right? Now, the next feature is enhanced speed, right? So this enhanced speed is twice that of your Claude 3 Opus, which we just saw in the graph that it is on the higher end of your intelligence as well as on the cost, right? The increased processing speed facilitates handling complex tasks. As we said that Claude 3.5 Sonnet is capable of handling complex tasks and multi-step workflows more effectively, which will help in opening new possibilities for real-time AI applications such as your finance and your healthcare. And indeed, a good feature you can say that it is providing you increased and improved efficiency with enhanced speed, right? The next one is advanced coding capabilities, right? So Claude 3.5 Sonnet stands out for its advanced coding capabilities, right? This is what we said that you just give something in your natural language, like say for example, you want to write a program on printing a hello world. That's a common example which everyone takes in any of the programming languages when you just want to start off with, right? Here it is telling that it will give you the complex tasks. Maybe you're trying to build a website, maybe you're trying to integrate your website with the front end and the back end, or you're having a full-fledged database, you're trying to have something related to e-commerce, or you're having some tasks which is appropriate for the projects which you're trying to work for, right? So it will give you these advanced coding capabilities. So what does the internal evaluation tell? The internal evaluation tells that it has solved 64% of coding problems. That is an improvement over 38% solved by your Claude 3 Opus. right? This makes it a powerful tool for software development and code maintenance. So 64% of coding problems is being solved by your Claude 3.5 Sonnet, which makes it a remarkable tool for your software development and code maintenance, right? Its ability to independently write, edit and execute code coupled with sophisticated reasoning. We will also see a simple demo on the logical reasoning which your Claude 3.5 Sonnet would provide for some of our prompts, you can say, okay, and allows it to handle complex coding tasks and code-based migrations efficiently. Now coming to the next feature, that is your super visual reasoning, right? So what does your Claude 3.5 Sonnet does with your visual reasoning? It is trying to interpret your charts, graphs and complex diagrams, right? It accurately transcribes text from imperfect images, which are crucial for industries like retail, logistics and financial services. One of the cool features of your Claude 3.5 Sonnet is superior visual reasoning, wherein it is trying to extract the information of the visual data even when the image quality is poor. Such a cool feature, right? So let's move on to the next one, that is your innovative interaction and artifacts. Artifacts is one of the new feature which was introduced in your Claude 3.5 Sonnet. So what exactly is this artifact? This artifact transforms your Claude from a conversational AI into a collaborative work environment. When users generate content like code snippets, text documents, or web designs, these artifacts appear in a dedicated window, allowing real-time editing and integration into the projects. So we will have a slight demo on what exactly are these artifact new features which Claude 3.5 Sonnet does in a little while. Right? So let's move on to the next feature, that is your cost-effective accessibility. As we saw that Claude 3.5 Sonnet is higher in your intelligence as well as it's in the intermediary for your cost, right? So your Claude 3.5 Sonnet is accessible for free on Claude AI and Claude iOS app. We have already discussed that, right? And you have these limits for Pro and Team Planner subscribers, right? So what's the next one? That is commitment to security and privacy. This is actually the important feature which your Claude 3.5 Sonnet provides, because security and privacy is much crucial, because you are relying on your AI platforms and then you're trying to give or have your task being accomplished and completed by it. Obviously, you would want to have your security and privacy being maintained and not being exposed. So what exactly does these security and privacy features have? It's like it says that Anthropic has prioritized security and privacy with Claude 3.5 Sonnets, right? Okay, it has maintained an ASL2 rating, and even external experts, including your UK's AI Safety Institute, have evaluated the security mechanisms, right? So we can trust blindly on your Claude 3.5 Sonnet, but watch out, what are you trying to have your task being completed. See to it that still the personal informations are not being given there, right? So that's about your security and privacy. Now next, moving to your part of growing AI family, right? Your 3.5 Sonnet is a part of a broader AI model lineup. As we saw the different versions, like you have your Claude Haiku, you have your Claude Opus, as well as you have your Claude 3 Sonnet, right? And now 3.5 Sonnet is the higher end version of your Claude AI, right? And the next feature it has is enterprise focused design, right? So it will help you in handling complex workflows and integrate seamlessly with existing business applications. Its contextual understanding and interpretation makes it ideal for tasks like customer support, market analysis, and data interpretation. Cool, right? Claude Sonnet not only helps the beginners for the professional use, but it also has a focus on your enterprise tasks as well, like you have your customer support, market analysis, and your data interpretation. The next feature is user-driven development, right? Your Anthropic values user feedback as a crucial component of your Claude 3.5 Sonnet development, right? It is great, right, that they are valuing the user's feedback across the globe, right? And 3.5 Sonnet redefines AI capabilities with enhanced intelligence, speed, and advanced features. We discussed what are the advanced features, like we have your artifacts, which is one of the most recent feature which was added in your Claude 3.5 Sonnet, and we will try to see a smaller demo on how these artifacts work in a while now. Now, next, moving to the advantages of Claude 3.5 Sonnet. Why a game changer, superior performance and cost efficiency? We already saw the different features it has, the cost effectiveness, the visual reasoning capability it has, right? And the capability of trying to handle complex tasks, enterprise-driven methods. All these are some of the features which your Claude has. So based on these features, what are the advantages which we have, right? As we know that it is your NLP capabilities, your Claude AI has an advanced NLP capabilities, as well as it is combining with your cost-effective pricing. Intelligence with less cost is what Claude 3.5 Sonnet is providing you, right? Its ability to grasp nuance and humor and generate high-quality natural content makes it a versatile tool across various applications, right? Advanced coding proficiency. This is one of the significant advantages wherein it is trying to solve your coding problems. It is also fixing bugs. So nice. And also add functionalities to your open source code base with ease. Right? Okay, this makes it particularly effective for updating legacy applications and migrating code bases, providing a robust solution for developers. So basically, your Claude 3.5 Sonnet is having that advanced coding capability, which will not only help the beginners, but also the people who are trying to work on different softwares and different programming languages on some complex tasks as well, right? So the next advantage is enhanced vision capabilities. We saw that one of the feature of your Claude Sonnet is the reasoning, the visual reasoning which it interprets, right? Even when the image quality is less, it is trying to interpret the exact information of the image, right? This is one of the advantage, that is enhanced vision capability, wherein the improved version of your 3.5 Claude Sonnet has the ability to interpret and analyze your visual data. Right? We also saw the innovative features of your artifact, and I said that we will try to see the demo in a while, right? We did see the feature of your artifacts, right? And I even told you that we will quickly see a demo in a while, right? Claude artifacts are designed to make your interactions with AI outputs more dynamic and versatile. Whether you're working on with your code, data visualization, or text, artifacts allows you to directly manipulate and enhance your outputs within the Claude AI interface. Claude 3.5 Sonnet offers limited and free access, but for regular use. A Pro subscription is recommended. The Pro subscription provides unlimited access to features like artifacts. You can access Claude 3.5 Sonnet through Google's Cloud's Vertex AI and Amazon Bedrock with usage-based pricing. We have been listening from a while through that artifact is one of the new feature which was provided by your Claude 3.5 Sonnet. So as you see that I have logged in myself to my Claude.ai, right? You can give your email ID and create a password and try to log in even with your Google account as well. So we will try to explore the artifact features here. So you can see that I'm going to my profile here, right? And then feature preview. When I click on feature preview, it is giving me artifacts preview and provides feedback on upcoming enhancements of your platform. So that's what the feature preview is. And here is what artifacts does. That is ask Cloud to generate content like code snippets, text documents or website designs, and Claude will create an artifact that appears in the dedicated window alongside your conversation. Initially it is off, so let me just enable it, right? So after I have enabled, I'm closing this window. So let me see that. I'm just going to try out a simple tic-tac-toe game, you can say, right? Okay, so I will just tell that create a tic-tac-toe game for 2 players and provide me with a sample output in, say, Python language. Okay, so now let me just click on go here. Wow, such a cool explanation on the working of your tic-tac-toe game as well, right? This is what is your artifact, right? Wherein it is trying to give you the code as well as trying to give you the AI capability with the help of your artifacts, right? So let us see what is the output it is giving you. It says that I will create a simple tic-tac-toe game for 2 players in Python. So that's what the requirement I had given for. Okay, so click to open the code. You can as well download your code here. The implementation is as follows. It says print board, displays the current state of board, check winner. It has some functions there, and then it also says how to run the program, right? How to run the game. To run the game, you can save this code in Python file. I'll just give you a quick tip. You can go to your online editor Replit and try to open a Python project, and you can just copy this code and try to check whether the game is working or not, right? As in the prompt, I also told that I need to have a simple output of how the game might look. So you can see that it is providing me on player X, player 0, player 1, and so forth, right? Okay, so is it all that your Claude artifact does, or does it have another capability or more capabilities as it has promised for? So what will we do is we will just try to write another prompt saying that say I want a presentation for a class wherein I am teaching this game. So provide me with a presentation starting from agenda, introduction, followed by the summary. So let's see what it gives. Wow, it's creating a presentation for me, and you can see that the presentation is on the artifact window here, and it is giving me exactly what has to be done and what has to be conveyed when I'm trying to teach about this tic-tac-toe game in a classroom, right? So let's see what it is giving. Wow. So what did it give me? This presentation outline provides structured approach to teaching the tic-tac-toe game implementation in Python. It covers game basics, great, Python implementation, detailed code walkthrough, and suggestions for further enhancements, great. And key points of presentation that it is starting with introduction, basic strategies, implementation, code walkthrough, demo, possible enhancements also it is giving. I never asked for any possible enhancements. Further learning and creativity, wow. And question and answer session that includes to address your question and answers and encourage discussions, right? Such a great thing it is trying to give me. So let's see what it has added in my presentation, right? So as I said, I wanted an agenda, great, it is giving me an agenda. And introduction, it is asking me to give a brief history of the game, popularity and educational value, why are we implementing it in Python, so on and so forth, right? So a perfect piece of information which I can just take this and go to my classroom and have a discussion on my tic-tac-toe game using your Python. We also saw that artifact will try to give you the interpretation of images, right? So I'm not going to do that. Check out and try to interpret your charts and graphs based on your artifact features. Claude Sonnet 3.5 is incredibly versatile and can be used in variety of scenarios. One of the standout features of Claude Sonnet 3.5 is its natural language processing capability. You don't need to learn any special commands or syntaxes. Just type your instructions in plain English and Claude Sonnet understands. This makes coding accessible to everyone regardless of their level of expertise. Imagine never getting stuck on syntaxes or having to write boilerplate code again. With Claude Sonnet 3.5, you simply describe what you want to achieve and it writes code for you. Whether it's a simple function or a complex algorithm, Claude has got you covered. Debugging can be one of the most frustrating parts of coding. But with Claude Sonnet 3.5, it's like having an expert looking over your shoulders. Describe the issue you're facing and Claude Sonnet will help you and find and fix the bugs quickly and efficiently. Claude Sonnet 3.5 integrates seamlessly with popular development environments like Visual Studio Code. This means you can use it without disrupting your existing workflow. It's all about making your coding experience as smooth and efficient as possible. Whether you need to write a Hello World program or a basic calculator, Claude Sonnet can do it in seconds. This is perfect for beginners or for quickly prototyping ideas. Tired of writing the same code over and over? Claude Sonnet can handle repetitive tasks for you, freeing up your time to focus on more complex and interesting challenges. Learning a new programming language or concept, Claude Sonnet can help you understand new concepts and write sample codes. It's like having a tutor that's available 24/7. Let's jump into the demonstration using Replit, a powerful online coding platform. First, visit replit.com and sign up or log in. Once you are in, create a new Python REPL, give it a name like Claude Sonnet Demo and click Create REPL. By default, Replit will create a main.py file for you. We will use this file to simulate the capabilities of Claude Sonnet. So I am writing a prompt in a simple English language, that is, write a function to calculate and print the factorial of a number. I'm not going to the basics like give me a hello world example and so forth. So I'm just trying to calculate and print your factorial of a number. So let's see what Claude 3.5 Sonnet gives you. Wow, it's giving me the function, right? Factorial is the function. If n is less than 0, return that factorial is not defined for negative numbers. See, so carefully it has even tracked out your exceptions. Like if a user is trying to give a number which is less than 0, it is giving you or returning you a statement called as factorial is not defined in the for negative numbers, right? And then else if n is equal to 0 and is equal to 1, you return 1, and here it is giving you the function which is calculating and printing your factorial number. The number given is 5, then it will calculate with the help of this function and it will print that the factorial of 5 is, figure out what's the answer. And a brief explanation is given on how exactly the function works, right? Okay, so we will try another example. Like we also said that your Claude Sonnet 3.5 has debugging capabilities, right? So we will try to give an input as an incorrect code and we will ask Claude Sonnet on how to debug this and why the code is incorrect and give us an explanation on it. So this is my prompt wherein I am having a function to add a and b and return a minus b, right? Wherein I'm giving a function to add, but you can see that I'm doing a subtraction over here, right? So this should be a plus b, right? So I'm telling Claude that let me know what is wrong in this code and also provide the corrected code for me. So let's see whether it will debug this or not for us. Oh, it says that I am happy to identify issues and give you out with the results. So let's see what it gave us. So it says that the problem in the code is an add function, right? I just mentioned that instead of giving a plus b, in the code I had mentioned it as a minus b, right? So it is giving me the broken down like step-by-step process of what went wrong. The function is named add, but it is actually performing subtraction instead of addition, right? It is giving you the complete details of the debugging errors, right? Great capability. You can try out for your complex tasks, or even if you're a beginner, you can try out with this, right? So it is giving me the correct code and you can try that on your Python. That was about your coding capabilities. I have just tried out some simple prompts. You can just go ahead with your use cases and try to explore more on your Claude, right? Now, we also said that your Claude 3.5 also has the capability of logical reasoning, right? So, we will try to see some of the logical reasoning prompts and see how the Claude will give us the answers with. So, this is my prompt for logical reasoning. It says that you are in a room with 3 light switches, each controlling one of 3 light bulbs in another room. You can't see the bulbs from the room with the switches. You can flip the switches as many times as you want, but you can only go into the room with the bulbs once, right? So, how can you determine which switch controls which bulb? A very good reasoning use case, right? So, we will see what Claude provides. Wow, it has given the complete explanation of what is the reason behind and how it is determining that which switch is controlling which bulb, right? So, let us see. First thing, like it's giving you a step-by-step approach. Let's consider what we can manipulate, that is the switches, and what information we can gather. We know that light bulbs not only produce light but also heat when they are, it is giving you an information about light as well, right? Okay, here is a strategy to solve the puzzle. Turn on switch 1 and leave it on for several minutes. After this time, turn off switch 1 and immediately turn on switch 2. Leave switch 3 off the entire time. Now enter the room with the light bulbs. When you enter the room, you will be able to deduce which switch controls which bulb. Great explanation, right? And then this solution works because the bulb controlled by switch 1 had time to warm up, but it is now off. And you can see how exactly it is giving you the logical reasoning of the issue, and it is giving you the determined answer here, so, right? So, we will try to do another logical reasoning question. We'll try to give here and we'll try to see what the Claude 3.5 Sonnet gives you. So, I'm giving a prompt which says I'm thinking of a number. If you add 7 to it, the result is 3 times the original number. What is the number? Okay. So, let me think of a number first. Let's see what Claude gives. Let's call the number we are looking for x. Now, let's translate the given information into a mathematical equation. It says x plus 7 3x. That's what the question said, right? 3 times the original number, right? So, that's what it is doing here. Now, let's solve the equation. It is giving some equations and simplifying x. They're just trying to give x to be as 3.5 and therefore the number I'm thinking of is 3.5. Great, good logical reasoning it is giving. We also said that your Claude Sonnet has automation capabilities, right? So, we will just try to look a small example. We'll try to give a prompt over here for automating a task and we will see how it works. This is my prompt here wherein it says that automate file handling by writing a function to read from one file and write its content to the another file. So, it's generating. It's handling errors as well. Okay, let's check out what it is trying to give us here, right? So the function is copy file content, right? It's like it takes two parameters, source file and the destination file. It uses a try except block to handle some errors, and inside try block it is giving some, it opens the source file in a read mode with a statement which ensures that the file is properly closed after your reading. Obviously, you would want the files to be closed, right? And then we have the exception handling cases, and that's how it is trying to copy. A few things to note: the function reads the entire file into the memory at once. For very large files, you might want to modify it to read and write it in chunks. Obviously, if you have a very large file, you would want to modify it that it writes in the chunks, right? It overrides the destination file if it is already exists, and you can just read out what it is giving, and you can as well explore more on this, right? So I'll just do one thing. I'll copy this code. You have a source.txt and you have a destination.txt file. These are the two external files which are being created, and with the help of your copy file content, it is trying to write from your source to your destination file, right? So I'll just copy this function onto my Replit editor, and I will see what exactly it is trying to give me. So I'm trying to create a Replit here. Since it's a Python code, let me just write here as automating code, some name here. So I'm trying to create a Replit. It will create a project for me here now. So you can see that the project is created and main.py is my main Python file. So I'm simply copying the code here, right? Okay, this is my code, right? So let me just try to run the code. So it is trying to give me an error that one of the file, that is source.txt or destination.txt, was not found. Obviously, because we have not created any file now. So we will just try to create a new file called as source.txt. Okay, that's the file name, right? So I will write hello from Claude Sonnet 3.5. So this is my file and I'm saving it. I'm creating another file called as destination. Destination.txt. Destination.txt. Okay. So as you see that the file is empty now. So let me just run my file here. So you can say that contents successfully copied from source.txt to destination.txt. So let us see if destination.txt, it is copied. Hello from Claude Sonnet 3.5. Now we are trying to have your performance metrics of your Claude 3.5 Sonnet comparison with the different AI platforms, like you have your Claude 3 Opus, GPT 4o, Gemini 1.5 Pro and Llama 400B, right? So the graduate level reasoning for zero shot chain of thought, it is 59.4, higher than your GPT 4o as well. And then you have your undergraduate level knowledge, that is 88.7% for 5 shot, and Claude 3 has 86.8%. Nice performance it is giving, right? And then Gemini has 85.9 and 86.1 for Llama. That is less compared to your Claude 3.5 Sonnet performance based on your undergraduate level knowledge. And then the code, right? It gives 92%. The performance matrix is 92%. Than your Claude 3 Opus, which is 84.9, and your GPT 4o has 90.2, way less than the Claude 3.5 Sonnet. And then Gemini and Llama also are at the backer end, right? Multilingual math 91.6, and comparatively you can see that it is higher than your GPT 4o and your Gemini, right? And then you have your reasoning over text, right? We did see some examples on it and we did get good results on it, right? Try out few more reasonings on it. So it is 87.1 3-shot chain of thought, and then comparatively it is less than the other platforms like GPT-4o and Llama. And then mixed evaluation, again here Claude Sonnet is on the higher end, that is 93.1%, and then 85.3% for your Llama. And then math problem solving and problem solving capabilities as well, right? 71.1% for your math problem solving, which is comparatively less than what your GPT-4o provides. But still, it is giving you good mixed evaluation performance. It is giving you code evaluation performance, right? So still fair enough. And then grade school math, it is giving you 96.4%. So you can see that Claude 3.5 Sonnet has the higher performance metrics when compared to your Claude 3 Opus, GPT-4o and Gemini 1.5 Pro Llama 400B. Now I was talking about COT. What the COT is your chain of thought. So why not let's ask Claude AI on what exactly is your COT, right? So I'm just writing here. I'll just give it as what is COT and I will see what response do we get here. So let's see what it is giving. It is giving me like the definition of it. So COT typically stands for chain of thought in the context of AI ML. It says that particularly in large language models, it involves breaking down complex reasoning tasks into a series of intermediate steps or thoughts. So we will see what are zero shots. Zero-shot learning refers to an AI model capability to perform a task or make predictions about classes it has never seen during training. Zero-shot learning. So it is giving you the definition of it, right? So basically you can see that the way you are giving prompts to your Claude AI will help you in trying to get a better outcome. So this reminds me of one of the course on your prompt engineering in our Great Learning Academy. Go ahead to our Great Learning Academy and try to figure out what the course is all about. Try to give better prompts so that you can utilize Claude AI 3.5 Sonnet as well. Moving on to Claude safety test, Claude AI includes rigorous safety features to ensure responsible AI usage. This includes filtering out inappropriate or harmful content and conducting regular safety tests. For example, it ensures that AI responses to potentially harmful queries such as how to rob a bank for educational purposes are appropriately handled to prevent misuse. Claude AI employs measures such as data encryption, user privacy protection, bias detection, and mitigation, and continuous monitoring and updating of safety protocols to ensure the AI operates ethically and securely. Today, we explored the features and advantages of Claude, including its powerful AI capabilities and the innovative artifact feature. We also looked at how to enable and use these features as well as the robust safety and privacy measures in place. AI-assisted coding tools like Claude Sonnet can transform your coding experience, making it easier to generate code, debug functions, and automate tasks. Give it a try and see how it can improve your workflows.
GPT-4o Mini stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer for Optimization Mini. Think of it as the smartphone version of a powerful computer, compact yet incredibly capable. It's not just a smaller version of GPT-4o, it's been meticulously fine-tuned to be super efficient and versatile, making it ideal for a wide range of applications. Imagine having an AI assistant that fits in your pocket but can transform tasks that used to require a full-sized model. With GPT-4o Mini, you can draft emails, generate creative content, or even assist with complex coding projects seamlessly. It's optimized for speed and efficiency,
meaning it can deliver powerful AI capabilities without needing massive computational resources. But the benefits don't stop here. GPT-4o Mini supports real-time collaboration, allowing multiple users to work together on projects no matter where they are. Its advanced natural language understanding means it can help with research by summarizing articles, extracting key information, and even providing insights based on large data sets. Whether you're a developer integrating AI into your apps, a researcher needing quick data analysis, a student working on assignments, or an AI enthusiast experimenting with new ideas, GPT-4o Mini brings the power of AI to your fingertips. It's designed to make cutting-edge technology more accessible and practical, allowing you to leverage AI in ways that were previously unimaginable. So, why is everyone talking about GPT-4o Mini? This updated model offers several advantages that make it stand out. 1. Compact and efficient. Unlike its bigger sibling, GPT-4o, the mini version is optimized for faster performance and lower resource consumption, making it perfect for devices with limited computational power. 2. Versatile applications. From chatbots to content generation and beyond, GPT-4o Mini is versatile enough to handle a wide range of tasks without compromising on quality. Third, cost-effective. With reduced resource demands, GPT-4o Mini makes high-quality AI more affordable, opening up possibilities for smaller businesses and individual developers. Next, we will explore few features of GPT-4o Mini. Now that we know what GPT-4o Mini is and how it differs from GPT-4o, let's highlight some of its awesome features. Streamlined performance. Delivers high-quality AI outputs with optimized processing power. User-friendly integration. Easy to integrate into existing systems and workflows. Scalable solutions, suitable for projects of all sizes from individual tasks to large-scale implementations. Robust capabilities, supports a wide array of functions including text generation, language translation, and more. Enhanced accessibility. Available to a broader audience thanks to its efficiency and lower cost. Real-time applications, ideal for chatbots and other interactive applications needing quick responses. Customizable framework, easily tailored to fit specific use cases and preferences. Now let's look at the key differences between GPT-4 and GPT-4o Mini. Size and speed. GPT-4o Mini is designed to be smaller and faster. It processes information more quickly, making it ideal for real-time applications. Resource efficiency. While GPT-4o requires substantial computational resources, GPT-4o Mini is optimized to run on less powerful hardware without significant loss in performance. Accessibility. With GPT-4o Mini, more users can leverage the power of GPT-4o technology. It's accessible on a wider range of devices from desktops to mobile. Customization. GPT-4o Mini allows for easier customization and integration into specific workflows, making it adaptable to various needs. Ready to explore GPT-4o Mini? Head over to the official GPT-4o Mini website, click on Get Started, and you will be on your way to integrating this amazing tool into your projects. GPT-4 and its variants, including GPT-4o Mini, are generally not available for free use. OpenAI offers access to its models through subscription plans or API usage, which typically come with a cost.
Some limited free access might be available through certain platforms or promotions, but sustained and full-featured access usually requires payment. Now, we will explore the OpenAI platform. First, let's explore the playground. This is the main area where you can interact with and test different GPT models. You can input text and see how the model responds. Next is the chat. This section is specially for setting up the testing conversational models like ChatGPT. You can provide system instructions and see how the chat model responds in a conversational format. The drop-down GPT 3.5 Turbo lets you choose the specific version of the GPT model you want to use. Assistants. This allows you to create and manage different assistant personas or configurations. You can define how the assistant should behave, what it should know, and its specific purpose. Text to speech. This feature converts written text into spoken words. It's useful for creating voice responses or narrations. Completions. Here you can generate text completions based on a given prompt. This is useful for tasks like content generation, where you provide a starting sentence and the model completes it. Forum. This likely refers to a community forum where users can discuss various topics related to OpenAI's models, share insights, ask questions, and get support from both the community and OpenAI staff. Forums are valuable resources for learning best practices, troubleshooting issues, and connecting with other users who are working on similar projects. Next, we will explore the dashboard. Fine-tuning. Fine-tuning allows you to customize the GPT model by training it on your specific dataset. This makes the model more accurate and tailored to your unique requirements. Batches. This option lets you process multiple prompts at once. It's useful for handling large data sets or running multiple tests simultaneously. Storage. Here you can manage your saved data, prompts, and responses. It helps keep your work organized and accessible. Usage. This section tracks how much of the service you have used, such as the number of requests made or the amount of data processed. It's important for managing your subscription and staying within usage limits. API keys. API keys are used to authenticate your applications with the OpenAI API. They allow your software to securely access and use the GPT models. Next, let us explore the Docs tab. So here you have the exact model names along with its description. So you have ChatGPT 4o along with ChatGPT 4o mini details. You can just go through the model and its description with its context window and what are the output tokens or the training data required for both the models. Not just that, you have the descriptions of other models as well, like GPT-4 Turbo and 3.5 Turbo and many more. You can just go through all of it. Next, let us explore the API Reference tab. Here we have the introduction of API through HTTP requests from any language. So how to install, how to give the commands, how to give the library commands, and what are the authentication API keys and many more. So you can just refer these things as well. So these will be helpful in giving the API requests in your prompts. So now let us go back to the playground and try giving the prompts in the completions section. So here, if I ask any question or if I write or type anything, it should actually continue or complete the sentence and give you the results. So let me try doing it in the free account. So we'll see what is Power BI. So when I type something and click on submit, if you have the paid version, you will be getting the result. Since I am using the free version here, it is telling me that I have reached the usage limit. So it is directing me to the billing settings. So here you can see the billing section of your account. So for free trial, I have 0 credits, which means it's free. It's a free account. That is why I'm not able to use this platform. So you have here payment details where you can go and do the payment. It is some dollars to use your GPT-4 and 4o mini. So these are the things. So here you go. You can do the payment and get your subscription and try to use GPT-4o mini and explore more features by yourself. In a world where technology is constantly evolving, GPT-4o mini stands out as a game changer, making advanced AI more accessible and practical than ever before. Whether you're drafting emails, collaborating on projects, or diving into complex research, GPT-4o mini is your versatile, efficient, and powerful AI assistant. It's like having the brain power of a supercomputer right in your pocket, ready to tackle any task you throw at it. Embrace the future of AI with GPT-4o mini and unlock endless possibilities in your everyday life.
In Gemini, we have different versions broadly classified into 3 elements. The first one is Flash, then followed by Nano, and then Ultra or Pro. Let's see what are these classifications mean to us. First, when it comes to Flash, it was developed in order to execute the queries or the prompts in a very quicker way. If you go to Nano, why this was a variation? In order to execute or use Google Gemini in a smaller devices like phones or tabs, Nano version was discovered. Then we have Ultra and Pro. When you come to this version, it is having capability to execute biggest prompts and also give you a good detailed analysis according to your requirement compared to Nano and Flash. Generally, you could see Nano has a very limited number of tokens compared to Flash and Ultra Pro. So this is the variations in broad you can have in Google Gemini. Then let's explore versions one by one. You could see Gemini started with version 1, aka Bard. They launched a product called Bard in September 2023 with the tokens of 1 million. It was generally used in order to have initial conversation, AI model, and also text generation. It was specifically given by the Google as a product as a competition to OpenAI, that is ChatGPT. The applications of Gemini 1 is just to have a conversation with a chatbot and also basic content generation. Then it also served a general purpose AI tasks as well. After Gemini 1, that is Bard, we got Gemini Advanced. Again, it is Bard Plus. It was in late 2023 after September. It was also having tokens of 1 million and enhanced performance compared to Gemini 1. And also more refined responses for this was available. Improvised chatbots and more complex content creation could be handled in Gemini Advanced, that is Bard Plus. After all these, as I mentioned, we got the broad classification, that is Nano, Pro, and then Ultra. So let's understand what is Gemini Nano 1.0. So it was in the early 2024, it was released, but the tokens, if you could see, it has 500,000, meaning it is having a less number of tokens comparatively to other versions. Why? The reason because it is generally used as a lightweight model. It is on the devices like mobiles or IoT devices, you could execute or use Gemini Nano 1.0. Generally, the applications are, if you could see, it's in mobile apps, IoT devices, and embedded AI. It was specifically designed in order to work as a lightweight model. Then comes Gemini Pro 1.0, again in early 2024, having 2 million tokens. It was used for professional grade of artificial intelligence and also multimodal capabilities. In generally, this application was only preferred towards professional content creation and advanced research. So, this is the application of Gemini Pro 1.0. Now, let's go to the next one. Gemini Ultra 1.0. Early in 2024, it was also having 2 million tokens. High performance model, and it was used only for intensive tasks. It was generally used for intensive tasks. Complex problem solving or high demand AI applications were the use of Gemini Ultra 1.0. Gemini 1.5 Pro was again an early version of 2024. It is also having 2 million tokens. Generally used for advanced multimodal reasoning and also long context window. AI-driven content creation is the application with the data analysis feature and advanced coding features available in 1.5 Pro, which is currently most used, and we are also learning more about 1.5 Pro in this video. Stay tuned for that. Then we have Gemini 1.5 Flash. So it's 2 million tokens again, but Flash means, as I told you, it is having a speed. It is having low latency processing, and also it is generally used for mobile applications. Smaller devices, not restricted only to mobile, but for smaller devices. Then it is generally used as a real-time application, and IoT integrations were done with the help of Gemini 1.5 Flash and summarization, extraction. So all these are the applications of the Gemini 1.5 Flash. Hope we are clear till now with the variants of Gemini. Now let's see what is the future. What is Google preparing in order to get the next version? That is Gemini 2 and 2.5. And we don't know much of the information, when it is released for the users and how many tokens it will be having, what would be the key features. It is just like advanced version of 1.5 Flash, advanced multimodal processing, higher accuracy and image and video understanding, cross-domain AI interaction. So all these would be the features of 2. And it is generally used for video and multimedia editing tools. If it comes, actually editing would be very easy comparatively. And when you come to 2.5, what happens here? You have advanced predictive analytics skills, and you can do lots of data processing, data analysis, have multilingual communication support as well. So customer support would be very easy if this 2.5 comes up, because it is having a multilingual service as well. Now let's switch back to our Google AI Studio. Now let's start with our first prompt. You have to click on the create new prompt, and if you want to change the name, you can just go on edit, say demo 1 and click on save. Now the interface is ready to take your prompts. But there is one option here, system instruction. Why this is used? This is just to set the tone of the prompt, the responses we get and the style of instructions we give to the model. We are just trying to set a context before we start communication with the model. I am trying to tell the system the response we receive should be poetic. right? So it is just a sample. I'll just give hi as the prompt and run. Once I do this, it has taken 2 tokens in order to work. Just to say a reply for hi, it is giving in a poetic manner, right? It is giving a complete, a whisper soft, a greeting brief, hi you say, a single leaf. So it is trying to give a poetic response to it. So if I say, how are you? Then it will try to give us answer in a poetic manner itself. You could see the token count here, it's moving on and on. The time it processes, the number of tokens it will use, those are kind of built-in blocks in order to process the statements we give to the system. So you can see for just one, how are you, it is giving us 4 lines of answer, because I have set a context that the answer should be in poetic manner. The theme should be poetic. So this is a general prompting which you can do by setting the system instruction with Google AI Studio. Now let's move on to new tuned model. So what is this all about? Before that, see, it is giving us, do you want to save this? Yes, if you want to, click on OK. It will save as demo 1. Once you select new tuned model, this is where you land. You have option to create a structured prompt. The prompt which we gave was a normal prompt. You have a second form of prompt, that is structured prompt. So I click on structured prompt again. If you want to change the name for this, you can really put the name. I am using the name demo 2 and I'll save it. You could see there are 2 sections here. First section is input, then output. Later you have test your prompt. You have to first train the system, then you have to test the system. This is the concept. You are doing in a structured manner. You are not just giving a random prompt command. Now let's set a context or style of instruction. Before starting the structured prompting, let's set an optional tone or system information which you want to save it across. I am giving the overall context. I am working as a news reporter. I need the normal news to be displayed more excited manner or as a breaking news. So when I do this, I am setting a context. I am just saving for now. It has been saved. Now let's start giving the input and specified output to the model. We are just trying to train the model. So this time Olympics is held in Paris, right? Another input, the player from Turkey won silver medal in shooting. So I give this. Next, it will try to suggest you certain things. It will just leave as it is. Now let's type the response as well. Did you know the Olympics is held in Paris? Exciting, right? So this is a normal sentences which I am using. Then, wow, a player from Turkey won silver medal in shooting. Isn't it exciting? So, I've just typed certain inputs and outputs. That is training a model. Out of 500 samples, I've used 2 samples. And you can give a third one as well. India lost medals in badminton, right? You can just give a simple input and oh my god, India missed chance to bag medals in badminton. It is just exaggerating or giving an excited output for us normal sentences. This is how I am trying to train. Then we will test the inputs. I will say India won gold in wrestling. Now let's try to run to get the output. I am clicking on run. It gives an exaggeration here. Boom. India takes gold in wrestling. This is huge. What a performance. We are trying to exaggerate. First we try to train this model and then it is now trained across. It is also giving, as we mentioned, we need the output in excited manner. So this is the structured prompting. Now what do? We try to delete this, right? The outputs we will try to delete and we will just give the same input, India won gold in wrestling, and run this. 100% it will follow the system instruction which we have given at the top, not the model, because we don't have any samples here in order to compare. So it says a big paragraph, breaking news, India claims gold in wrestling. So it just tried to give a good information of news. So this is how the structured prompting will work. So now we have understood the normal prompt and the structured prompt. Let's click on new tuned model. Before that, if you want to save, you can click on OK. When you come to tune a model, you can import either it should be a CSV file or a Google Sheet file, and they generally recommend 100 to 500 examples in that sheet available. If you want a modeling tune guide, you can have a look with this document. Now, if you click on the select data source, you have structured prompt, which is demo 2, which I created recently. That has also been available here. And you have news headlines and summarization, which is the samples. So I prefer taking news headlines. Once you do that, you can see the prefix column available. You can select the prefix column, input and output. This is how it will be, and just it is a sample. And then you can change sample tune model. Once you do this, you can give a description if you want to, else. We are not going to touch this advanced settings, how many tuning of epochs should be, what is the learning rate multiplier and batch size and stuff. Let it be as it has been set. And you have two options here, that is Gemini 1.0 Pro not 1 and 1.5 Flash not 1 tuning. So generally we were working with the help of Pro. So I am using this Pro again. If you want to tune, you can click on the tune button. Once you click on the tune button, you could find sample tune model available in your library. Once you click on the sample tune model towards your left, you can see the tune model results. It takes some time in order to load this, and you have to wait for 5 to 6 minutes. Why? The reason being, I selected Pro. It took certain time in order to load this epochs. See, the graph is going in the right way, but the value is 1.2. Actually, it's supposed to be at least 4 to 5. That is what we consider a good epoch value. But this is how model tuning looks like in Gemini AI Studio. You can also see less than 1 minute left in order to finish this process, and it has all the information available, the batch size, the epochs, the learning rate, the examples it has been tuned for. So the graph is, the loss in graph has also been put up here. This is the overall view of model tuning which you can do in Google AI Studio. Coming back to the main interface, you have an option here which is plus. If you click on plus, you have various availability of options in order to choose with, that is My Drive, Upload to Drive, Record Audio, Sample Images and Sample Video. So let's check out with the help of Sample Video. There are predefined videos here. I am trying to select one of the video and add a prompt. What is this video all about? So I click on Run. Once we do this, it will try to analyze the multimedia, that is the video, and give us the details. What is this 10 minutes of video dealing with? It takes certain time. If you could see, the tokens it is taking in order to process this is huge because of the 10 minutes of video. So, the response is in 2 lines. It is trying to give a gist of what is this video all about. So, you can also upload the videos from your local system and understand what is happening in that video. It has the capability to analyze the video as well. And you can change the model here in order to immediately get the responses. Say sample video, I'll just give the same video or another 10 minutes video. How does this particular video loads and how fast it will work? What is in the video? Explain. I'm trying to give this option. I'm clicking on run. I'm just changing the model and checking how does this work. While we were executing the second video, we turned this model into 1.5 Flash. Let's see what is the difference. Here, in the first video, it took around 30 seconds in order to work. Here, we got 40 seconds. And it depends upon what is the content we give, what is the file size of the video, everything. The more content you have, it's good to use Flash, right? So, it's just a simple comparison between Pro and Flash. You can do the same thing for sample images. If you click on image, you have total here. So, if I ask what is this, it will try to give us the information. Let's see how much time this will take when it is in Flash. It took around 28 seconds in order to say this is a picture of a sea turtle. So, this is how you can load your images, your videos, your multimedia and understand. You have to first upload to the drive or you can directly take the information from the drive. So, this is how the prompting works in Google AI Studio. So, you have to choose it from the available options, that is from your drive or the sample videos, or record the audio as it is.
Let's get started with our demonstration. We will be building an Android application that generates email templates for sick leave and casual leave using GPT. As you know that we are going to create an email generator app, first let me tell you what are the different softwares which are required for having this app being generated. Since we are implementing an Android app, we need to have an Android Studio editor. So for that you need to go to the website of Android Studio editor, which is developer.android.com studio, and then when you open the website, there you can see a link called as download Android Studio, and once you click on download, it will ask for your terms and conditions to be accepted. So you can read these terms and conditions, and in the end you can just click on I have agreed on the terms and conditions and click on download, and you can see that the file is being downloaded. Once you download the file from your Android Studio website, you need to see this Android Studio 2024 and the version of it. So you have to click on this and execute the steps which it follows. Since I have already installed Android Studio, I'm not going to follow the steps. So you can just carefully follow the steps which it is giving on the screen and try to install the software IDE onto your laptop. The next thing which we will be doing is we will try to create an API key here. So to have this API key, I'm using ChatGPT OpenAI platform for creating this key. So I have already logged into my ChatGPT OpenAI key. Even if you have a free version or a paid version, it's fine. Free version will have the usage limits for your API keys, but still you can be able to use those API keys and have your apps being generated there. So as you open your platform.openai.com, this is the page what you see when the website is open. You have to go to your login, to your user profile over here, and then if you see over here, you can see user API keys, right? Since we are trying to create a new API key, we need to set create new API key. This field is optional, so I will just give it as app here, just to say that I'm creating an API for this email template generator app here. And then when I click on create secret key, the key is being generated. So we have given the permission read and write API resources, right? So this secret API key is needs to be kept very confidentially, because there can be some data breaches which can happen. So you just have to copy this and keep it very safely. So I'm just trying to open a notepad over here, and I will try to have this generated key saved over here so that I can use that in my program when I'm trying to implement this email generator app. As you can see that my Android Studio is being installed, and we are opening the Android Studio here. So now we will try to create a project for your email generator app using your LLMs. So what is the first step which you need to do is you need to go to File, go to New, and then New Project, and then you can just click on Empty Activity and go to Next over here, and then you can give a name for your app. Here I'm trying to give a name like Email Generator App. Okay, and you can see that the package name is com.example.emailgenerator.app, and this is my save location, and my SDK is the default SDK which I'm using over here, and my build configuration is Kotlin DSL, which is the recommended version for this app. I'm not changing any of the default configurations here, so I'm just trying to click on finish. This will take some time and a new project will be created. So now you can see that the project is open, and we have two folders called as app and then Gradle script. So we will see one by one what are these folders and how will they help us in trying to implement this app over here. So we will just open Gradle scripts over here. We have some of the configuration files you can see over here like build.gradle.kts, and then you have libs.version.toml. All these files are actually required for having your configurations being run there. Okay, the only thing what we will be changing over here is your build.gradle.kts file. This build.gradle file will help you in trying to add those configurations and the required dependencies which will help you in trying to have this app being generated over there, right? And then we will also, this build.gradle file will also help you in trying to figure out or you can say debug or try to test your tool and help you analyze with how the configurations are being set and how the dependencies are being used over there, right? So the only thing which we would be changing over here is we will be trying to add the dependencies which are required for our app here. Okay, so you can see that I have just added the dependencies of your Android and JUnit and Expresso. All these dependencies I have added based on our app here. And once you have modified your Gradle file, you need to actually sync your project, which will help you in trying to work properly with those dependencies. So I'm trying to sync the project now. So you can, this will also take a while, but you can see if the sync is successful or not. If the sync is successful, it means that the dependencies are added successfully. If not, you need to check out on the errors and try to debug what sort of errors are there, and you need to figure out what the problems are and try to fix that. Basically, you will not have any errors there though, because we are only adding the dependencies over here. Now you can see that the sync is successful. If the sync is not successful, it will show you errors in this problems terminal over here. There are some warnings, but we can just leave those warnings as such over here because it's just telling us to update the newer version, but we are just trying to use the versions which are apt for our email generator app now. So that's all about your Gradle script. Now moving to this folder app, which is our main folder which will help you in trying to add those functionalities to your app, wherein you will be able to add those input text fields, your buttons, all those things, and how to interface between your front end and your backend over here with the help of your API keys over here, right? So you can see that in app we have manifest file, we have Kotlin Java file, and then we have your REST file over here. So we will just explore one by one what exactly these are and what are the changes are we going to have being incorporated in these files. So in your manifest file, you have Android manifest.xml file. So if you see this Android manifest.xml file, this file will help you in trying to give the critical informations for your Android system, and also it will help you in trying to access the permissions which you're trying to give over here. So we will just try to not modify much over here, but we will just try to add the connectivity with the help of one line, that is your internet access. We'll try to add that over here. So you can see that the only thing which I have added over here is the user permission, wherein I'm telling that the user Android needs the internet permission since we are trying to interact with the APIs over here. So this is the only one line change which we are doing in this file. Okay, next we will move on to this kotlin.java file. This is our main package, that is your com.example.email generator app. So we'll just try to explore this, what exactly it is there. This is our main activity.kotlin file. It is actually the main entry point for your app, wherein you will be trying to define the user interfaces. You will be also giving the API key which you have just generated, and try to have that functionality being added there. Right? So we will first try to create the user interface, then we will try to add the functionalities of your fetching APIs and trying to have those requests and responses in your main.kt file. So what exactly do we have to do when we are trying to have the layout set for your app? So you just have to go to this res folder over here. You can see that there are few files over here, drawable MIP map values in XML. So we will just try to create a folder called as layout folder. So when you're trying to create, just right click on the res folder and then go to your Android resource directory, and then you just try to give your resource type as layout and then click on OK. Okay, so you can see that the folder has been created over here. Now we just have to create a file over here. Again, we will right click on it, go to new, go to your layout resource file over here. It will ask you for the name. So we will just give the name as activity main, and then you can see that the file is being created. So this will give you the layout of how the app will look like. So I'm just going to go on the constraint layout and go to XML, because I need to do some modifications in trying to add your text buttons and your radio buttons over here, right? So we will try to add those text and radio buttons over here. Okay, so you can see that I have created a linear layout over here, wherein I have an edit text, and then I have two buttons over here, one for generating a sick leave email and the other one for generating a casual leave email. And then I have a text view which will actually give the response. In this text view, it will give the response of my generate casual leave email and your sick leave email. Then what's the next thing which we need to do? The next thing which we need to do is we need to try to modify your colors, strings and your themes.xml file. Next thing we need to do is we need to check out on the user interactions. We will try to modify your colors.xml, string.xml, and we'll also try to add some of the styles for your XML. So I'm just opening colors.xml and I'm just trying to refine it based on the details of your color formats, based on how I want the app to be as. This string.xml manages your text resources. The color.xml manages your color resources. Now we will try to create the styles.xml. Again, right click, go to new values resource file over here, and then you can give the file name as styles. Click on OK. A file is opened over there. This file will help you in trying to manage and theme your text. Now that we have created the layout, we will just try to add the API which we created in our main activity file, so that we can have that interface being generated. So this is our main activity.kt file. Here you can see that I have created a private function over here to send the query, and I'm using the URL https://api.openapi.com, which is the URL which we use for creating your API. And the model which we are using here is GPT 3.5 Turbo, and then the prompt is query, and then the maximum token what we have defined is 150 over here. Right? And then we have defined the request body, and on response what the body has to be given over here. So it's just a simple file wherein you're just trying to use your API keys, try to send a request and try to retrieve a response file there, right? And you can see that you have created a variable called as API key, and the generated API key which we had generated using our ChatGPT, you can just copy paste the API here, right? Now we will try to execute the files, and we will try to see if the app is generated on the Android mobile or not, right? So to do that, we will first try to figure out if there are any errors or not. So we will go to the file, we will go to build, we will first try to clean the project. It will take some time. Okay, we have cleaned the project now. Now we will try to rebuild the project. So now you can see that the Gradle build has been finished. So you can just see over here if there are any errors or not, you'll be able to figure out here, right? To run this application, we will be using an Android mobile. So I will be telling you what are the settings which you need to do so that you will be able to access your Android mobile for this app let me tell you how the settings you need to do when you're trying to have your Android app as your physical device to run this app, right? You just have to go to settings over here and then go to your about phone, and after you have clicked your about phone, go to your software information, and here you can see there is something called as build number. So you try to tap that build number and it will tell you how many times it has to tap for the developer options to open, and then it is asking for my PIN here. I'm just trying to give my password here of the mobile, and then you can see that a message popped in like developer options have been enabled. So how do we check that? Go back to the screen, and then you can see that after your about home page, you have your developer options being installed here, right? So just click on your developer options over here, and then after that you can see that the developer options have been on over here, since we need to sync your app, whatever you have constructed in your Android IDE to this mobile. So what you just need to do is click on enable your USB debugging. You need to enable your USB debugging. So it will ask you whether USB debugging is intended for development. You just say OK, and then you will be able to access your device through your Android mobile. So I'm trying to click on OK, allow. Now we will click on the run tab here. So we will see that the project is built and it is launched onto your Android mobile. Now you can see that the app is successfully installed onto your mobile. So we'll just check this out. So you can see over here, so I'll just try to give a prompt here that I have fever and need 2 days rest. So after this, I'm just trying to click on generate, and when I click on generate casual leave email, it will create a casual leave email. So this is how it is easy to build your LLM app. A simple app is what we have created here.
We have covered large language models and explored some of the most popular ones such as GPT, Claude and Gemini. To learn more about LLMs, be sure to subscribe to our channel for exciting videos and updates. Next up, we'll take a closer look at some of the most popular generative AI tools that are transform industries. Are you ready to discover these game changers? Let's get started.
Generative AI is here to spark your creativity and turbocharge your projects. Whether you are an artist, a writer, or just someone looking to jazz up your content, these tools are like your new BFF in the creative world. Now, let's talk about tools. These are gadgets that make generative AI feel like magic, and we will be exploring this in this video. First is ChatGPT. ChatGPT was developed by OpenAI. It is a state-of-the-art language model renowned for its conversational abilities and versatile applications. Second, GitHub Copilot, powered by OpenAI's Codex. GitHub Copilot is an AI pair programmer that assists developers by generating code suggestions in real time. Next, Claude, an AI assistant specialized in prompt engineering. Claude offers advanced capabilities for generating text based on user prompts. Last but not the least, Google Bard, now known as Gemini, is Google's innovative AI platform which seamlessly navigates through text, code, audio, image, video with capabilities like multimodality. Throughout this video, we will dive into each of these tools, uncovering their functionalities, applications, and the limitless possibilities they offer in the world of generative AI. Now let's understand what is prompt engineering. Prompt engineering is as much an art as it is a science, a very creative line. We'll come back to this once we understand what is actually prompt engineering. Prompt engineering is made up of two words, prompt and engineering. Prompt is nothing but a detailed set of guidelines or instructions given to the LLM or generative model to do a task. Engineering is developing iteratively a task-specific prompt to enable the generative models or LLMs to output a perfect or near perfect outcome that you have focused for. So, if you see, prompt engineering is an iterative process. How? First is the idea that comes to you that you want this. Then you have prompt, you design a prompt. Then there are results. You give that to your model, your ChatGPT, okay? And then you have to test, you have a feedback, right? So basically, it's a process, an iterative process. Now, once you have the prompt and you have the results, you might be not very much satisfied with the result. This is where you develop or you have a conversation with your ChatGPT, with your model, and enforce or reinforce the model to give you a good result, a good output, which is what you want. For example, if you have a task on code generation, now a specific problem statement can be solved through various methods. For example, you want to output palindrome. Palindrome can be done by brute force. Palindrome can also be done by a recursive method, recursion. For example, when you give ChatGPT a prompt, it will first give you a brute force method. You have to keep on instructing and providing an attempt or providing a prompt to ChatGPT so that it gives you an optimized version for your code. This is an example for code generation. Similarly, suppose you have content creation. You want to create a content, and your content that you want to create is directed towards a specific target audience. Now, when you give ChatGPT a prompt, the results it will show you that might not be satisfying enough. You have to tell your ChatGPT or your generative model iteratively what you want. Give them a feedback. For example, you have not received a good output. What you will tell your ChatGPT, for example, this is not I want. Please generate the output based on my target audience or based on my feedback provided, right? That's where your feedback or test comes into picture. You have to have a conversation with your generative model, or for in this case, if we say ChatGPT, give them a feedback, constant feedback. It is good, it is bad, it is what specific part you want it to be changed, right? All these things are an iterative process. That's why we say prompt engineering is an iterative process based on the guidelines or the detailed set of instructions that you provide for a specific task. Now let's go back a bit. We said when we started about prompt engineering that it is an art as it is a science. How it is an art? It is an art because when you conceive an idea and when you write a prompt, it is your creativity which comes into picture. However, the science part comes in when you provide your generative model or LLM, or in this case, ChatGPT, the prompt, and it gives you the result. Because in the back end, there is something called generative models, there is something called different transformers or architectures that are going into picture where billions of parameters are playing a role to give you this result. That becomes your science part of it. That's why prompt engineering is a combination of both an art and science. Now that you have understood what is prompt engineering, let's go and see the main element of prompt engineering, that is prompts, without which generative model ChatGPT will not work. Prompts are constituted, or it contains two parts majorly, that is parameters and structure. What will be the structure and what will be the parameters of your prompts? That when you design it, you have to think so that you have an optimized result. Now, structure is one thing that we'll talk more about, and parameters here, let me explain. I have only selected few parameters. You can search more. There are more parameters on which prompts work. Majorly, here we are highlighting only 3 parameters, that is temperature, top P and max length. Temperature is the randomness that comes into picture when you provide that parameter to your prompt. It ranges from 0 to 1. And if you want your model to be creative and generate creative answers or generate creative outcomes, your range, or you set your temperature to 0.7 to 0.8. However, in tasks such as code generation, you don't need creativity. So you can set your temperature to 0 also, where you do not want creativity. Now, top P is actually kind of same as temperature. It also has creativity. Top P is top probability that it selects from. So you have a generative model. It generates results based on your prompt. Now, there can be n number of results. How does that model decide what to put as an output for you? Here, top P comes into picture. More the top P, more you have different creative answers, right? So, low for factual, high for diverse. Last is max length. Again, it is written, manage your response length. This parameter is to control the cost of your generative model as well. So, now you have understood what is prompt engineering, what is a prompt, and what are the two main components of your prompt, that is parameter and structure. Now let's see components of a good prompt. What we mean by good prompt is that your ChatGPT, your generative model, gives you a good output, your good outcome, and you have less feedbacks for your ChatGPT or generative model. Now let's see. The first, or I would say the first two, are context and instruction. These are interchangeable, how you want to design your prompt. If you want to keep instruction first and then context in your prompt, you can do the same. If you want to keep the context first and then instruction, you can do the same. Context is an additional information that you want to provide to your model. Instruction is a specific task that you want your model to perform. For example, if you want to summarize some text, that is your instruction. Summarize your text. Summarize this text. Context is why you want to summarize. What is the outcome you want to achieve? For example, going back to Tesla, there you are providing an instruction to summarize, but the context is that you want a business report. From a business report, you want what is the profit from 2020 to 2023, right? So that is the context that you need to set. Why do you want this? Why it is needed? Next is the input data. Okay. What is your input data? For the example, Tesla example, the input data is your business report or business article that you will provide to ChatGPT. And output indicator is what and how you want as an output. For example, you want in a CSV format, your output. Suppose you want in a tabular format or you want in a graphical format. So you have to tell what kind of output or what format of output you want. So these are the 4 components of a good prompt. If your prompt consists of these 4 things, you are enabling your generative model, your ChatGPT, to give you better and good results. Now, let's see an example. Here we will see sentiment analysis. We are setting up a context. It is written, act as an analyst. You are asking your ChatGPT to act like an analyst working for an OTT platform. You are saying your ChatGPT that you will have to perform sentiment analysis based on the feedback provided by the consumers. You are working for an OTT platform. Your consumers are the users that are seeing your movies, your web series. Now, the feedback that they provide, on that you have to do sentiment analysis. This is the context that you are giving to your ChatGPT. Now, giving this, your ChatGPT knows that they need to think from an analyst perspective. They need to do sentiment analysis. Now, second is instruction. You are saying to ChatGPT to classify the feedback into neutral, negative, positive. Where you are instructing or telling your ChatGPT that what is positive. Positive means your consumer is your promoter. Negative means they are demoter. Neutral means they are neither promoter or demoter. They are neutral towards your content. This is the instruction that you give. What the ChatGPT or what generative model needs to do. This is what it is doing. Classifying. Next is your input data and your output indicator. Before that, let's see an example. A good prompt. While you are giving a good prompt, if you give examples for your generative model, here in this case, we are using ChatGPT. If you give them an example, they will learn from this example and train your input data to give the output. Here we have given 2 examples. Feedback. First feedback is, I think the series was okay. Second feedback is, the acting of each character in the series was awesome. So, I think the series was okay. It took this okay as neutral. So, this is a sentiment neutral. Here, awesome it took as positive. So, your sentiment becomes positive. Now, your input data is the storyline for the series was repetitive and abysmal. And your output indicator here is sentiment. What is the sentiment for this? You're asking your ChatGPT what will be the sentiment of this entire prompt. That is your context that you have given, which tells ChatGPT to act as an analyst and do sentiment analysis. It gives an instruction to classify the feedback provided, that is your input data, and classify that feedback into positive, negative, and neutral. Here you are giving examples for the same so that your ChatGPT can understand, learn, and then act accordingly. Now, the output for this particular feedback is negative. So, if you copy paste this into your ChatGPT, it gives you an output as negative for this sentence. So, this is how you should write your prompt, which is good. These are the components, good components for your prompt, so that the output that ChatGPT generates for you is exact for you to work upon. So, this is what we understood about components of a good prompt. Now that you have seen what are the different components of a good prompt, let's have a look at a good checklist that you can keep in mind while designing an effective prompt for better results. So, the first one is defining the goal. Telling ChatGPT what exactly you want to do. That is called defining the goal. Next is detail out the format. Format is output format that you want ChatGPT to provide you. For example, as I told you previously, it can be table, paragraph, list, CSVs, anything that you want. And you can give it in a priority order also. Ask ChatGPT to give you in a priority order if you are working on such content. Next is creating a role. If you remember the previous prompt that we discussed, while learning about components of a good prompt, we told as a context, act like an analyst. That is creating a role so that ChatGPT assigns or processes based on your request, based on that role that you have asked. Next is clarity who the audience is, or clarify who the audience is. Basically, you are telling ChatGPT, please generate the output based on the demography of my audience, whom I am catering to. It can be beginner level, intermediate, advanced, if you are creating any content. If you are creating code, it can be foundational, functional, expert. Based on the audience, it can also, if you are a teacher and you are using ChatGPT, you can specify, I want to teach fractions from a 6th class learner perspective. Or if you want to create a content, or if you are working on something and you want to make someone understand that particular concept. For example, I want a 10-year-old to understand what is prompt. How would I make that particular learner understand? That kind of clarity, that kind of clarifications when you put in your prompt, what is your target audience, it will generate tailored feedbacks, tailored outputs for your prompt. Next is giving context. Basically, you are giving every possible additional information for ChatGPT in your prompt so that the purpose of your request is clarified to ChatGPT and the response that it generates is what you want. Next is giving examples. We saw in the previous components, while we were understanding components, that giving example trains your ChatGPT or makes it understand that what you want, and it learns from it to produce accurate results. Next is specifying the style. It can be communication style. If you're working with a brand, it can be how your brand works. Communication style such as informal, formal, what do you want to do? So it's suitable for your response. Next is defining the scope. When you outline the scope with specifications, besides giving context and examples, ChatGPT operates within those parameters. For example, temperature, when you are telling, okay, I want to be creative, my temperature is this. I want my top P to be this, right? You are defining the scope for your ChatGPT. Applying restrictions. Restrictions becomes your what is, supposing, length that you want. The output length, the token length that you want. There is a restriction, but what is that you want? When you apply those restrictions, that constraints will create right boundaries for ChatGPT to produce relevant responses. So, all these are checklists that you can keep in mind. Again, these all pointers in your checklist revolves around all the components of a good prompt that we have already seen. But as a checklist, you can keep in mind that, okay, these are my pointers which I can follow when I'm designing my prompt. So, this is how you can write a good prompt. Imagine having a chat with an AI that feels like talking to a real person. That's what ChatGPT does. ChatGPT stands for Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformer developed by OpenAI. It is an artificial intelligence model based on the technology called Transformer, which is particularly good at processing and generating human-like text. It's a version of what's known as language model because it can predict and generate sequences of words based on the input it receives. Now let's dive into some of the buzzwords you have likely heard about. Generative AI, large language model, that is LLMs, and GPT.
Now let us see how to give the prompt to our ChatGPT. I will start telling that I want to build a game app that is rock, paper, scissors. Let my backend be Python and frontend be HTML, CSS and JavaScript. I want to execute this on an online editor, namely Replit. So this is our instruction constraint. Because here I am telling ChatGPT that I want to develop a rock, paper, scissors game where Python is my backend and HTML, CSS and JavaScript being my front end. So we are setting a context here. So this is all about what we want to develop. Next is I want this for the target audience of college students and it should be for early professionals as well. So let it be simple and easy to execute. So this is where I am setting my audience pattern and the overall context is set here. Then let the creation of this be very interactive and with simple explanation and a step-by-step process which helps me understand and create these easily. So this is our overall context that we are setting here. So I want it to be very interactive so that it will tell me what to do stepwise. Then please help me connect both front-end and back-end codes easily and explain everything from scratch. So this is again an instruction. So this is my entire prompt which I want to give it to my ChatGPT. So I will copy paste this prompt to my ChatGPT here. So I will go to my ChatGPT and I will give my prompt. If you want to know more about how to write these prompts in detail, you can take up a course from our great learning platform and it is prompt engineering. So now let us execute this prompt. When I give this prompt, so this is what ChatGPT gives me back. So sure, let's create an interactive rock, paper, scissors app using Flask at the backend and HTML, CSS, Java for the front end. Here it's giving me step-by-step guide to follow. So it is telling me to sign in or log in to replit.com. I will show you a demo of how the prompt decoding works in a moment. But first, let's go through the basic setup. For our front end, we are using HTML to structure our game. CSS to style it, and JavaScript to add interactivity. HTML will help us create the grid for the rock, paper, scissors game. CSS will make it look appealing, and JavaScript will handle the game logic such as detecting clicks and revealing winners. On the backend, we will be using Flask, a lightweight Python web framework. Flask will serve our front-end files and handle the game logic on the server side. This setup allows us to build a fully functional web app with Python. We are going to use Replit, an online code editor, to run, write, and test our code. Replit makes it easy to collaborate and share your projects with others. Now I will walk you through the steps of building the rock, paper, scissors game. We will start by setting up the front-end files, then move on to the back-end with Flask, and finally connect everything together. So here I can go to Google and I can log in into my Replit account. I have already logged in. So you can create one account for your own. So this is my Replit account. Next, it is telling me to create a new project. So it is telling me to click on the create button and choose Flask as the template. So I can go and click on the create Replit option here. I should select Flask as an option. That is your template. Now, I have to give a title to it. So, what can we give? We can give it as rock, paper, scissors game app. Okay. So, now create Replit. Now, once you click on create, it will open a new page for us. So, now here we will be copy pasting our code. So, we'll see what is our next step. Our next step is to set up the backend, that is Python with Flask. So, we have to open main.py and copy this code. That is your Python code. So, click on copy code here, go to your Replit. So, this is our main.py. So, here I am copy pasting my code which I have got it from ChatGPT. Next, after this step, it is telling us the step 3, that is to set up the front end. So, to set up the front end, we have to create templates folder first. So, let me go back and I am in main.py now, and here there is an option of new folder. So, click on this new folder and name it as templates. Okay. Now, it is also telling me create a new folder named templates. Inside this folder, we have to create a file named index.html. So, I'll copy the same name and I'll go back, and here it is telling me file. So, I will copy paste my HTML file now. So, I have created an index.html file. Now, next after creating it, it is telling me to add HTML code. So, I will just copy this code and I will paste it here in my HTML file, that is index.html. Okay, we'll see what we have to do next. Next, it is telling me to create static folder. So, I'll go back on the main.py, click on main.py, again create a new folder by name static. Okay, and inside that we have to create two files now. So, one is style.css. I will name a file as static.css. So, now after naming my one file name as CSS, other file name is script.js. I will create another file inside this by name script.js. I have created two files inside static folder now. So, now I have to add CSS code. So, I have to copy my CSS code and I will go to my CSS file and I will paste the code here. Next it is telling me to add the JavaScript code. So, let me copy the JavaScript code from here and I will click on the JavaScript file and let me paste my code here. Next, we will see what it is telling. So, step 4 is nothing but running the application on Replit. So, before we run into our execution, let us see the main gist of what these files are now. So, this is the Python file where you are setting the actual context, where it is actually playing rock, paper, scissors and all of that, taking the input from the user. HTML file where it is used for structuring your code. So your entire web page will be set up using this HTML structure. Then is your CSS where you are styling your entire web page. And then is your JavaScript, which helps you to interactively connect everything on your code that you are developed. So now, once you understand the gist about it, we will move on to our step 4, that is your running the application on Replit. So to run, we have to just click the run button on top of the Replit. Then you can access the game is what it is telling. So now I will go here and I will run. So when I run this code, you can see that you have got an output. So it is telling rock, paper, scissors. So if I click on rock, it will tell you chose rock, but computer also chose rock. So it is a tie. So when I click paper, you chose paper, but computer chose rock. So you win. So this is how you can get the output for a single player, computer being your another player. So now we will actually define our code. We will refine our code using ChatGPT better for 2 players. So I am just giving the prompt as rock, paper, scissors should be for 2-person game. So when I give this prompt here, again it will refine the code and it will give me the code. So simply we will copy paste all the codes of Python, HTML, CSS and Java from here on the same document that we have created. So copy the Python code, I will go here and I will paste it in my Python file. So select all, select V. So I pasted it here. Now, next let me copy HTML code. So copy code, go back to your Replit. In your HTML file, let me paste the HTML code. Next, it is giving me the CSS code. So copy the code, go back to your Replit, go to your CSS file and paste your CSS code. Then go back to your ChatGPT and copy your JavaScript code. Get back to our Replit. Let me paste my JavaScript code. So after doing everything, let me run my project now, right? So let me run. So when you click on your run button, again, you got your new output for 2 different players. So player 1, let me choose rock and it is telling waiting for the other player. Player 2, let me choose paper. So it will tell paper is the winner, right? So it will tell player 2 is the winner. Like this, you can test for n number of options. You will get the output as who is the winner in particular option or game. So this is how you can develop the app using ChatGPT. As we reach the end of this video, I hope you now have a clear understanding of how to develop a simple game app using ChatGPT, prompts and Python. The key takeaway is to break down the task into manageable steps and leverage the power of ChatGPT to guide you through each stage.
The technology has rapidly evolved and has made statistical and data analysis very convenient. How? Using the most popular generative AI tool, ChatGPT. So let's quickly apply statistics on one of the healthcare dataset by using ChatGPT 4o. So first we're going to upload the dataset over here. Once we'll upload the dataset of healthcare, then we're going to give a prompt. What prompt we're going to give over here, that you can see that now based on the shared dataset, first read the dataset and perform if data cleaning is required using Python and display the output as well with the code. So when I will run this, let's see what output we are getting over here. So as you can see that I have asked over here based on the share, first read the data set. So first you can see the summary of the data we are getting over here, and then after we are getting the potential issues, all the issues what we are having with the data. Data cleaning steps over here ChatGPT 4o is showing that we have to convert the date of admission and discharge date to date time format, correct capitalization in the name column. So these all are the basic data cleaning steps you can see. So once it will do all this, it is showing the data cleaning steps, and we are getting over here the cleaned data set, but we are not getting the code over here, right? So for that I have asked that provide me the code with the output. So when I'll give this prompt over here, you can see that we have the code, and based on this code we are getting the output. So this is the output. The data description also we are getting over here, the sample of negative billing amount we are getting over here, and this is the complete clean data set which is over here, you can see on the screen. Now let's proceed with the next step. So the next step is that perform the feature engineering if it is required and display the output as well. So we are not only asking for the output, with that we want ChatGPT 4o to show you the code properly. So let me add one more point over here, that display the code and its output as well. Okay, let's run this prompt and let's see what we are getting as an output. ChatGPT 4o, it's not only giving you the code over here, it's giving you the explanation as well, that feature engineering involves creating new features and what is basically feature engineering is. And other types like one-hot encoding is the part, handling missing value is the part of it. So you can see that code for feature engineering, complete feature engineering once we perform, based on that we are getting the output also. And once we'll get the output, then we're going to apply the statistical test as well. At last you can see the feature engineered dataset has been displayed for your review. If you need further modification analysis, please let me know. Now what we want, we're going to give the last prompt over here, that is please provide statistical analysis, and what we want to include in that, it should include the correlation covariance between the features and the statistical test which should have t-test, chi-square and ANOVA. Give the code separately and provide the output as well for each code. So as you can see, I have given the prompt over here to provide the statistical analysis that should include correlation covariance between features and the statistical test like t-test, chi-square and ANOVA. When I will enter this prompt, you can see the output over here, that it's providing the correlation, the output of that correlation matrix, and then after it's showing the covariance code, how to get the covariance matrix by using COV function. So as you can see that we are not getting output over here, we can ask again the ChatGPT to display the further process which I have asked in the previous prompt. Based on that, again it will read that prompt, and based on further steps it will going to display. So covariance, now we are getting the correlated with that and the output. Once we'll get the output, as you can see it's a lot. So after that again it stopped. So when I asked again proceed further more now, so based on that it started, and it start showing you the various statistical tests. So you can see that we are getting t-test, chi-square test and ANOVA over here. First is t-test. What is the meaning of t-test? Why it is used? It's also giving over here. And based on t-test, we are getting a code. And the code, you can see that we are performing t-test between billing amount for males and females. And at last you can see the output also, that what is the t state value and p value. So this indicates what, that there is no significant difference in the billing amount between males and females because the p value is greater than 0.05. After that, it's showing you the chi-square test also. A chi-square test is used to determine what, if there are significant association between two categorical variable. Here we can see that we will test the association between medical condition and test result. So ChatGPT 4o is not only showing you the code, not only giving you the explanation of the chi-square test, but with that it's showing you the output as well. So based on the code, we are getting the output, that what is the chi2 value and the p. So 0.146 and 0.703 respectively. What it indicates, what we are getting as an inference from here, that is there is no significant association between the medical condition, cancer and the test result. So because the p value is greater than over here 0.05. Now let's move to the ANOVA test. Why it is used. So it is used to determine if there are significant difference between the mean of 3 or more groups. So we're going to compare the billing amount among different admission types. So the code for that you can see over here: urgent billing, emergency billing, elective billing. We are using the data, and from the data we are using the relevant feature, which is called admission type urgent equal to 1 billing amount, and once we'll store, we're going to get the value of f-stat and p-value. Now what it indicates that there is no significant difference again in the billing among different admission type, because the p-value is again greater than 0.05. So you can see over here the summary also we are getting of a statistical analysis using ChatGPT 4o. It's very easy to use and easy to understand also. If you really want to understand furthermore, you can give the prompt in ChatGPT 4o and you can get the relevant outcome.
We'll be using HTML, CSS and JavaScript as our basic programming languages. The coding playground of choice will be an online editor, one compiler. With ChatGPT 4o by our side, creating our dream website is as simple as describing what we envision. Whether it's a portfolio, a blog, or an interactive application, GPT 4o will guide us through the process, ensuring we achieve our goals efficiently and creatively. Let's roll. First, let's open our ChatGPT playground and let me select 4o. Now, let's see what will be our prompts. I want to build a portfolio website. Let our front end be HTML, CSS and JavaScript. I want to execute this on an online editor, namely one compiler. This goes our instruction constraint to the GPT. I want this for the target audience who have zero coding knowledge or at their learning phase like college students and early professionals. So let it be simple and easy to execute and understand by them. This sets target audience to the GPT. Let the creation of this be very responsive, creative and with simple explanation and step-by-step process which helps them to understand and create these easily. This sets context to our ChatGPT. Please explain everything from scratch. We are instructing ChatGPT how it has to give us the steps. Great. Now that we understand our prompt, let's execute this on ChatGPT 4o and see the results. Wow, we got the results so fast and in a well-structured manner. For more information on ChatGPT 4o, check out our video on ChatGPT 4o versus 4 versus 3.5. Great, let's quickly execute this to see our results, how our website looks like. We just copy-pasted 3 different codes. Executing this codes is very easy on the online one compiler platform. We just have to copy paste the relevant codes in the sections. First goes HTML, then comes CSS, that is style. As a third part, we just copy paste the JavaScript code to the JavaScript container. You can see towards your extreme right you have a preview window. Once you click on the run button, it will execute the complete code which you have provided and show your website how it will look like. This is the basic structure of your portfolio website. You can enhance the design, color, pattern, responsiveness and add few of the actions as per the requirement as well. Thanks for joining us on this journey as we built a portfolio website with ChatGPT 4o. Remember, we covered creating a portfolio website using GPT 4o. Added customized designs and basic functionalities.
Now let us understand what is GitHub, because I'm going to talk about GitHub Copilot. So you should understand first GitHub. Many of you would be familiar with what is GitHub, might be using it also on day-to-day basis. Whoever is are developers or are software coders, they might be using it for sure. But again, you need to understand exactly what GitHub is to understand GitHub Copilot. Before understanding GitHub, you need to understand what is Git. Because, GitHub is based on the foundation of Git concepts. So Git stands for Global Information Tracker. So Git was initially developed to do version control system, and it's a distributed architecture. Version control system meaning, suppose you have developed a software or a project. Now, that was the initial version. Now you did some updation, some functionalities were added or maybe removed, and the next version of the software is created. So somewhere the older version should also be stored, right? Should be worked upon, and then the newer version should be installed. So how or where you can do all these? Git provides that platform. Okay, so it's a distributed version control system where you can keep your code, that is, you can store your code, you can manage it, you can modify it, update it, and release the newer version of it. Initially, Git was created by Linus Torvalds, the creator of Linux operating system kernel as well, and this was founded in 2005. Now, I'll talk about some functionalities of Git. These functionalities are also carried forward to the GitHub concepts. That's why it's important to understand this here as well. So Git has a distributed architecture. It means what? So there is an architecture where, it's called centralized architecture, where suppose you've written a software code and it is stored at one place, you are able to access it on day-to-day basis. But distributed architecture meaning it is stored at a place, but every developer's machine or a laptop is able to access it or keep a copy of it on their own laptop as well. Okay, so that's your distributed architecture provided by Git. Second, it helps you run a parallel version. Now, suppose that 2-3 developers are working on the same piece of code, or same software or project, and they're using Git to store that software or a project. All 3 developers can run or do the modification of that code in their local machine and keep on doing the updations parallelly. So the same code will have 3 different versions on 3 different developers' computer. Parallelly, it is maintaining all these versions so that the 3 developers can work independently on their machine for the same piece of code. Next, it maintains history. So all the metadata related to, modification or updation of a code, like who updated the code, what was the changes done, when was it done, all these metadata is also being maintained on Git platform. That's what it is, that maintains history. Next is collaboration and conflict resolution. So how is this, doing conflict resolution? So same piece of code, as I said in an example, that 3 developers are, accessing it and updating it, right? Now, suppose all 3 did the modification in the exact same piece of code. Which code will be stored back, in the original copy? How to resolve this conflict is also handled by Git. There are different logics behind which is used to take care of all these conflict resolution things. Next, coming to performance-wise, Git is fast and secure. I said fast because, it provides, person to access it on their own machine, and that's how, it is faster. And Git is faster because it can handle even large code base. Even if your code file is very large, you can efficiently handle it, and it's also secure. It's open source means it is freely available. So not just, GitHub is Git is freely accessible, but also you can access the code or manage your project freely. There is no subscription charges as such. Then integration. Git can be integrated with various IDEs. It can be integrated with various online platforms like GitHub. So here GitHub comes in picture. So GitHub is an online platform, or I can say a web-based platform for Git. So all these functionalities which I just now listed down for Git is applicable to GitHub as well. And apart from this, GitHub offers some more functionalities, some more features, as it is a web-based platform and it provides version control for various systems. Now coming to what is GitHub Copilot. So you want an idea what is Git, what is GitHub. Talking about GitHub Copilot now. So as GitHub, a web-based, version control system, which was already allowing you to store your projects, your software codes, basically, and access them also freely. So associating, Copilot with GitHub would have been beneficial because a lot of training data is freely available. When I say freely, it is open source. It is freely available to train the model. So as I said, GitHub Copilot is an AI developer tool. So it is an artificial intelligence based developer tool. So the programmers, the software coders, or the developers are going to use this GitHub Copilot to write down a code to create a software It is based on generative AI model, which I spoke about, and it is developed by GitHub, OpenAI, and Microsoft. As I said, initially it was founded by GitHub and OpenAI, but as Microsoft is one of the investor here, the name is associated in the founders. Okay. Talking about some of the features of GitHub Copilot, the first one is it provides sharp and intelligent code suggestion. Meaning, when you use GitHub Copilot, the moment you start writing code, it will help you to, suggest you the next line of code or the next few words of that code. For example, suppose you're writing a for loop. Okay. So for loop, if you write just the for keyword, it will automatically give you the brackets, what has to be written inside that bracket, those curly brackets and everything. Now this example, I've taken it from Java. If it is a Python code, it will suggest you accordingly. Or it is any programming language code, it will suggest you accordingly. Okay. Next feature is it auto completes the code. Now, why the software developers are loving this GitHub Copilot? Because for talking about, Java programming language, like I am a Java programmer. So when it comes to Java programming, there are so many, syntaxes which has to be keep in mind. That is semicolons, the curly brackets, the round brackets. So where curly brackets will be there, where round brackets will be there. Should I put a semicolon at the end of for loop or should I put it after curly brackets? There is no semicolon required. So these kind of lot of small things are there which has to be kept in mind. I'm very sure that other programming languages are also having these kind of syntaxes which has to be learned. But if you're using GitHub Copilot, you need not learn those or you need not Google every time after writing a single piece of code. Because GitHub Copilot will automatically complete your code with the right syntax of the same programming language in which you are developing your software or writing a program. It codes faster. Now, why does it code faster? Because as I said, if you're writing just the first few words of the program or first few, keywords of the programming language, it is going to suggest you what should be the next few lines. And you just have to, press tab or enter and it will write down the code in a fraction of a second. So that's the reason it codes faster. So it understands all the file types. If you have created a file, you're using GitHub Copilot there, and you've created a file with .py extension, it understands that it's a Python code file. If you have created it with .java extension, it will understand that it is a Java code file. Right? Similarly for other programming languages, and it will suggest you the code or the next few lines of your program on the basis of the programming language or the file type which you have stored that file of. Okay. So that's the feature that it understands file type. Next, cloud code understanding. So not just, the basic programming concepts, it also has concepts of cloud. Suppose you're writing or developing a software that uses a cloud platforms that may be using any cloud-based platforms. It will suggest you, according to that, the next lines of code. Okay. It also has database understanding. May it be any database, MySQL, Oracle, SQL, PostgreSQL, or, MongoDB. Depending upon which database you're using, it will suggest you, or I can say it will help you write the query in that particular database programming language. IDE integrations. It can be integrated with lot of IDEs, integrated development environments. Lastly, but not the least, it gives you the best suggestion. As this, GitHub Copilot is based on AI, generative model, and this model is trained on lot of freely available codes, that is open source available codes, and hence it provides you the best suggestion possible for that particular piece of code which you are trying to write or a program which you are trying to write. There are disadvantages to it as well. About that I'll talk in a little bit of time, but this is all about the features of GitHub Copilot. So what all you can do with the help of this. Okay, you will get a more clear understanding of this once we'll see the demo or a hands-on session, that how exactly is, it is auto-completing the code which you're trying to write, or how is it understanding even what is there in your thoughts. So let me be very clear here that it will not read your thoughts, what's going on in your mind, but yeah, what you are trying to write from the keywords which you have already written on the GitHub Copilot platform, it will help you to write the complete software. Now let us talk about what are the languages and IDEs that are supported by GitHub Copilot. Before getting started with hands-on sessions of GitHub Copilot, you need to know what programming languages you can use on GitHub Copilot. So the list is infinite, although not limited to this. Python, JavaScript, TypeScript, Java, C#, C++, Go, Ruby, PHP, and many others. As I said, the list is not limited to just these programming languages. Some might be added more, or it can add in the future. Initially, the language on which GitHub Copilot was developed and the first test was done was JavaScript. So later on, you will see that with JavaScript programming language, you can utilize all the features of GitHub Copilot. When I say all the features of GitHub Copilot, meaning different versions are there or different subparts are there for GitHub Copilot tool, which you can fully utilize when it comes to JavaScript programming language. But yeah, other languages are also supported. So this is the list which you can go through, and depending upon the programming language you want to work upon, you can choose GitHub Copilot. Talking about the IDEs supported by GitHub Copilot. So from the official announcement on the GitHub Copilot website, basically, you can see that it mentions that GitHub Copilot integrates directly into your editor, including NeoVim, JetBrains IDE, Visual Studio Code. Right? So these are the 4 IDEs, integrated development environments, on which you can use GitHub Copilot. I will be using Visual Studio Code to demonstrate you the codes and also the SQL queries. But why I have selected this? So there is no such strong reason. But yeah, initially when the GitHub Copilot was developed, it was tested and developed on Visual Studio Code. And as the first always gains a preference. So that's the reason I'm using Visual Studio Code. And also as this, GitHub Copilot was developed using this tool initially, it will be fully fledged supported or seamlessly supported by Visual Studio Code. And that's the reason I'll be using Visual Studio Code going further for demonstrating the hands-on session. Let's talk about the advantages and disadvantages as well. I have spoken a lot about advantages, right? Like, it helps you to develop and write faster code, because you don't have to, now keep remembering the small syntaxes or small keywords of the programming language. GitHub Copilot can suggest you what should be the next keyword here, or what is the advanced syntax which you are missing here. Why is your code even giving an error? That also can be pointed out by GitHub Copilot. So using all these features, you are able to write the code really quick, right? Even if suppose in the comment, just as a comment of any programming language, you write what application you're trying to develop, it will give you a basic code or basic idea. Suppose you want to write a program for linear search. You just write in a comment, program of a linear search. And within a fraction of seconds, it is going to demonstrate you or give you the code snippet for a linear search, right? If you want to develop a GUI, you want to create a graphical user interface with suppose 2 text boxes, 2 buttons, 2 labels, right? Just write down this as a comment. It will give you the basic, or I can say it will give you the complete code of what GUI you want to develop. That might need some customization depending upon what exactly the GUI you want to look like. But yeah, it will help you to write down the basic at least, right? But there's a disadvantage to this as well. As I said, first thing is that GitHub Copilot is not going to read your mind. It's not inside your brains. So definitely you have to give a proper prompt. You have to properly write down the comment what you exactly want GitHub Copilot to help you with, right? And as it is trained on the freely available programs, it might give you incorrect results sometimes, right? Suppose I said, I want to write a program for searching an element in an array, okay? And to search an element in an array, GitHub Copilot has suggested you a logic which is somewhat like linear search, but you wanted to write binary search. So right, there is an ambiguity here, correct? Suppose you wanted to create a GUI, as I gave an example right now, and there you want 2 text boxes and 2 buttons. It provided you the text box, but it didn't provide you the label, right? So text box should be associated with the label. What exactly has to be entered into the text box is provided as a label, right? So these kind of incorrect results might be produced by GitHub Copilot. So it's not exactly incorrect, but it's incorrect when it comes to the reference of what exactly you wanted to write code with or code for, right? So you have to be a little bit of intelligent programmer in software. So you need to have a understanding or a knowledge of the software programming language to just check and review that whatever code suggestions are given by GitHub Copilot, is it right or wrong? So that's is the smaller disadvantage. But yeah, as I said, if you have knowledge of it, you might not be affected with this disadvantage and convert this disadvantage to your advantage. Now let us see some hands-on session for the different aspects of GitHub Copilot, starting from the installation to running program related to Java programming language and also executing MySQL queries. We'll see everything. So let's get started with how to install GitHub Copilot. And in the process, I'll also tell you how to, integrate it with Visual Studio Code. So just go on Google and there you can write GitHub Copilot. Okay. And once you press enter, the very first link, if you see here, GitHub Copilot, your AI pair programmer, you have to click on this. Okay. And then the link opens up. This is the link here, right? Now, you can see all the details about, GitHub Copilot is over here. You can see here the .ts file, how the GitHub Copilot is helping. A small, GIF is here, wherein as a comment, the developer writes that determine whether the sentiment of text is positive, use a web service, and it automatically generates this code within a fraction of a second. Similarly, you can see with the Go programming language or Python or Ruby or whatever programming language you're comfortable in working or you want to develop a software, the same thing applies. Coming to the different plans which are available from GitHub Copilot. So one is that you can use a 1 month free trial. So to give it a try, you can go with a free trial, and that's what I'm going to do it right now here. So you can click here, start a free trial, and it will give you a 1 month free trial which you can utilize. Or there are two different plans. One is for individual, one is for business. So depending upon your account, your GitHub account, if it is an individual account or it's for corporate account, you can, leverage this benefits. So for individual, this is the plan per month or this much is per year. For business, similarly, the other plans are there. You can go with buying it. Trust me, guys, you're not going to, disappoint if you are taking these plans for individual and trying to use it. I'll show you also how, it is helping in writing a software. Then maybe you can get a clear idea that I should go with the plan or not. Similarly, you can see or go through this complete page. It also tells you here down the lane that, how it is helping the developers in the entire world. The research has found GitHub Copilot help developers code faster, focus on solving bigger problems, stay in the flow longer, and feel more fulfilled with their work. So this is some data, research data, which has been put up over here. And similarly, down you can see somewhere it is also mentioned which all, So you can see it writes the program for if you want to draw a scatter plot in JavaScript. This is how quick it is writing down. So you can see just with a blink of an eye, it has written the complete code. You can go with Python and how to drawing a scatter plot in Python just within seconds. Similarly, you can go for, other program related to memoization, or you can fetch tweets, or writing the program for fetching the tweets can be written within fraction of seconds. Right. So this is, example how Copilot is helping you write code better. Now coming to how to install it. So as I said, you have to click on GitHub Copilot link. That is the very first link when you type GitHub Copilot in Google. And here you can click on start a free trial. So if you click on this, it will take you to the login page of GitHub. So you can see here that it is already logged in. So my account, this is Pragya Prudent here. If you are not logged in, or for the first time you're using it, maybe you have logged out, it will ask you to log in. Else you can, if I go back to that page, as I said, if you click here, or you can just before itself, you can sign in from here. So as I've already signed in, it's showing my, profile icon here. But if you have not, it will show you the option to sign in or sign up. Okay. So I'll go back again there, clicking on a start a free trial. And as I have not yet taken any plan, or I'm not using the account which has plan associated. So this is the free version which I'm using right now to demonstrate you. And in this, if you can go here and see, there's option of billing. Yeah, here, billing and plan. So if you go on this, plans and uses, so you can see right now it is saying it's due by September 8 because recently I've taken the free trial version. If you want to buy it right now itself, you can go here and do the upgradation. And you can see what benefits are there and what is not included. So these many things are supported right now in my GitHub Copilot, account. So you can see GitHub Copilot, it is there with the GitHub. Now, how to link it with Visual Studio Code? So I'm going to use an IDE, Visual Studio Code. You can use all the other IDEs also, which I have mentioned to you, which GitHub Copilot supports. And the reason I'm using GitHub Copilot with Visual Studio Code is that because that was the platform and IDE on which GitHub Copilot concept was initially developed. So for that, you should either have Visual Studio installed in your laptop or system. If not, then again, you can take help of Google and you can just directly type here Visual Studio Code and the very first link here. You can click on this. It will take you to the page of Visual Code Studio. You can go to this download option here and it will show you the option. If you are using Windows, Mac, depending upon your Ubuntu or whatever, Red Hat, whatever is your operating system, you can download it from here. So if you click on Windows here, it will download. You see, thanks for downloading Visual Studio Code for Windows. Actually, I have already downloaded and installed the IDE, so I need not install it again, but guys, it's very simple. So you can, once it downloads, so it's still downloading. So once it downloads, you have to just click on it, click on I accept the terms and services, and just clicking on next, it is going to install it, right? So it will take maybe 2 to 3 minutes hardly to install once it gets downloaded. Now, point is how to connect Visual Studio Code with GitHub Copilot. So let me show you that. As I said, I have already installed Visual Studio Code. So here is the terminal for it. So once you install it and open Visual Studio Code, you will see like this, something of this kind of a screen will come in front of you. So I have also created a project folder here and a file. That's the reason it's showing it. But if you have not and you have opened VS Code for the first time, these options won't be here. You have to create a folder and a file separately later on. Okay. So you can actually go from here, create a new file, or you can open some folder and then inside that you can create a file. So these options are here, which you can do. But before that, how to integrate now GitHub Copilot with VS Code? So for that, you have to go to this extensions option. Okay, that's also the marketplace. So here you have to search the extensions in the marketplace. So I'll just write GitHub Copilot. Okay. Now again, GitHub Copilot has various versions. Okay. So GitHub Copilot Labs, GitHub Copilot Night, different versions are there, which has different features. And also some are used for different activities, different kinds of, activities related to software development. Depending upon your use, you can, but here I'm going to just show you the very first basic version of it, that is GitHub Copilot. So once you write there, the very first option which you see with a tiny bear kind of an icon, you can click on this. So once you click here, like as I have already installed it for a faster demonstration here, but if you have not, in place of this uninstall, it will ask you to install. So just have to click that install, option. These reload require disable option would be there. There will be only one option given to you here, install. Okay, for the first time if you have not installed. Click on that. It will install here itself with a fraction of a second. It won't take you to any other page or anywhere. It will just simply install. And then it is going to pop up asking to authorize VS Code by GitHub to use GitHub Copilot. Right? So authorization from GitHub is required. So if it doesn't automatically pops up, then in the notification center, you can click here and definitely here there will be a notification saying kindly authorize GitHub Copilot to be used in VS Code. Okay, so you have to just click on that notification. It will take you back to your GitHub account and it will ask you here to, it will pop up message here saying that editor VS Code is trying to access GitHub account. So you have to allow it and authorize it. So you have to click on authorize button and that's it. It will link there. And once the link is completed, here you can see this small icon here. So this is the icon for Copilot. Okay, GitHub Copilot. So once this is active here, If it is not installed properly, it's not active, then there will be this icon with a, a cut mark over it, like a slash on top of this bear icon. It means it's inactive right now. If you want to inactivate, or deactivate, you don't want to use it right now, you can click on this, and then you can click on disable globally. So disable globally is for disabling it for all the programming languages which you are using on this VS Code. If I am using some programming language, suppose Java, then it will ask you that want to disable for only Java. Okay. So depending, if you want to disable it for some time or you are finding it irritating, you can disable it as well, but good to use it. Fine. So this is done. So you have to just close it. And if you are using, if you have to run Java codes here, so VS Code supports Java programs, right? So you just have to install the JDK in your machine. So make sure that JDK is installed. If not, you can again install the JDK or the extension for Java from here and install it in the same way how I explained you for GitHub Copilot. So you are able to run Java programs also properly. Now, coming to already I have, okay, so once you have installed Java, you have installed the plugin of GitHub Copilot, you can go ahead with creating a folder here, or you can open a folder if you've already created or it's there in your system. And then in this, you can create a new file. I can give it a name. Suppose, first program.java. Okay, so just click enter. You can select the folder. So it's already selected. VS Code folder is there and Java project folder I have already created. So you can just create the file. So it created, the file firstprogram.java, right? So you can see J here. So it's a Java file, right? So that was all about your installing GitHub Copilot, installing VS Code, integrating GitHub Copilot with VS Code. Now we have installed GitHub Copilot, we have installed VS Code and integrated GitHub Copilot with Visual Studio Code. Now time to start writing program. So the programming language which I'll be using here is Java programming language. Let me demonstrate you how to write on a program quickly using GitHub Copilot. Okay, so we have created a file here, firstprogram.java. If you want to create a new file, you can go here, click on new file, and then give the extension which you want to. Here I am using Java programming, so I have given .java extension. It will ask you to select the folder, select the particular folder where you want to create this file, and then just hit enter. It will create the file. Okay, so firstprogram.java is the file which I have created. Now, you can see here my GitHub Copilot is active, right? So it's asking to deactivate, it means it is activated. To use this, if suppose I'm going to write a hello world program, right? To check how, GitHub Copilot is helping you. So you have just written a class here, right? And it will automatically give me the suggestion that I want to write a hello world program, because for the first time without any input, whenever you start programming, the very first thing you learn is writing a hello world program, right? How to, print hello world keyword. So this is what it is going to give me. So I've written class and then I'll just write, half of this first. It is automatically, you can see, showing me the suggestion for the code, and it's completing the line that after first I should write program, as this is the class name, and then all the syntax, public static void, main string, args, and system.out.println, hello world, everything is being demonstrated here, right? So you can see here, right? It is giving me the suggestion for the entire hello world program. So I just have to click, or I have to just press tab, and it will come to the end of the suggestion, okay? And just program for printing hello world is complete. So you can see how quick it was, right? Now if I want to print something else here, I can print something else, maybe good morning, okay? And if I execute this by clicking on this icon, so you can see that the program ran successfully, executed successfully, and good morning here is the output, right? Now, I don't want to, write this hello world program. Going to the next level, suppose I want to write here a program for maybe printing a pattern, okay? So there are different pattern programs which are frequently asked in interviews as well, right? So suppose I want to write a program, I'll just comment it out. You can write it without comments also, doesn't make a difference. Just that you have to delete the line after the code is written, right? Otherwise it will give you an error. So I'm going to see an example. So in the comment, you're just going to write program to search an element, okay, in an array. Hit enter. So you can see it's showing me what should be my next line of code. You have to press tab and then enter. Now the next line suggestion will also be given. So you can see not just the next line, it has given me the entire code which should be there for a program to search an element in an array. So you can see it's asking enter the number of elements in the array first. So it's creating the elements as well. Then it's asking to enter the elements of the array. And then you have to enter the elements to be searched. So which element you want to search, you have to enter, and then it's found. And once found, it is going to print the position, else it will print a message element not found, right? So let me execute and see. So this program is for a linear search, right? Let me execute it. Enter the number of elements in the array. So suppose 5 elements are there. Now Now the element to be searched, if I write, suppose 90. So you can see the element found at position 5, because these are the numbers which I have entered. 23, 54, 67, 89, 90. So 90 was the last one, position 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 90 was the position of the element. So it's correct, right? Now what logic it is using is a different thing. As I have not mentioned any logic to be written here, I just want to search an element in an array. So it's using just a linear search. But if I want a specific, logic to be used, like I want a binary search here, I can delete this and then I can rewrite the comment and it will again give me the suggestions, and you just have to hit tab and enter and it is going to accept that suggestion, right? So you can see here, now it is using binary search. So binary search is that we find the middle element, and middle element is first plus last by 2, and then we start searching from first till the last element, but always comparing with the middle element, right? If it is smaller, then we go with the all the elements smaller to the middle element. If it is larger than the middle element, we go to the other half of the array. So this is the binary search, and see, correct output is given, or correct code suggestion is given by GitHub Copilot. So that quick it was, right? Now I'll show you a program here to, create a GUI with 2 text boxes, or we can create a login form GUI with 2 text boxes and a button. And I have to just delete all these. See, it is also giving me a suggestion for the comment, like, do you want to add some functionality to what you want to write, right? So you can see how intelligent suggestions are there. When the user clicks the button, the program should check the username and password. You want this also to be added? Okay, let's add it. If not, you can just leave it as well. So now it is asking that, when the, program should be logged in, it's login successful. So if you want something, if the username is this, if I don't want, username to be admin, I want username to be admin1, okay? And I don't want password to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, I want it to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can change it as well, right? And then we're going to just press enter. Okay, otherwise the program should, now it will start writing the program. I didn't want that particular comment to be accepted, so I just pressed enter. So it is now showing me that I should, import all these necessary packages needed to create a GUI form, right? So once done, yes, you can see here that if I pressed enter, it again showed me the entire code which should be there. If I press enter, tab and enter, I have just accepted a suggestion, but you can make sure that it's correct or not. So you can see it is extending the JFrame and implementing the interface, that is action listener. It is creating a text field, 2 labels, 1 password field and 2 buttons, okay? 1 login and 1 exit button. Initializing all these in the constructor for the class. So all these initialization is done. It's created JPanel. Now all these text boxes and buttons and password field has to be added to the panel. So it's adding to the panel here, panel.add. Then you have to implement action listener on these two buttons because it's going to perform some action. So you can just check that, the code is actually correct. And here is what action is performed, that if the button login button is clicked and the username is this, password is this. So it is fetching the text from here. And if it is equal to admin1, so you see here in the commit, I've changed that I don't want admin, I want admin1. So even if you make certain changes according to what you want to write a program, it will take that as an input. And password, I wanted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it should say that login successful, else login failed. Let's run this code and see. So yes, you can see here, as there is no, length, breadth and, width defined for these buttons and text boxes, it's showing me like this. But you can add some piece of code if you want here. For that also, the suggestions will be provided. So username, if I write admin only, and I write password as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I write login, it is going to say login failed because the username should be admin1. Now if I log in, it says login successful. So you can see how easily you have created a login page, a GUI, right, within a fraction of seconds. So this was all the help. You can see a programming example which can be provided or helped with by GitHub Copilot. Okay, now I'll show you a small, not just, these basic programs, but also the concepts of the core programming language of Java, that is your multi-threading concept. Suppose I want to create a class, okay, which a thread class basically. So class first program which extends thread. So you can see it is giving me the suggestion, and if I press tab, I've accepted it. So you can see the basic layout is ready. There should be a run method. There should be, the start should be called on the object of that class. So the basic layout of multi-threading is ready. Now, if I want to do some certain changes here, I can write my own, functionality here inside the run method, right? Depending upon what I want. And I can similarly, call this run method from here. If you want to add one more run method, or, override run method, and just learn or see the concepts of overriding with run, you can do that as well. So you can see here it has written one more run method for me, right? So not just the, GitHub Copilot is helpful for those who are just writing a program, who have learned the programming, but also for them who are learning it. Like you can see here, the very basic concept of threading, multi-threading can be learned in Java using GitHub Copilot. So that was all about Java programming. How is it helping for the developers to develop the program in Java? Now let us see how we can use GitHub Copilot with MySQL in Visual Studio Code. So just now we saw a Java program, right? Now moving ahead to MySQL. So what we should do here is that you have to first install the plugin related to MySQL in your VS Code, and that you can do in a very few simple steps. That you can just go to the marketplace, installing extension position, and here in the search you can write MySQL. Okay, and here the second one, this, if you see here this this database icon, you have to click on this and install it. As I have already installed, again it's showing me uninstall option. Otherwise it will show you install option here. Just click on it. It will install you without asking you any accept, reject or next option. It will simply install here. So MySQL, once it is installed, so these icons, if you see, are on the left side, database, NoSQL, these will not be until you have installed MySQL. So once you have installed, these icons will be visible to you. So if you click on these icons, which is visible here, so if you click on database, right now I have already connected it with the database, so it's not asking me any option to connect. But for the first time, when you are integrating MySQL with VS Code, it is going to, a pop-up window will be here where you have to fill the connection name. Okay, and now what is that connection name and password, which I'll tell you. So let me open MySQL for that. So you can see here I've opened MySQL Workbench, which was already installed on my laptop. So you make sure that you have MySQL Workbench already installed, already logged in. So you can see here 2 connections are there, local instance MySQL 80, and then Pragya, by my name, I've created a connection. You can create a new connection from here. And then if you click on this, you will be prompted to enter a password, right? So you can keep whatever password you want. Now, here, when I come to Visual Studio, here when you will click for the first time this database part, it is going to ask you to connect this VS Code to the database MySQL connection here. Okay, this one. So to connect, what you have to do, you have to fill few details. As that pop-up window is not displaying here because I've already connected, I'll just tell you what details you have to enter. You have to enter the connection name there and the password. Apart from that, you need not change any field there. Okay, need not alter anything, and just click on connect. So once you click on connect, all the database which you have created in that particular connection on MySQL Workbench will be shown over here. Okay, if you want to create a new database, you can click on this plus icon and create new database. If you want to select any one of the database, suppose I have selected this employees database. Okay, so these are the tables which I already have in my database, right? So I can use any of these. So you can see customers, employees, office, these are the tables. If I want to see what this customer table is all about, you can click on this dot and it will show you. So you can see here employees database, there are few entries here, and then there are these are the columns here. Similarly, you can go to the customers and you can see that as well. It's taking time to load. So once it loads, it can show. So you can see here customer name, customer number, contact, last name, and all these details are there, which has already been created. If you want to create new, you can do that as well. Now, our main motive here is to see how, GitHub Copilot is helping us to run MySQL queries. So for that, you can just go here in the query also. Okay, I've already created these 2 files. That's why it's showing here the name. Or you want to create a new file, you can just press Ctrl-Shift-P, the shortcut. This will be displayed. You can click here notebook. So you can create or open a notebook. So if you open a notebook, it will create a new notebook if none is created, right? So I've clicked on that. So you can see this notebook is created here. You can write your queries over here as well. Or the another way is that you can click on this query option, and then here you can click on plus icon, right? So this new dialog box will come here. Here you can make or write which database you want to use, right? For example, use, or you can just write any name here as well. The query file name, this is basically. Okay, so I can write, okay, start with. So this is just going to create this file. And now here you can write the queries now. So the first query is I have to specify which database I want to use. So I'm going to use here classic models. Okay. Now you can see here automatically it is giving me some suggestion. So this suggestion here you can see is from GitHub Copilot. Okay. But if I want to use, well and good. If I don't want to use, then I can write my own query as well. So suppose I want to select, I'm writing a simple query to select everything from a table. Okay. So select star from, so it's showing me some output, right? But if I don't want to display everything from customers table, I want it from employees table. So if I write just this, it will show me an option, right? Star from employees where last name is something like this. But I don't want that also. I just want this much. Now you can execute it. You can see here the output, right? All the data which is there in the employees table is being demonstrated, right? Similarly, we can write, I'll write some complex query here. For example, let's write a query to join 2 tables. Okay. So if I write select customer name, so you can see here it's showing already customer number, customer name. So I'll click tab, but not select everything. From customers is fine. Where, so I have to join 2 tables, right? It's not giving me automatically here the suggestion, but if I would have written as a comment that I want to join these and these tables, it would have definitely given me the suggestion. But I want to show you that line by line how on the basis of the prompt or whatever text you have written, GitHub Copilot helps you. So where if you write here, or let's join the two tables, right? So it is inner join. So I just write inner. So you can see now it is giving me the suggestion, right? Inner joins on customer.customers and orders table automatically it is combining. If I want some other table to combine with, I can write that as well. Okay, let me just now hit enter for this. And you can execute. Okay, so it says that the customer number field is ambiguous, right? So you can see how clear suggestion is there for even the error. It means customer number should be either specified from which table I want it to be displayed, or I can just remove it for time being. Okay, let's execute the query. So you can see it has demonstrated only the customer name. If I would have written customers.customer name, it would have definitely displayed the result. Now, if suppose I want that query for calculating sum of all the orders for each customer, or maybe for, you can write any query here depending upon what is your requirement. So you can see it is, I've just written the simple English statement and it has demonstrated me the result. Select customer name, sum, quantities ordered into price of each as total, displaying it as total from customers, inner join, order on customers.customer number equals to orders.order number. Again, it's inner joining with order details because the details of order, like the price which we are calculating, is there in order detail table. Now, if you want to execute, you can execute, but you have to delete this line, okay, because it will throw error. So if I execute this, you can see here some name of total is being displayed here. For each customer, what is the quantity ordered, total price for that is being displayed, right? So you can use aggregate functions, you can use inner joins, and without spending much of a time, you're able to run and execute queries. The various complex concepts like subqueries can also be executed with ease. If you want to create complex queries like creating a subquery, that also GitHub Copilot is going to help you with. Okay, I'll give you an example here. Suppose I want to create a subquery. So I'm writing select star from employees where employee number in select. So now you can see it is automatically complete that I want to write a subquery. It automatically understood, right? So the subquery by default it has written is that select reports to from employees where reports to is null, right? Meaning it's something like a self join, or it's referring to I'm trying to fetch all those employees details who is reporting to someone from the employee set only, meaning the reports to is null. Tab and enter, right? And then you can execute it. So you can see it is executing the subquery successfully. So as I said that you need to know the basic concept of any programming language or query language which you are using. And depending upon what you want to write, depending upon the prompts or the text which you have already written, GitHub Copilot is going to suggest you the next line of code or the complete program. We saw the various examples for SQL queries, MySQL queries, and also as a Java program.
Now let's talk about Claude. What is Claude? It's an AI conversational model. Conversational model meaning you can interact, you can communicate with this tool. Meaning you will be sending certain prompt or certain statements. It will respond you on the basis of what statement you have given it, right? So that is the conversational model. AI stands for artificial intelligence. The concept of Claude is based on the models of AI. That is the neural networks and deep learning models of artificial intelligence. Claude is developed by the company named Anthropic. Okay. The people who have formed or developed this Claude are the ex-employees of the company who developed ChatGPT. So the ChatGPT was developed by the companies OpenAI and GitHub and Microsoft, right? So the ex-employees of those companies are the people behind development of Claude, and that's one of the major reasons it is said that Claude can be the biggest competitor for ChatGPT. Although there are certain features
which are better than ChatGPT. I'll talk about the difference between the two as well, because ChatGPT is the most talked about AI tool, right? When it comes to the content or when it comes to AI tools, right? And Claude is one of its biggest competitors. So it's important here to talk about the difference between the two. So I'll talk about that in a bit of time. But yeah, that's the reason why this is said as the biggest competitor for ChatGPT. So as I said, Claude is developed by Anthropic, right? The people from the company Anthropic. What are the different capabilities? What Claude can do? It has a natural language understanding. Natural language meaning you can communicate with Claude in your own language. That is English or Hindi or whatever is your language. You can communicate with Claude in that language. Initially, Claude was only available in UK and US, but now it is available in many countries. It supports 19 languages. It helps you in summarization and search, meaning you can perform the task like, suppose you have given a big text to Claude, okay? And if you want to summarize it, like suppose you have a 20 pages or 30 pages research paper, or if you have a document which contains of like 10 pages of information, you don't have time to read all that 10 pages. You can provide that document to Claude and ask the Claude to provide you the summarization or the output in just few lines out of that big text. So that kind of task you can do with the help of Claude. You can search any information or any data on Claude. Okay. Another capability is you can do creative writing. Meaning if you want to develop a report, right? A final year student, suppose you're a final year student and you want to develop or write a complete report, you can make Claude do that for you. Next is coding. If you are a developer or a programmer, you want to write down a code or a program for any given problem statement, you can make Claude do that for you. Although the capabilities of, downloading that script file is not there, or it will not develop, or it will not give you the output then and there in the Claude interface. But yeah, it will write down a code for you. You can copy paste that code from there and paste it on your machine, depending on which programming language you are using. And then you can run it and make the code execute, right? So it will help you in writing down a code if you are a developer. Next is the pricing plan, which is one important criteria of using Claude. It is freely available. Although there is a pro plan of Claude, okay, the pro plan is because there are certain limitations with the open source or the openly available or freely available Claude version. That is that in an hour, the number of prompts is restricted, okay, and also Claude 2 API, like if you want to use the API of Claude, the second version, then you have to take the pro plan or you have to take the business plan of Claude. Okay, so there it's restricted, but majorly all the tasks which a Claude can do is freely or open source available to you. Okay, so that's one of the important aspects of Claude. The second major aspect is that it supports 75,000 words as prompts, right? So you can see the number of words in a prompt you can provide. So you can provide like 6-7 pages of prompt, right? Which is restricted in other AI tools. If I talk about ChatGPT, there it's restricted, right? So here in Claude, you can provide as long as prompt you can design. Okay, so these are the capabilities of Claude. So I hope you got a basic idea what Claude is. It's a conversational model like ChatGPT itself. You can interact with Claude, sending it certain prompts, sending in certain information, so certain statements, and then getting back the response. It can do these tasks which I just now mentioned. It is developed by the company named Anthropic. Now, what is the benefit of using Claude? So the benefits of using Claude is not very much different than benefits of using any AI tool or AI assistant. It's somewhat the same. The first one is time saving. Definitely Claude is going to save you time with respect to writing any kind of a content or extracting any kind of information from a document, from a book or from internet. Okay. One of the aspect of Claude is that it can surf the internet for you. Right? Meaning if you want certain information that, okay, what happened in the month of October in year 2021, it will help provide you that. And the best benefit or the biggest aspect of Claude is that it has access to the data till 2023. Okay, even the recent data, like if you want to know what happened in the year 2023 in the month of July or in the month of August or in the month of January, it will fetch that data itself. So the data is up to dated here till 2023. Next is improved efficiency. So definitely the work which you are doing, that is more efficient if you're doing it using Claude. The example which I gave was like writing an email. Like I'll also show you how efficient and nice email it writes. You might take a long time even to think in that way and write such a nice email. Okay, that's how it improves the efficiency. Enhanced user experience. So definitely you don't have to always interact with this AI tool or with Claude by physically interacting with the system. Definitely typing or using keyboard to provide prompt is one aspect, but there are other aspects also, like you can use voice control or you can just speak and interact with Claude, right? So that's how it improves or enhances the user experience. Next is data-driven insights. So yeah, Claude will also help you in extracting information that is based on data. Like as I said, what happened in the month of July 2022, if you want to get that information, it will provide you that as well. We'll see these examples, how these benefits are leveraged using Claude when we talk about the hands-on aspect of Claude. Now, to understand the technology behind Claude, as Claude is an AI tool, AI assistant, so definitely the technology behind Claude is same as the technology which is behind any AI tool. That is machine learning, natural language processing, right? So machine learning, as I said, is a concept where you make the machine learn on the basis of the available data. So there is a training data on the basis of which a machine is trained to behave in a certain way. And once it is trained, once it is efficient enough, it is allowed to be used on the fresh data. Natural language processing, as I said, the Claude is an AI assistant tool and it helps you interact in your human language, and hence the natural language processing is required. So natural language processing is a very broad term. So behind that, there can be the concepts of, genetic understanding, contextual understanding, semantic, analysis of the text. So these all are the smaller domains that together comprises or is behind this natural language processing. Okay. So let's also talk about how does Claude differ from other AI tools like ChatGPT. Okay. As I said, it is important to talk here because ChatGPT's biggest competitor is Claude. The key differences I'll talk about here. So ChatGPT is good when it comes to, you can upload the video, audio files as well. You can work on the audio, videos, files as well in ChatGPT. In one of its feature available called as advanced data analysis. But yeah, advanced data analysis is available in ChatGPT only if you take a plus plan. Okay, it's available in version of ChatGPT 4. In Claude, mostly everything is available free, whatever its capabilities, except that the API concept, you can use the API of Claude only in its pro version. Other aspect, ChatGPT has constraint on the length of the prompt. Okay, Claude doesn't have. If you paste a very long prompt in the Claude, chat box, then it is just going to summarize into a text document and give it to Claude tool. But in ChatGPT, you will get an error message saying that this long message or a prompt is not supported. Although that is very long, normally or generally, when we interact with ChatGPT, that long prompts are not required. But yeah, there is the limitation. The limitation in ChatGPT is of 12,000. In Claude, it is 75,000. So that's the difference. The other difference is that the Claude is able to serve the internet for you and get the data and extract the data from internet. But ChatGPT is not able to serve the data, and the data is available only till year 2021 for ChatGPT. And it is trained, the model is trained only till the year 2021. But in Claude, even the recent data till 2023 can be extracted. So these are the certain major differences between ChatGPT and Claude. When it comes to programming or as a developer, if I talk about the difference between the two, then there is not major difference. The only difference is that in ChatGPT plus plan, you will be able to create a complete software then and there. It provides you the output. It will help you also to refine your code more better in a way. But in Claude, you will not be able to do those tasks. But yeah, it will also write you a code, a program, or develop a complete software for you and provide you the code then and there in any programming language. So that's all about understanding the technology behind Claude and also understanding the difference between the two biggest competitors of AI tool, that is ChatGPT and Claude. Now let's talk about how can we use prompt engineering concepts in Claude. Prompt engineering is a very wide aspect or a very wide domain. There are a lot of things to be understood there, but here I'll only talk about those aspects which will make you write an effective prompt when you're interacting with Claude. So what is prompt basically? In a very simple terms, if I say what is prompt, it's an input that you provide to any AI tool. So the prompt is the input that guides AI responses. Definitely you will provide those prompts, those inputs to AI tool, and it will provide you the response on the basis of what kind of input you have given or what kind of a prompt you have provided, right? So AI tool is not able to understand what is there in your head, right? What you are thinking. It will only understand what you have put it in the form of words or in the form of prompt. So it is very important to write a very good prompt if you want to effectively interact with Claude. Okay. Now, what is the basics of creating a prompt? The first one will be clear and specific language. You have to be very clear in what you are extracting, what you want, and the language should be very specific. No, there should not be any ambiguous terms like, I want the information of some product on smartphones. Not like that. It has to be very specific. You have to define the context and then the expectations, meaning a very clear input and output should be given. Context should be defined. Like suppose if you want to write an email, that email is to be written for an organization, for an NGO, for applying for a job as as a student or to a teacher. So what is the context? You have to specify that clearly. And what is your expectations? Like if you want the email to be written, do you want the email to be a formal letter or an informal email? Or you want it to be a very lengthy one specifying every single detail, or you want to be a very crisp and concise email. So what is your expectations has to be clearly specified to in the form of prompt to Claude. Ambiguous prompts can lead to unexpected result. So as I said, there should not be ambiguous terms like, I want some information about some smartphones under the range of 20,000. Not like this some, and some, right? There should be specific, like this company's smartphones, I want information with respect to its, storage space, the size of it, the camera features of it, this way. Now, if I give you a tip for clarity in your prompts, the first one is specific input and output, right? You should specify clearly what is the input, what is the output you are expecting. You have to use explicit language. Example, suppose you have to ask for a summary of a book. To ask that, you have to specify which book you are referring to, who is the author of that book, okay? You want summary in how many words, how many points, how many pages, right? If you want to summarize the book, suppose in 2 pages, or you want to summarize it in just 1 line, or you want to summarize it in just 10 points, so that should be specified, right? Also, why you need that summary of a book? Are you a student? Are you a teacher? Or are you a developer? Why you want to summarize that book? What's the purpose behind it? That context should be set properly. And you should use the adjectives properly which you want in the form of your output. Like I want the summary to be concise. I want the summary to be effective. I want it to include certain keywords. Like I want certain SEO optimized keywords to be used in that, should be reflected in that summary. So all these points, whatever you want, should be effectively mentioned in the form of prompts. So I hope it is clear that how you can apply the small concept of prompt engineering, which I talked about just now, when you are interacting with Claude. Okay, so once again, what are the tips for effective prompt? The first one is be concise. Now, as I said, you have to mention everything. What is input? What is the context? What is the output? Certain adjectives if you have to add if you want, in your output to have that features for. But at the same time, you have to be concise. You don't have to write like a whole story behind. To be very concise with what you expect from Claude. You have to use correct grammar and syntax. Now, although even if small spelling mistakes are there, the Claude is able to figure out or understand what you're exactly trying to talk about. But yeah, if you're using any syntax and trying to get information from Claude, then make sure the syntax is correct when it comes to programming. Okay. Avoid leading or biased language. Okay. So the biased language should not be used. For example, what are the key features of this product? Right? You're talking about key features. Okay. This product, this is not referring to anything, right? So what product are you exactly talking about should be specified here. In what context you are looking for? Are you looking to buy that product, or you are looking for, teaching someone about that product, or if you are trying to give a review of that product, so that context should be set. Those are the concepts of prompt engineering which you have to keep in mind while interacting with Claude. Now let's get started with the hands-on part of Claude. Okay, meaning I'll be demonstrating you how you can make use of Claude for different set of tasks. Okay, but before that you have to install Claude, or maybe you have to understand how to make use of Claude. So let me tell you here that you don't need to install anything on your laptop or a computer. It's a web-based interface. You just have to log into the account and make use of Claude. So you just have to go on Google and type Claude. You can see the very first link from Anthropic. So this is a symbol of Anthropic, the company behind Claude, who formed the Claude. Okay. So you can click on this link. So you can see here, it took you to a page where it says talk to Claude. You have to enter the email address and continue with email, or you can continue with Google if you have already logged in. You can see here Claude for Business, and then Constitutional AI is another thing. So Claude for Business is mainly for using APIs, Claude 2 APIs, if you want to make use of it. So it is available in the Pro plan of Claude 2, right? Free version is available from here. So you can continue with email here, or you can continue with Google. So I have already logged in, so I will not be using this. Continue with Google, and I'll be using my account here. And yes, it has taken me to my dashboard. Okay, so this is the welcome screen where which you will get once you log into it. But if you are a new user, I'll show you in that case also what should be done. So I'll log out from here. You can enter the email address here. Suppose if I enter email address, okay, so you continue with email. You will get a login code to your email ID. So yeah, the login code was sent to my email ID, which was logged into my phone. So I'll enter that. Okay, so after that you will be getting this page where you have to enter the full name, your name you can write. Okay, so my name I'm writing here, Pragya. You have to agree to this, and you have to be at least 18 years old to make use of this. Then click on continue. You have to also enter your phone number and get verified there. Okay. So yeah, the verification code was sent to my mobile. So you have to enter that, verify the code, and then you're all set to get started. Next. So these are few information that will be given to you. It may display incorrect or harmful information. It is not intended to give professional advice, including legal, financial, and medical advice. Do not rely on Claude without doing your own independent research. So this is what I was talking about, ethical consideration, right? So this is one of the limitation here. Do not make use of Claude for any kind of medical advice or any kind of legal or financial advice, because there are chances that the Claude can give you incorrect result, as it is trained on freely available data on internet. Okay. Okay, so these are again few things which you have to related to privacy policy and all, which you have to accept. Also, there are certain notifications from Claude here that we may change the users limit, functionality, or policies as we learn more about how people use Claude. So there is already users limit here. Per hour you can only use these many prompts. There are like dislike buttons for the responses which are being sent or generated with using Claude. You can like or dislike them, or you can send them the feedback. So this is there. Then click on finish, and then here you are. Okay. So you can start a new chat here, or all the chats which you will be doing with the Claude will appear over here. Okay. As of now, this is the new account which just now I have created. So there is no history related to prompts or uses of Claude. That's the reason nothing is given. Although try these are given. That's a example, like summarize this PDF document, help me practice my Spanish vocabulary, explain how this Python game works. So yeah, these kind of single line prompts also can be given to Claude and you can get the response. You can see here, you want to go to Claude Pro feature. You can unlock more with Claude Pro. If you click on that, it will take you to the billing aspects of it. And it will tell you what all benefits it has. So you can level up your Claude users, priority access during high traffic periods, switch between different versions of Claude, early access to new feature. So yeah, Claude earlier version was 1.3, 1.2 and then the 2 version, and then there were certain more versions before that as well. So if you want to switch between the versions, then you can do when you have a pro plan of Claude. If you go to subscribe now, it will take you to the billing aspects of it. So you can see here, Claude Pro is $20 per month plus taxes. So if you are, you feel that you have requirement of it, which majorly the difference is that until unless you are very much making use of Claude for like in an hour you need a very high interaction with Claude. Lot more prompts have to be given. When I talk about number of prompts has to be given, then you can go to Pro plan. Else if you are having certain limited number of prompts per hour to be given to Claude, then it's okay to be use the free version of Claude itself. And second aspect here, if you want to use the API, Claude 2 API, then you have to take this plan. Else you can go with the free version of Claude itself. Okay, so I'm not going to subscribe it over here. We'll cancel it. Go to our page here. Okay, so you can see here there is an attachment button. Okay, so it says that you can add the content, you can load the files. So maximum 5 files. So multiple selection facility is also there in Claude, which is not there to remember in ChatGPT. Multiple files cannot be selected one by one. You have to select the files. So 5 maximum files you can select. 10 MB each should be the size of the file. It accepts PDF, text, CSV. So you can see all these, document kind of the text or the code documents are can only be uploaded, not the audio or video files. Okay, you have to click here, start a new chat and get started with Claude. So Claude by Anthropic. This is how you will install Claude and get started. Before going ahead and interacting with Claude, let me tell you what all tasks we are going to do using Claude. So we'll be talking about how to generate a code structure, then summarize a document, create a report format, write an email, do a market research, generate a MOM, and write some software codes in programming languages like Python and Java. So let's go to Claude interface and get started. So the first prompt which I'm going to give to Claude is that I want to generate a course structure for a course or a subject database management system. Okay. And suppose I am a teacher or faculty who is going to teach this subject database management system to the students of BTech second year, and I want to cover this subject in 50 lectures. So all these is my requirement, right? I have to put all these requirements in the form of, as an input or as in the form of prompt for Claude. So let's write the prompt. Generate an elaborate course structure for the subject database management system for a student of BTech second year. Okay, this was my requirement. What else is the requirement? Okay, the course structure should cover all the aspects of the subject so that a learner can work efficiently in the real world on database. Okay, this is the main motive, main aim why I am teaching the subject, right, as a instructor. What else? So also I want to complete this course in 50 lectures. So the course should be completed in 50 lectures. Okay. So you can see the prompt here. It has to be very elaborate, at the same time concise and very effective. Okay, so let's give this prompt and see. So you can see that the speed by which the Claude is generating response is not very slow. You don't have to wait much, like in, for example, if you have used Google Bard, there the speed of response generation is very slow. You have to wait for some time. This is equivalent to ChatGPT's paid version, although the free version of ChatGPT is more faster than this. But yeah. So you can see how beautifully it has generated a course structure for the subject database management system. So here it says here's a proposed structure for this: introduction, 2 lectures, then it has also divided into number of lectures each topic should take to cover, like data modeling, SQL, database design and all. So even the advanced concepts are covered because I have asked that the course should be enough for a person to work in real world on database. So yeah, it has taken all the advanced concepts into consideration. Also the programming aspect of database, like how you can connect to these and all, is also important when you're working in real world, right? So all that is there, query processing and optimization. So yeah, Claude has clearly understood the context which I have set up for it and has given me the response accordingly, right? So this is how you can generate the responses. The first example we saw. So the next one which we are going to see is that we are going to summarize a document. So for that, I'll be uploading a research article just downloaded from internet, which was freely available. The research document is on digital image processing. So I'll just upload that here. The size constraint is there that 10 MB it should be, right? And it should not be more than 10 MB. So yeah, this is the paper. Okay, I'm not giving any prompt or any input. Let's see what Claude does to this. Okay. So you can see here is an edited and formatted version of the research paper. This is a research on digital image processing technology and its applications by this person. Okay. Okay, it is providing me the complete details of the paper, right? Okay, let it do its task. Till then, I'm writing the next prompt that I want to summarize this document. Okay, so we can use the polite words, right? It is more interactive in that way if you use certain polite words like please, kindly and all that. So I'll use please provide summary for the document uploaded above in just 10 points. In just 10 points. Okay, so this is what it has done. It has read out the complete paper, but not completely, but in a concise way or in a summary way is what it has read. Right? Picking few aspects under each subheadings, I feel. Okay, so what I want is provide a summary for the document. So document uploaded above in just 10 points. Okay. Let's see what response is being generated. So yeah, here's a 10-point summary of the research paper which was uploaded. So this can be any document. Just I have taken an example, randomly picked any research paper. So you can see 10 points it has given, which is covering everything which is there in the paper. Yeah. If you want to summarize the document in just a line, in just one line. So you can see in a single line also it can summarize that huge 7 to 8 pages of a PDF or a document. Okay, so this is what is its summary or the output. Right, so this is how you can summarize any document. Next, let's see the MOM can be generated or not. So for that, I have a meeting transcript. I'll upload that meeting transcript here. Okay, and then we can say here that, can you please generate a MOM for the attached meeting transcript. Writing MOM is a task, right? Whenever there's a meeting, the people who are working might relate to this. So if you have a meeting transcript, a roughly written document or a meeting transcript as a whole, you can give that to Claude and ask it to create an MOM for it. So you can see the date, time, location, a proper format has been followed for creating an MOM. Who are the attendees, and then what's the agenda, and then what are the key discussion points, and what should be the action items, right? This is how a proper format of MOM should be, right? And that's what it has followed. So we saw a few of the aspects how we can interact with Claude. we'll explore some more benefits of Claude and some more prompts, how Claude responds to that. Okay, now let's see some more ways how you can interact with Claude. So we have seen 3 or 4 aspects, right? Now we'll talk about how we can make use of Claude for writing an email for us. Okay, so the context is that I have to write a email for applying for a sick leave, okay, for 2 days, and you have to also tell Claude that you're working as a maybe developer in XYZ company or maybe in any IT company, and I want to apply for sick leave for 2 days because I'm down with cold and cough. Okay, so let's give this prompt and see how good email is written by Claude. Okay, all the inputs is given. Fine, let's see how it generates an email. So yeah, you can see how effective and an efficient email for sick leave application was written by Claude. To write this effective email, you might need at least 5 minutes, but this did it in less than a minute, right? So yeah, the subject, dear the manager name, and that I'm writing to inform you that I'm on sick leave this from date this to this date. I've been suffering from cold and cough, condition has worsened, and also how nicely it has framed the situation, medical situation. I plan to use this time to rest properly so that I can recover and I'll respond back. So yeah, even the nice finishing lines for an email is given. Okay, so please let me know if you need any additional information about this leave application. I apologize for the short notice and inconvenience. Okay, so regards and your name. So this is a very effective and efficient email, right, written by Claude. So as I have already mentioned that if you want to write, if you are working with content writing and also for creative writing, you can use Claude. So if you want to generate a report format, okay, for example, can you please provide me a report format? The report is for the final year project of an engineering college. Okay, so you want a report format for writing your final year project of an engineering college. Okay, so this is the prompt which you have written. Although the prompt is very small, you can elaborate it again according to your requirements more. So let's see with this prompt, is Claude able to generate a format for me or not? So yes, you can see there should be a title page with these names, right? It's correct. Title of this is how we prepare, correct? Student name, enrollment number. The example this I took because most of you will be able to relate to it, right? Most of you would have prepared the report for your final year project, or those who are still in the BTech might prepare, right? So there should be certificate, then the acknowledgements, then abstract, table of content, list of figures, list of tables, literature review. So you can see even pointers like the subsystems. Under system design and implementation, what all should come under result and analysis, future work, references, appendices, all that is included. So this is the perfect report format generated. Similarly, you can generate a report format for any kind of a report which you are looking for to prepare. Either it's a financial report, medical report, or SRS document when it comes to software development, or what should be the format of a design document if you at all you want. So all these report formats can be generated using Claude. Okay, so now let's see the last prompt which we are going to give to Claude, that is for doing a market research. Okay, so we'll be doing a market research on a product iPhone 15, and we'll also try to find out what is the current usage pattern of it. Okay, so I'll give a prompt. Can you do a market research on the product iPhone 15? Okay, also give me the latest uses pattern for iPhone 15. So this is how you can see the response has been generated by Claude. Okay, so it has given me the market research, like even the recent data is collected and given in the response. Okay, so key markets like this, the worldwide, what is the market aspects, as I have not mentioned that I want the market research only in specified country, India or anywhere. That's the reason it has given me worldwide. And also users pattern I have asked, right? So you can see the weather and map apps users has spiked. So all these information, gaming adoption rising as the AI A16 Bionic enables immersive graphics and experiences. So all that has been considered in the latest iPhone model, that is iPhone 15. Also, it has summarized that strong performance aided by aspirational brand image and key feature additions like satellite connectivity is the advantage, although pricing and competition remains the disadvantage. So this is how Claude generates the responses based on what prompt you have given. Now lastly, let's see how Claude generates a software code for you. So if I want that, can you write a Python program for a tic-tac-toe game? So it is going to write you a program, okay, but it will not provide you any downloadable link or anything of that sort, which was available in ChatGPT, right, 4 version. But it will write you a correct code. And if you will give the same prompt in other AI tools, it will also, like other AI tools, when I meant it is ChatGPT, it will generate almost the same code, meaning that Claude also generates the most optimized code for you. But it might be that sometimes it doesn't. In that case, you can further give it a prompt to optimize the code. So you can make the conversation interactive. As here, I have not made it interactive, except for the case of when we uploaded a PDF document where we summarized it first in 10 points, then in 1 point, and so on. But if you want certain additions and certain things to be removed in the response which has been generated by Claude, you can do it that as well. It is a chat feature. You can interact with Claude like how you interact with any other human. Okay, so you can see this has generated a program for a tic-tac-toe game. Okay, still generating. So here is the 2-player game. Okay, one is you and one is, it is assuming to be a computer. So you can just copy the code from here and see if it runs or not. Okay, so you can copy it from here and you can paste it in the IDE or like this is the Python game, right? So Python code, so you can paste it in any Python IDE and make use of it or execute it. Similarly, if you want some program to be written in Java programming language, you can give it a prompt accordingly as well. So this is how we talked about how we can interact with Claude by understanding how we can give prompt for different aspects like generating a code structure, summarizing a document for a report, market research, generating an MOM, and also writing a software code in Python. Now let's talk about Claude 2 API. So Claude 2 API is available only for business users and it's not freely available. You have to take the pricing plan or the pro plan of Claude 2 and then only you can leverage the feature of Claude 2 API. Although I'm going to talk about here the steps which is required, what you have to follow, how you can write a program and make use of the API for your own use. Okay. So Claude 2 API is being offered to business customers at a pricing plan, as I already told you. You can use it through Web API as well as Python and TypeScript clients. Fine. I'll demonstrate you a program here, how you can write it and leverage the benefit of Claude 2 API for Python. But before that, if you are not a business customer of Claude 2, you can also make use of it, but only selected customers are given the benefit of it. Okay. So this is the link here which is provided, right? If you click on this, so once you click on that, you will be reached on this web URL, that is www.anthropic.com early access. So Claude API access. Thank you for your interest in Anthropic's language model. Our API is currently being offered to a limited set of users. We hope to expand access in the future. For that, you have to fill out the form here, which is mentioned below. Okay. But the form, the email which you are filling here should be your company or organization email address. Okay. Fill the details, submit the form. Okay. Once you submit it, on the email ID which you have mentioned, they will provide you the link to access the Claude API. Okay. And that will be an access to the console. Okay. So once you click on that link, which will be sent to your email, you will be having access to the console of Claude. Okay. And there you can make use of the benefits of Claude API. Although when I applied here, this has been like a month. I have not got the response back from Claude. Maybe the number of users whom the access has to be provided is already filled, or I have no idea what's the reason behind this. But yeah, the access is not yet granted. But yeah, if you are in immediate need of Claude 2 API benefits, then you can take the pricing plan of business customer and then you can make use of it directly. Okay, so once this is done, as I said, you will get an email. You have to click on that link and go to the Claude API console. After that, what steps have to be followed? Let's understand that. So once you have reached to the Claude API console, you have to generate the API key. That you can do it by going to settings. I'm not able to show you the hands-on here, but the steps I'll make you very clear so that if you are a business customer, you can make use of it. Okay. So going to the settings, the user settings, you can generate the API key from there. Okay, that API key is what you're going to use it in your program later on. Okay, so make sure you to generate this API key. Then you can write the program. The program which you're going to write will have these 5 steps. The first is you have to import all the required modules. Okay, the modules so you can see here, this is the code. Okay, I'll be talking about the steps and also explaining you the code side by side. So you have to import all the required modules like Anthropic. From Anthropic, you have to import Anthropic, human underscore prompt, AI underscore prompt. Okay, this is for understanding human prompts and this is for generating AI response. Okay, so these are the modules which you have to import. You have to also import OS module. After importing all the required modules, you have to initialize the client using the API key. Okay, so you have to create an Anthropic client. Okay, that client is what you have to use, or you can say it's a kind of an object or a variable which you will be using in the entire program to generate the response. Okay, so you have to initialize that client using the API key. Make sure you have generated the API key because that is what is being used over here. Let's see in the program. So here you can see in this line of code, this step, you have to generate, you have to use the generated API key, and that is the key here. Okay, this is double quotes. I have written Anthropic underscore API underscore key, right? You don't have to write this here, but you have to write the key which will be generated once you have been given the access of Claude 2 API. Okay, once you have generated by going into the settings, the API key, that API key has to be used over here. And then you have to create this client. So this is the variable. You can give any name to this. I have given A underscore client equals to Anthropic. This is the name of the class, you can say, or the module name. And inside this, API underscore key equals to OS module dot environment. It's not environment or anything. The spelling is this only, ENVIRON. Okay. And in the square brackets, you have to provide the key. So this is how you will create a Anthropic client. The next step is that you have to now generate a response by providing a model name, maximum tokens, and prompt. So you have to also specify what is the maximum token. Token is also something which you provide input like in the prompt. Okay. And what's the model name? So all that is what you have to provide information in the next step. So in the program, if we see, you can see here. So C1, this is a variable or object. Anthropic.completions.create, and in the in the round bracket, you have to provide the model name, the maximum tokens, and the prompt. So model is Claude 2. This is fixed. Okay, you cannot change that. The model will always be Claude-2. Maximum tokens you can change. Give it whatever you want. So 300 is what I have given the value here. Now the prompt. Make sure these keywords are the same. Model, maximum underscore tokens, and prompt. Okay, these are not to be changed. Prompt should be provided here. Human prompt, and then write the prompt which you have to provide as an input to get the response from the Claude. Okay, and then write AI prompt here. So this is the actual statement or input prompt. I have written here how to write an email using Gmail account. Okay, this is a one-line single prompt I have given. Although this prompt is not very good or very effective, but just for an example, I have put it over here. Okay, and then you have to print whatever is the response you will get. So print completion.ci. Ci is this object which I am referring. That was the last step. So you have to print the response. Before that, your prompt usually has human prompt and AI prompt, right? We saw in the code right now, correct? Human prompt and AI prompt, right? And then lastly, you have to print the response. So these are the steps which you have to follow when you are making use of Claude 2 API in Python. Okay, and this is the program. A program is very small, very effective, just few lines of code and you will be able to use Claude 2 API in Python. So I have not demonstrated you the exact hands-on session there because as I said, the early access request has not yet been fulfilled by Anthropic to me. But yeah, if it does for you, you can write the same program there and check how you can use the benefits of Claude 2 API.
Now we will understand how do we integrate Python and Google Gemini 1.5 Pro. Here there is no manual work in need, but there are few steps we have to follow. Let's explore and understand how this integration happens. Let's quickly switch to Google AI Studio interface. First step you have to follow is click on documentation. I'm clicking on that. It will open this Google AI for Developers interface. Here you have Gemini API, you have Gamma, you have Google AI Edge and tools. You have to choose Google Gemini API, but by default this is where it will launch. If you want to get API, you can go here, else I'm going back and just clicking on the quick start. Once I click here, you have a quickest way in order to choose between what language you are working with. Either you want Python, by default it is Python, or Node.js, Go, Dart, that is Flutter for Android and iOS development. You have Swift and Web. See, you have a ready-made option in order to work with Python with the help of Google AI Studio. So I am clicking on Run. Once you do this, you will get to see this interface. What is this all about? You can see a predefined integration that's happening between Google AI Studio and the Python interface, that is Google Colab. Generally we use that. Here you can just run pip install Google Generative AI. So it will install all the libraries available in order to work with Generative AI. The complete package is being installed once you run this. Once it is complete, it will show that the particular Generative AI packages are being loaded to your Colab. See, it gives us a check mark. Then you have one more option here. In order to get an API key to set up this particular code, you have to just run this. Let's see, 100% you will get an error. What is that error? You should get an API key and you should try to put that. And remember, API keys are always important in order to keep it secured. So you should not share your API key. So let's resolve this error. How do we do? Here you have to click on the key option available. It says add new secret key. If you don't have Gemini API key, you have to click on create Gemini API key. It will land up to get API keys interface of Google AI Studio. You have to click create API key. It will show safety setting reminder. Read the terms and click on got it. You have to just press on create API key in a new project if you are putting a API key for a new project. Else you can search for any old project, but it is having my first project here. No, let's choose to have a new project. I am generating the API key for a new project. So it's loading. It will take some time in order to generate. Once it is generated, we can copy this particular API key. Okay. You can close this, go back to your add new secret in the collab of Google AI Studio. Click on add. you have to give a name. What name you have to give here? However, it is mentioned, that is in capital, it says Google _ API _ key. So this should match the particular format how they have given in this code. I have given the name and the value is what you have copied from the Get API Key interface of Google AI Studio. Then remember, you have to switch on this toggle button. Once it says checked, you have to run this particular code once again, right? Now it will establish the connection. See, it says a right mark here. That means it has been loaded. The API key is now connected to your Python Google Colab of your AI Studio. Then our work is done. If sometimes there comes an error even after putting this particular API key, just go back to this and check whether this toggle is on or not. Every time you use, you have to have this button switched on. Next, if you want to see the model details, you can run the generative model. You can initialize this. So I am initializing for Gemini Pro. So everything is written actually. This is just a sample. You have to generate a text. It says in the content, write a story about a magic backpack. So already it has been run. So you have a complete story here. If you want to write your own codes, you can use that. So there is no use of running, but still I'm running this. So it will generate the response of the text. However, you have given the prompt for. Here it is the text generated, a small story. What's next? If you want to learn more, you can learn across in the Python tutorial available integrated to this platform itself. Hope the integration of Python and Google Gemini 1.5 Pro is very easy and understandable. Now let's understand building a simple chatbot. Before doing this demo, let's have a basic knowledge about what is a chatbot, what are the types of chatbots, and major applications of chatbots across the domains. First, what is a chatbot? Chatbot is a software which is developed in terms of artificial intelligence, where it can mimic the human conversation, or it can also answer on behalf of a human in order to address the queries. Generally, these chatbots are used across nowadays, integrated towards each and every software you open, right? Go to any website, be it traveling, booking website, or food delivery website, or any shopping websites, jewelries, clothes, anything for the matter, a small chatbot will pop up and it will ask us for if we need any help. How it is working? It is having a predefined trained data, like if we question on something generic which can be handled and addressed by the bots, it will resolve the particular requirement. How it is helpful? It is giving us a support in order to minimize the human intervention. If you take an example of Swiggy, if your order is delayed or some of the other problems happen, first the approach they follow is by resolving these issues with the standard questions which already has a predefined answer for that. In case beyond that, if you want to talk to an agent or a customer support person, then you can choose to talk with agent, right? In a first place, they are trying to reduce the human resource or intervention of the human in order to resolve the issues caused for a customer from the service or the product. So this is the approach nowadays we are following and we are accustomed and used to in order to interact with bots. Next, let's explore what are the types of chatbots we have. First is rule-based. In rule-based, it is having a straightforward, quick rule in order to be followed to get the answers we want. As simple as that. Next, we have AI powered, which is a little advanced version of rule based. It is having a support of machine learning in the back end, and it can address the wide range of queries across. Next comes task oriented. Task oriented is following a certain set task. The bots will do the same task monotonously again and again. So the boredom we have as a human beings, it will not be felt if we use chatbot for a routine or a normal repeated task. So task-oriented bots will help that way. Next comes conversational. As I told you before, conversational, generally we converse with a customer support for any of the product or service. So their intervention of the chatbot, which is conversational, will come across. Hope we have a broader knowledge on what are the types of chatbots we have. Next, let's talk about the applications of chatbots. Here, chatbots is there everywhere. E-commerce, online delivery apps, Amazon, Myntra, Ajio, you take any of the e-commerce places, you have intervention of chatbots. Next, healthcare, any application of the hospitals has this support. Finances, you have any bank applications, you want to log into your net banking, you can get the option of having a chatbot. Or if you want to open an account, you go to that particular website of the bank, the chatbot will pop up and ask what you are here for. How can I help you? Right? That is how it will try to resolve the issues or address the requirements. Next, education. Here we are using in all the projects, we are trying to create and understand, be aware of what's the technology that's taking in order to create this chatbot. Next comes entertainment. Here, there's a broad perspective, be it gaming, be it storytelling, having certain visualizations, graphics, everywhere chatbots can be used. Hope we are clear with a small introduction of what is chatbot, types of chatbot, and applications of chatbot. Now, let's move on to our creation aspect, demo. Before starting our demo, let's have some groundwork done. First, how do we design this? We'll keep it very simple and very countable number of lines of codes in order to understand. Because it is very basic chatbot, we are not integrating too many things. We are using Google Gemini and we are trying to integrate that API we get in order to make a conversational code. That's it. So designing conversational chatbot involves interaction between users and the computer. One thing, including it should have a greeting, it should have a response to the greeting back, and you should also provide a certain exit comment as well, which is very much important. You have to ensure the chatbot will not end randomly. If you press an option called exit, you can type exit, it will exit out of the code. You should keep it very organized way. It should not throw up an error or land up in middle of the particular code running, and it should not go to an error forever, right? We have to ensure it will be a smooth landing and smooth takeoff. So that's how we have to plan across. Let's understand the code and we will work along together. First, I will be showing you a code where it is not conversational, but it is serving the purpose. Then we will make that particular code, improvise that and make it a conversational chatbot. Let's quickly go back to our Google Colab in order to understand more about this. Now, here we are in our empty Colab. I have just named this Colab as build chatbot.ipynb. It is a Python file. Here, let's start with the first line of code. What we should do, we have to import certain libraries we need in order to start off. So, I am using the keyword import and trying to import the Google Generative AI, and I cannot be using this particular whole sentence as Google.generative AI, right? So, I will be giving a name for it as Gen AI. So, a short form of it Then what I should import? I have to import a OS. What is this? We are trying to set the environment with the help of the OS library. Okay. Then comes our crucial part. What is that part? We have to import our API key. You all know how to get your API key. I'll quickly give you a revision. Here, you should go to Google AI Studio. You should click on Get API Key. It will land to this particular interface. Here, you can create an API key or use the existing API key. Then paste that key once we start coding. So, let's go back to the coding platform and check what we can write. We have to first call the environment. So, os.environ, and I'm trying to create a API key variable. So, it says API key. Then what is our API key? We have to select and paste it inside the single quote. I have got my API key, so I am pasting that right here. So, our os.environment is set. API key is also been set. Next, what we have to do is we have to create a model. Model variable is equal to, we have to call the Gen AI, which we have already imported, and we have to use Gen AI.generative model. So, Gen AI.generative, you have to write the model right here. So, it is clear now. Next, you have to use a small bracket and you have to put up a single quote. Inside this quote, what you want to write? Which Gemini model are you using? So, Gemini 1.5 Pro, and you have to give a complete detail about it by adding a word called latest. The latest version which is present in Google AI Studio is what it is taking. So, that is why we have to mention the same. Next, you have to create response, a variable which deals with model interaction. Model generate content. You have to generate the content for the question given by the user, right? So, model.generate content is equal to who are you in a double quote. That is to be done. Then you have to print the response. How you do it? By using a print function. Print response dot text, right? So, this is a simple code you have to write it across. Once you do this coding, let's try to run this code. Now, once you run this code, you will get an answer. Let's see what is the answer from the Gemini 1.5 Pro. Here it says, I am a large language model trained by Google. Think of me as a computer program that really has a good understanding and generating human-like text, so on and so forth. It gives the complete details. What can I help you with today is what it is questioning. And if you want to talk to it again, you want to change the prompt here, which is mentioned in this double quotes, which is not that chatbot kind of feeling, right? Now, what we have to do is we have to give a chatbot feel. We have to make it conversational. So, how do we make it conversational? We are just extending the same code and making it conversational. Let's check how it is done. Before extending this code, let's check out the output given. While I was talking, I just changed this as how are you, which was before as who are you, right? So, it is telling I am a AI language model, so I don't have feelings like humans do, however, so on and so forth. It means it is working. The conversation is happening, but it is not happening in a chatbot mode, right? Let's quickly give a good optimization for this and extend the code and make it conversational. Here, the conversational code is ready. What are the new additions we have made? It was very easy to compare. So, let's do that, okay? First line is same. that we imported Google.generative AI as Gen AI. We also imported the OS, that is environment. We set up a API key, which we usually did, right, in an initial coding. It's same configuration. So we are trying to configure this particular API key into OS environment as API key. Next, what we did is we selected the model, generative AI model. That is also a same line. Here comes how we make this particular code, which we actually executed, into a chatbot mode. For that, we need a function called chatWithBot. Here, we are trying to give instructions where if user in case types exit or quit, the chatbot should mention it as a goodbye, and it has to break the particular loop. Next, what happens? We have to give a error handling method, that is by using try and except. Here, if the user input is something wrong which chatbot does not understand, we have to give a common printing statement, that is, sorry, there was an error processing your request, and what was the error, you have to mention that right here. Next, we mention a main content and the chat loop. So main function should be there. You have to call this function of chatWithBot, and the loop continues until the user input will come as exit or quit. If you try to do something in between, it will land up to a error loop. So which is not very much helpful and gives a good feeling about the chatbot which we created. I hope we have got the extension, and what are the extensions we have done is been told and it is clear. I am trying to run this code now and let's understand. See, the first line which we gave here, that is chatbot is ready to chat, type exit if you want to end the conversation. We are trying to give input to the user as well, where they understand they can type exit in order to end the conversation they want. You is what we are, that is user. Hi, I mentioned this. I click on enter. So what happens? The chatbot will give an answer. Hi there, what can I do for you today? I say, how are you? So once I do this, it will give a good conversational way. As a large language model, I don't have feelings and experience, so on and so forth. What we did, the same thing, it is just telling, what can I do? How can I help you today? So next, what is data science? I am trying to give this prompt to the chatbot. Let's see. Do we get the definition of data science or what it will do? Let's explore. Let's wait and watch. Okay, you could see the answer. It is a very descriptive answer where it says what is data science, what are the key ingredients of it, what is the recipe of it, and what are the applications. It is not, the words which is used is not that relevant, but still it is giving us certain answers, right? So the applications, in nutshell, what is data science? It is giving a summary as well, trying to give us that particular summary. So I'll just scroll here till here. So it is giving us this complete details. So I say exit now. Chatbot says goodbye because we have already coded as if we get exit or quit, the chatbot should say goodbye. So it is working good and fine. Hope this simple chatbot which is built is very much easy to understand, and you could integrate that with the help of the API key which you generated. Now, let's start with the first topic, overview of Python. When you hear the name Python, you know the various applications of it. First and foremost thing, it is a high-level programming language which is very unique compared to other high-level programming language. Why? Almost it will use English-like statements in order to execute the code. It's very easy to learn as a beginner this particular Python language. Now, why do we use Python in generative AI? It's not about generative AI. It's about Python is already having a well-supported set of libraries which is already in use since years with respect to domains like data science, machine learning, natural language processing, deep learning, etc. Now, artificial intelligence and generative AI is grabbing the libraries which we have already in Python. Other programming languages are also used, but I could say Python is a versatile programming language which makes life easy for the people working in this technological domain. After understanding an overview of Python, let's quickly hop on to the next topic, Introduction to Generative AI Applications, which is the core concept which we have to learn. Generative AI refers to algorithms which enables machines to produce content that is not only new and original but also includes a reflective data, and it will be always trained according to the requirement. Right? Generative AI deals with a lot of models. What does these models include? GANs, that is Generative Adversarial Networks, VAEs, Variational Autoencoders, and Transformer-based models such as ChatGPT, right? What do we do with this generative AI applications? It's very important in order to train the algorithm or the machine in order to keep it updated. The more you interact with this, the more it gets trained. That's how simple it will work. And generative AI helps you to generate your own models. How you want to train that particular model, you can train it accordingly. Just like simple example, how does the scientist train the robots? Each robot will do its own different work, right? Hope you would have seen. The requirements are different. The catering of requirements is different. Hence, the models will be trained accordingly with the help of generative AI. Yes, it includes a lot of other technologies, deep learning, neural networks, etc. But still, generative AI is also a base of it. What is the significance? Creativity boost. It creates enhances processes by providing very good content ideas, new content ideas, the new way to approach the problem. Efficiency. It is giving a helping hand to human beings in order to be more efficient. The more good you use, the more productive you will be. Automates the content creation or saving time is very much important. It's an important resource now. It aids to this particular saving time resource. Then personalization. It generates particular personalized content as per your requirement, as per the prompts you give to ChatGPT. That's how it works, right? So it will cater various applications for the same. This is the overall picture of generative AI applications. Now, let's talk about the next concept, development environment setup. How do we do this? What is it all about? You have to have a platform in order to work with. You need to have a basement in order to build a building, right? So let's learn how do we build this particular basement. So what does this thing consist? It consists of few steps in order to set up a particular environment. It is not dealing with much higher softwares or something from moon and stars. It's very simple. You have to go to Python official website and download the latest version. For now, it is 3.12. You can download that Python into your local system and you can execute this via command prompt, right? First step, we have to open command prompt, which we have in our local system, and then we'll have to navigate to the location where the Python is installed. Hope everyone are having a clear idea of how do you work with Linux and Unix. At least basic commands like cd, change directory, mk, make directory. So only these two commands are mostly used in this complete session. I'm not going deep into advanced level of Unix, Linux and all. If you want to work with a command prompt, you have to just use cd and mk command. And you can make directory or change directory. Simple as that. If you are using Windows, you can use command prompt or PowerShell. For Mac OS or Linux, you can use terminal. This is the platform you need in order to work with. After navigating to the location where the Python has been installed, you can install all the libraries using pip command, right? So, pip install is a basic command and you can change the libraries you want accordingly. First, we will talk about NumPy. NumPy is very well known amongst the domain called data science. Why? The first thing is NumPy will always cater in order to help the mathematical calculations, also working with high-level data structures and give you the complete access to the functionalities and arithmetic and logics. That is why data science is dealt with lot of data, numbers and other elements. We use NumPy for the same. Then we talk about Flask. When you hear the word Flask, it is a library which is related to Python where it is web-based framework. You can create web application using this particular Flask framework. That is the major help of using Flask. The next one is Streamlit or Streamlit. This particular library deals with visualizing the models created. Then you have Torch Vision and Torch Audio. Basically, this library caters computer vision models. You can work with the model creation, you can view the model, and also you can add certain multimedia to the model created, right? You have this Torch library in order to cater computer vision projects, models, etc. You have Transformers next. Transformers will always help you in classification, text summarization, many other aspects, again dealing with data. And majorly, we use all these libraries in machine learning, artificial intelligence, NLP, natural language processing, and deep learning, also computer vision. This is the applications of where this particular library will be used. Using pip install, we are always installing all this library single-handedly, not in mass library installation. Every library will be installed along with the execution output command stating it has been installed. It will show you it is installed. Now, still you don't trust. How do you check it? Verification of the installation is very important because since we are working with machines, sometimes it might help you to have a better vision when you verify. If you don't verify, if the installation is crashed, you never know. It will affect your project. So better verify once you install. It's very simple. In order to verify as well, you can open command prompt and type Python _version. It will ensure it returns the installed Python version. What is this particular version you are working with? Next, you verify the installation of the libraries. For that, you have to just go open Python interactive shell, type Python, and then import every library which you have already installed. If it is imported properly without any error, then it is installed properly, right? So, this is the overall development environment setup idea which you have to have and which you have to create in order to do coding, in order to create certain applications or work with a project. Now, we are in the command prompt. In theoretical aspect, we have known about various libraries in Python, that is NumPy, Flask, Streamlit, Torch, Transformers. Let's install the same libraries with the help of command prompt. First, if you could see, it's in a general path. It's in my personal path, but yeah, it is in C drive. Now, in my personal laptop, the location of the Python is being fetched. For that, I have to use cd command, change directory, paste the location where your Python has been installed, and then press enter. When you do this, the command prompt goes to this particular folder. Let's start with the first command, pip install NumPy. Now, since I've already been working with Python a lot many times for many projects, you will get an output. Just wait and watch. I'll click on enter. It might take some time. It will try to analyze what's happening, what they are trying to install, and requirement already satisfied. This is what you'll get the output. That means NumPy is already installed in your particular system because we were already working. And there is a warning message you could notice. If you want to upgrade the particular library which you are using, you can go for the version mentioned. I am currently using 21.2.3. It is suggesting upgrade for 24.1.2. Then what is the command for the same is also been mentioned here. You can use that command. We have now installed NumPy, which was already existing. It is given the message. If in case it's a new installation of library, how it will display? Let's try with other libraries as well. Pip install Flask. I'm giving enter. Let's wait for the results. Again, if you could see, it states Flask is already present, that is satisfied. Again, you have a warning regards to the version. I have almost installed all the libraries, but let me check for the next one. Streamlit. If you could see how it is downloading the Streamlit library. If you are trying to install the library which is not in the current local system in your Python, this is how it will start loading. If it is already existing, this is the message which you got for NumPy and Flask. When you try to install Streamlit library which is not present in your Python, this is how it starts downloading, and it takes 5 to 10 minutes at least to complete the download depending upon your system configuration. Likewise, you can install all the libraries required for you into your system, right? So, I have given two examples. One, how it will download the library which is not in your system. If you already have downloaded the library, how the message will pop up. That is, requirement is already satisfied. That means it is already installed, right? So, this is how you import your libraries in Python. Now, in order to verify is your particular library is installed or not, first it will try to prompt you that it is already existing. If it is not, it will start downloading as mentioned. Now, again, in order to verify that, you have to go to Python interpreter. So, I'll click onto the same particular location, type Python here. When you click enter, it will go to the Python interface where you can execute your code. Now what you do is you try to import NumPy. When you try to give this particular instruction to the Python prompt inside the command prompt which we have logged in, it will try to enter or import this NumPy library which is already existing. When you type the statement import NumPy, if your NumPy is present, it will not throw up any error. It will look just like this. This indicates your NumPy is there in the Python library folder. This is how you verify the libraries which is already installed before using it. Or else if you mention in your code as well, it will throw up an error if it is not installed before. Make sure you install the libraries, then use it in your code. This was a simple demonstration of how you install and verify if the library is present in your Python with the help of command prompt. Now, let's talk about Flask ChatGPT app. We are integrating OpenAI source to our application. That is the main agenda of it. Let's understand more about this application. How do we work with this, and also look at the demo for the same. What is the basic setup we need is as simple as that which is mentioned before. You have to have Python installed in your system and all the libraries mentioned to be installed in your system. That's the basic ideology for all the demonstration which is carried in this session hereafter. The components we need is Flask for web framework. As I mentioned, we use Flask of Python library for web framework. And then OpenAI GPT API for generating responses. A simple logic, we are taking a API key of OpenAPI, putting that in your Python code, and then we are trying to execute the same. First, we will check how this particular code look like and what are the in detail step in our Google Colab. Note, I am not executing this in Google Colab, I am executing this in command prompt. But for a better clarity, I am using the online coding platform, that is Google Colab, in order to have a good interactive and bifurcation between the text and the code, right? Google Colab is a very good place in order to work, in order to have a good Python content on. Let's check out the code and understand what all does it do in order to create ChatGPT app using Flask library in Python. Now, here we are on the Google Colab. First step we have to is set up the environment. As I told, we will activate the virtual environment of Python. What is this Python MVENV? Let's understand one by one. Python invokes the Python interpreter, which is already installed in your system. Then MVENV. This option always tells Python to run VENV module as a script. This module is used in order to create virtual environments on that. That is why we try to invoke this. Next, again you have VENV. This is the name of the directory where the virtual environment will be created, and it is not mandatory that you have to keep the second VENV as it is. You can change this to be ABCD also, or you can also put it as virtual environment. It is not mandatory that you have to use the same name, but with M you have to use VENV. This is mandatory, and the second VENV is optional. You can change the name accordingly. Naming convention can be changed according to the requirements. Next, after doing that setup, we create the Flask application. As I told you, we are using only 2 commands of Unix since we are working in command prompt. First is make directory, mkdir. That is, we are creating a folder with the help of command prompt. That's it. There is nothing great that's happening. Creating a new folder. The folder name is GPT Chat App, and you are trying to change the path, change directory CD to that particular location. And remember, wherever you have installed your Python software, that folder itself, these things to be created. We have to first navigate to that particular Python location. Then only we can create a new folder. Else there will be an execution problem and path issues. After doing the folder creation, we will have to create code file. First is a Python code file, which I would like to name it as app.py, application.py. Again, this is not mandatory. You have to have app. You can name it accordingly, but you have to remember what you have named. While you are executing this, you have to remember the exact Python file name, including the cases. It is case sensitive. Okay. First, we will import the Flask elements. First is Flask library. Next, request, JSONify, and render template. Then we will import the requests and also import time. These are the libraries we'll try to import, which is available in Python to our particular code. We will try to use request and render template, also the timing, in order to have the conversation between the system, that is ChatGPT, which we are trying to create, and our questions. Then we will initialize the Flask application. This is the Flask application initialization syntax. We will try to give a open API key. This is a secured key which you should not share with anybody else, or else they can utilize and you have to pay the bill for the same. Better you keep the API keys very discreet. This is a random API key. It's a sample API key, or else you can just put in your code, enter your API key here. This is far better rather than giving people your original API. Once you put this API key, you will next define the root of the home page, where it has to interact from. Obviously, you cannot show this backend code to the user. You have to have a front end. You have a front end that is called index.html. There comes the second code file. First one is having app.py core Python file. Next, it has to be integrated to the front end, that is index.html. Right? we will render the particular HTML template. That is why we'll be using render template library. Okay, we have usage of these libraries everywhere. Then we'll define the route for chat endpoint, which accepts the post request. Post request is nothing but what message you put to the GPT and what it has to respond back. And this complete thing will happen with the help of JSON. Then you get the response from GPT-3. And remember, there's lots of GPT models. Which one you are using, you have to have the knowledge about it. You have GPT 3.5 Turbo 16K. You also have just GPT 3.5 Turbo. You have many kinds of model. The current model which we use, you have to mention it here. And you also have to carry the input given by the user from the front end to the back end with the help of this messages. The data should be transferred from the front end to back end. What is the maximum limit of the response is 150 letters, characters. It's not words. Okay, it is very minimal. If you want to make it more, obviously you can make it 300. Again, it is according to the requirement you are catering for. Then you have to attempt to get a response from API, which tries in case if it fails. Now comes the word of error handling. The code which is not having error handling capacity is not a worthy code. Simple as that. If something goes wrong, first you have to let the system give you the message that something is wrong, not directly land to a error page. It should be interactive and it should tell the user whatever you have entered is wrong or something has happened. What has happened? This particular responses should always be there. For example, I'm giving you possibilities. It's not that every coder will be knowing everything what they have to do, right? But still, there are few standard error handling techniques when you work. You have status code 200. When this particular 200 status code comes, 404 error comes, 429 comes, right? How do you handle that? What is the error? What is the particular response you give? For example, if it is for 200, we can return the message to the user. Rather than going to a random wrong page, you have to give a message. An error occurred while processing the response from OpenAPI. That means if your GPT is not connected properly, it is not able to give response, then you have to just not push that particular code to a error page. You have to send an error message. You have to tell this. Next, you have 429. Here, we are trying to request OpenAI if failed status. Again, we are trying to re-attempt. How many times? Back of retrying attempts are 2. We will try to do 2 time attempts and then we will go for sleep. That means we are putting this particular system into sleep that it is not able to solve. The more you work with it, the more limit exceeding will happen. And 429 also deals with if your particular OpenAI is out of limits. It is not having any limits left. It is exceeded. You have to buy new. You have to put your billing again. It will say you have exceeded your current quota. Please check your plan and building details. So that's how you have to try to give error message to the user so that they understand something is happening. We have to go and address, because nobody will go to backend and debug what is the error, right? In the front end itself, you have to show what is happening. So this is sample example of error handling. Then if any other error comes more than this, there are 2 errors which I have listed. If anything else comes up, you have to just give the status code directly. 404 error or internet disconnectivity error, anything might come. An error occurred while communicating with OpenAI is a standard default error message you can send. If you don't know what you have to do, just put there is an error, please decode. Then comes run the Flask application. This is the main method which we create for this code, and the code execution starts from the main method here. Now comes the second part of it, the front end, which we had discussed already there, and what are the complete content of that. We will have a quick overview. That is index.html. Here you can see people who know HTML will always know this. Doctype HTML, you have head, you have HTML, lang English, and meta character set is always there. You have style for your particular page, and you also have the body. Here you have a chat box, you have a text box, you want a button. It's a simple thing. You have to have a text box where the user will put their input, click on send button so that it will interact with the ChatGPT. In order to display the ChatGPT message, you have to have a label or again a text box. So that's how it will work. It's a simple JavaScript which is being used in order to have this interactivity, that is fetching the information from the input and putting that to GPT and taking the response from the GPT and putting back on the front end to view for user. So this is the simple fundamental function that happens in this script section. How do you run this? Just you have to be in the location where you have created the folder, that is GPT chat app, right? I'll just go back and just give you an overview. GPT chat app, that is the location where the command prompt should be pointing out. Then you can execute python app.py. When you do this, you will be able to access a browser where it is loading in this particular address. What is this address? Why only 5000? Why not 4000? You might question. As you all know, HTTP 127.0.0.1 will always deal with local hosting. When you do this local hosting, you have separate ports for every library or every kind of execution you do. 5000 is the port number which is allocated in every local system for Flask library of Python. Any Flask web framework code execution you do, it will launch on the Chrome with this particular address. Hope you had a complete detailed view of how this particular application will work. A quick recap, you have to install Python and necessary libraries. Then you have to create a main Python code file, that is app.py. Then client side, that is front end interface, you have to make it index.html. Again, this is as per your requirement. This is a common name which we keep. That's why I've used the same. You can create a simple HTML interface to interact with the ChatGPT. Then you can run the application and check for the output, right? So now that we have understood what is the code at the back end, front end and every aspect, let's execute this code and check for the output. Before going to the demonstration of Flask ChatGPT app, let's understand the folder structure. I am here in the location where my Python is being installed. Since we've already worked on, you could see many folders here. We are trying to create GPT chat app, right? According to our steps, we've already done it. So if you go to this particular folder, you can find two different elements. One is templates, another one is app. What is template? Template is actually the index file which we had discussed, the HTML file. App is a main program. Once you execute this, the back file will be created. If the execution is successful or not successful, doesn't matter. Once you run this through interpreter, it will generate automatically. That's why it is present. If you are executing for the first time, this will not be there. Okay. Now, let's hop on to the command prompt and check how does we work with this. Here we are in the command prompt and in the location where our file is. Am I right? No, I'm actually wrong. We are in the location where Python is. Now we have to enter to the folder created. What is the folder we created? We have to change directory to that particular folder. GPT _ chat _ app. This is the folder name which we generated, right? Let me enter to that. See, now we are in that folder. How do we execute? The steps which I mentioned, we have to type Python and we have to mention the app.py or the name which you have given to your main Python file. You have to mention that and click on enter. Once you click enter, after executing this app.py file, this is how the output looks like. Are we in the right output screen? No, it is just indicating that it has been executing, it is running. The location is, we have to go to http 127.0.0.1 5000, the port number. Let's quickly hop on to that location on our search engine. Any browser you can use, you can go to this particular port number. Let's hop on to that. Once you go, click on http, the same ID where it has been launched across, you will find the interface. Now, what you have to do, you have to communicate with the GPT. So, I'll press hi and click on send button. It will say, hello, how can I assist you today? The next question which I ask is, how are you? When you do this, you send this, and just a computer program, so I don't have any feelings, but thanks for asking, how can I help you? So this is how it is trying to interact with the human being. If you try to give something which is not existing, still your chat GPT is not trained to that level. It is a normal basic model. I'll say, where do you live? I'll click on the send button. You have exceeded your current quota. Please check your plan and billing details. It will not throw up this errors. Really, if your limits are exceeded, right, that is when it will show this error. It will try to do that error handling which I have already mentioned. So, for the third conversation itself, how did we get this message? You might be having this particular doubt. The thing is, OpenAPI API key is not very much free to everything. You only have access for $5 worth of conversation that can happen, API key that can generate. That is how you can converse. After it exceeds $5, it will try to ask you to fill up and select the plan and do the billing, right? The payment should be done for the same. So, this is just a simple example. You can enhance, create, you can buy a paid version and start building the projects and help your small scale business if you own any, in order to have a private chatbot so customers can interact without any actual agent service required. Customer service, you need not take it. You can use the bots there on your website, right? This is a simple idea. This is how the execution looks like. By now, we have understood how does ChatGPT, while using Flask, how we can execute, what are the code required, and how the outputs look like. Now that we have understood and also saw the demonstration, how does a ChatGPT app work when you create with the help of Flask library using Python. Now, let's check out the next topic. Using the same Flask, how do you use text-to-image application? Here, the simple idea is text-to-image generation involves creating images for textual description using AI models. You will give a simple description. Here, we are not focusing on description. We are trying to get a image for the word which we give. As I told, cat, dog, any animal or what you want to fetch for. Significance of this particular application: enhances creativity and design processes, useful in various fields like advertising, entertainment and virtual environment. Say you want to get an image, you can give a description: cat which is sitting on a mat, or dog which is sitting on a bed. You can give certain description, you will get images in certain way. Or sketched cat image, drawing of a cow. So you can give a certain description to AI, it will generate back the output for you. How do you implement this particular text-to-image app? First is, we build a web application that converts text description into images. Again, if you want to build a web framework, it is about Flask. Then you use OpenAI. Again, HTML, CSS for the front end. That is very much mandatory and basic. What are the prerequisites you want for this? First is Python to be installed in your system. Next, you have to have a required library, that is Flask and OpenAPI, and you have to have a API key from OpenAI. This is the basic requirements it should have in order to start off with the development of this application. Now, let's understand what is the code for this particular app. What is the purpose and what all we use here. Then later we will execute this. Hope we are clear. Now let's quickly hop on to Google Colab, understand more about this application. Here we are on the Google Colab. First step, if your Python is not installed, install your Python. If already exists, ignore. Simple as that. Again, create virtual environment. We already had the description about each and every element of this particular code statement. Then we activate the virtual environment by using this particular code here. Next comes installation of Flask and OpenAI. It's very important to install the libraries which is necessary for your coding. First place, we'll be using pip command to install Flask OpenAI. It's a simple statement here, the code line. You can just execute the same. Then we have to create the project directory. Again, nothing but the new folder. It is named as Flask _text_to_image. If you want to put some other name, it's left to you. You have to go to the folder which you have created. Then only you can start creating your Python code file and HTML code file. First thing is main Python application code file, which is again named as app.py. It gives you a proper signification. It will not mix with the previous one because the folder is different. So again, we have to import the necessary libraries. We are initializing the Flask application. You have to have a Open API key. You can replace this your Open API key into your original Open API key. How do we do that? Then you have routing which has to go, that is index.html. In this HTML file, you have all the designs related, front end related, that has been fetched, and you will be routed with the help of function called Generate-Image as a post method. We will be using JSON. Post method means the response which you get from ChatGPT, right? Either it might be your user input also acts as a post, and also the response will be also post. Use OpenAPI to generate image based according to the prompt which has been received. The size should be only this much and the number of images generated at once should be one only. Then the prompt which is given by the user will be pushed to OpenAPI. It will get a response and then that particular image will be displayed. If you want a detailed explanation of what does every line means, I have it for you. You can just read it. What are the different elements we use and why do we use, right? Next, you have to create this HTML interface, that is the front end. Again, you have to have a text box, a button, and where you print your prompt, and then you will put that inside the GPT. It will fetch the output on the same screen, right? You have to have a simple text box and a button. That's it. If you want to do more styling, you can more welcome use CSS files and you can do it. This is a general basic setup or the front end which you need. And you have a script. Again, you have a function called Generate-Image. Here what happens? It will fetch the information, the prompt from the user, and then it will put that particular prompt to OpenAPI. Once you get the response from OpenAPI, it will push back the response on the front end. This is the code for the same, right? It's just an interaction code between the front end and back end. We'll be using JavaScript. This is about the HTML file we'll be using. Again, if you want to run this code, you have to type python app.py and you have to be on the same folder where you have created at the start. If you go somewhere, navigate to some other location on your command prompt, and if you try to give, it will not execute. Let's have a quick recap. Here, first is we'll be installing Python. Next, the library is called Flask and OpenAI. Later, we will create a Flask application, that is app.py. Then we will also try to include the functionality of converting text to image, that whatever the text we have given, related image will be provided. So we have to root for that, and you have to have a simple HTML interface in order to have the connection between the user and the system. Then you have to access and run the code, start the Flask server, and again you have to go to the same location, that is the same IP address which ends with the port number 5000. So this will be your particular location address. It will run there. You can execute the same. Now let's quickly check how does this work in our demo. Now here we are in the Python location of the local system. We are trying to execute Flask text to image app. If you try to go to that particular folder, you could find the same folder structure. It is having a main Python code, and then you also have index in the template, right? Once it is executed, back file has been created. So that is why they are here. This is the structure. Now what we have to do, go to command prompt, type this particular location and try to execute with the help of Python app.py command. So I am copying this location completely, going to command prompt and changing the directory to the copied location. Now we are in the folder Flask text-to-image application, which has been generated. We straight away try to execute this with the help of Python app.py command. Once we do that, we will click on enter. This is where the Flask server has been running. It is active now. We have to go to the location, which is mentioned right here with 5000 port number. Let's hop on to that particular location. Once you come to this location, you could see the basic HTML design which we have made, and it's our time now to give certain description regarding the image and try to generate the image. I'll give just one line of description. If you want, you can give in detail description so that the GPT will give you a right perfect required image as per the command. I'll try to give mountain with skylights. Okay, so let's mention color also. That will be good. So mountain with green skylights. This is my description of an image which I need. I'll try to generate. Okay, this is how we got the image from the GPT. It has given the lights which is in green color on the sky and mountains are right here. So this is how the descriptions will be taken care of. The more precise description you give, the more precise image you will get as an output. So this is how text-to-image application will work with the help of Flask OpenAI in your Python, which also help to generate the images for digital content creators or any kind of creative people who work in that particular field.
Having learned about generative AI tools and LLMs, let us know if you are tried any Gen AI tools yet. If so, what did you find most interesting? Share your thoughts in the comment below. Up next, we'll level up our skills with LangChain, a powerful framework for building advanced AI applications. We'll also explore LangChain for generative AI and even dive into RAG using LangChain. Ready to turn your knowledge into action? Let's get started. Let's begin by transforming theory into practice.
Where we'll be learning regarding Python LangChain. Let's quickly hop on to the agenda and check out what all do we cover in the session. First, we will talk about introduction to LangChain, and then we will try to understand what is the basic environment setup we need in order to work with applications using LangChain on Python, and obviously with the integration of OpenAI. Then we talk about core concepts we have to understand, followed by the components of LangChain. At last, we will have a LangChain case study where we'll be understanding more about how does this work in practicality. Why wait? Let's quickly start with this session. Here we are in the first topic, introduction to LangChain. First, let's understand what is LangChain. LangChain is a framework or the library which has been designed to streamline the development and deployment of applications that utilize language models. So this is the exact definition of LangChain. Why we always call it as library? Generally, we used to do one kind of operation, that is installing the libraries. We use pip command, right? We also use pip command to install LangChain in the Python environment. That's why we consider that in a normal way of talking, it is also a library, right? So there is no doubt it's a library, but also they mention it is a framework. It provides a set of tools and components to make the language model work in an efficient and stable, scalable manner. It is just like a playground where you build certain models by using different kinds of LLMs, and particularly LangChain library or framework. What are the key features of LangChain? What does it included of? LLM wrappers. When you say large language model wrappers or nothing but we are having a small models which is working as a prototype in the LangChain library by itself. You can try to use that ready-made one or you can create new wrappers. Then you have prompts and prompt templates. Prompts are the basic building tool which a user will use in order to communicate with the GPT or LLM model. It is a English-like statement. It is just a requirement. You are putting it into a system. So and so I need. This is how you work with ChatGPT, right? You give the prompts, what is your requirement in detail, in depth, how you need. Then you will get the output accordingly. So we are communicating. Prompt acts as a language between the GPT and the user. As simple as that. Prompt templates. Yes, LangChain also has templates. It will give suggestions. Just like you could see suggestions in GPT nowadays, what you are trying to ask the GPT or any other coding platform if you go, it will try to prompt the next code or next word which you want to type. Generally, it happens in Visual Studio if you have observed. So, it is having a template already or it will auto-generate if required. So, that's how it works. Next, you have chains. What is this chain? Let's not go to LangChain aspect. Let's talk about a normal chain. Chain is nothing but interlinked elements, right? You will link the elements like this, one to another. When you link, then it is a chain. Likewise here, when you work a complete project in a module wise, you want to link those modules in order to make a complete whole project. So, chains will always act as linking those modules together and making it a whole part. So, that's the use of chain. Next, embedding and vector stores. Obviously, embedding, if you want to embed any other content from outside the world of LangChain, Python or OpenAI, you can use this embedding. Vector stores, you have the content which is already present in the internal storage of LangChain. So, we also mentioned this to be a vector store, right? We just address it that way. These are the key features of LangChain. Hope you had an overview and understanding about the key features. Now, let's understand why do we need LangChain. We need LangChain in order to overcome certain challenges. Okay, what are those challenges? While you work with LLM, that is language models, integration issues might come up, difficulties in scalability. It is serving for 20 people, now you want it for 50 people or it multiplies into 200, 300, so on and so forth. So, by providing modular or user-friendly framework, always LangChain gives you an open window where you can explain or demonstrate your ideas, your requirements. You can make a model and do the job. Next, it particularly specifies it is having applications all over the domains. Majorly, it will always try to reduce the work of the human. That's how it will give advanced processing capabilities with customer support, intelligent automation for content recommendation system, whatever the models which you build for your requirement, it will try to give a advanced level support and processing capabilities if you use LangChain. Now, what are the use cases? What are the applications? Where do we use LangChain? It's used in every other domain. You can name it, you have it. But I have listed very few of them. First comes customer support. When you talk about customer support, what happens here? I'll give a simple example for you. If you use a chatbot which is built with the help of LangChain framework, it makes the customer support very smooth without human intervention. Even though if the chatbot is not able to solve the issues, then you can intervene the human. 5 minutes of the time is saved, human resources saved, it helps in time saving as well. Next, you have content generation. If you are a person who is a blogger, who works with content writer, right? You want some ideas. How do you have to elaborate the content? How do you have to create a blog? You can just give a prompt that I need a blog on Python, it will give you a blog. You can just use that as your inspiration and you can try to modify them and put up into your requirement. Then comes intelligent automation. Again, automation, ChatGPT. It's not only that, you have many other robots also. If you want to build something, a basic robot, you can use this framework in order to create that thinking ability by using language models which is available in LangChain. So, intelligent automation helps there. Semantic search. If you are a person who is working towards the domain of SEO, search engines, you want the ability to be proficient in your domain, you can use LangChain in order to have a semantic search. Also, you can use this for data as well. A person who is purely working with data, content, creative wise or technical wise, you can use LangChain. Then comes personalized recommendation. You want something towards for yourself, you want to create your own automated mail intimator which is having the ability to give you this task which you have for the day or any prompting you want in your system. You can create a personalized recommendation model with the help of LangChain. These are the use cases or applications of LangChain. Now, let's understand what is the software or environment requirements for LangChain. Is it huge requirement or it is a simple requirement? Let's understand them. Now, we have Python in your system, right? So, the basic version of Python is all you need, nothing else, where you can import the LangChain library and you can work across. So, it is supporting 3.7 and later versions of Python interface. Next, what are the libraries or dependencies you have for LangChain? It is very common. You have PyTorch, TensorFlow, transformers, NumPy, Pandas for data manipulation and analysis, and Flask or Fast API. So, for deploying the web services applications, you have TensorFlow for training and interface, and you also have transformers for pre-trained language models. So, these are the libraries with or the dependencies you have for. It's not that everything will be working, every library will be used. It's a broad structure of library where you can use. Development environment. So, where you will develop this, in which interface, it is all about the Google Colab or Jupyter Notebook. So, these are the preferred IDE for development. It is not restricted only for this. You can also have various IDEs in order to work with LangChain. Whichever IDE supports Python will always support LangChain as well, because they both are integrated. Now, let's move on to development environment setup. Let's understand what all we need. Already we had a word, but let's see in detail what is the command we use, how do we work across. First thing, prerequisites. As I told you, Python, IDE and 3.5 or later versions. What is the installer we use? It is always PIP, Python Package Installer. We use pip command. Generally, we talk it in that language. So, install LangChain. How do you install? Just open your command prompt and run the command called pip install language. Before that, ensure that you are in the directory where the Python has been installed. After that, pip install LangChain will work. Then, verify installation. Very simple. Go to Python IDE and type import LangChain. Once you do that, you will get no prompt, nothing, no commands, or it will be a plain input. It will be a plain output. That means it has been installed properly. If you want to check if it is installed, then it will print this next statement. You can give it for verification. If you don't want to see the plain output, you can give a print command. LangChain is successfully installed. It will print the same. If it is not installed, it will not go to the next line. When it does not go to the next line, it is ensured that it is not installed properly. These are the verification types you can try in order to know whether it is installed properly or not. Now, let's quickly check this in a command prompt and understand how this installation happens. As I told you, first I am navigating towards the Python location which is installed in our local system. Then I'll try pip install LangChain. I'll type this and click on enter. Once I click on enter, it will try to analyze. Yes, requirement already satisfied. That means I have already installed this particular LangChain. That is why it is not giving me any loading kind of output. It is telling everywhere that it has been installed. Not only LangChain, any packages related to that is also installed. And it also suggests there is version 24.1.2. Would you like to upgrade? You can use this command and upgrade. For now, it is 21.2.3. Then it goes back to the Python location. Now, if you want to check, I suggest you click on Python. It will go to Python interface, that is 3.10, which I am using. As I mentioned, it is anything after 3.7, this particular library will support. What was my verification method which I mentioned? Import LangChain. When you tell this, it will go to next line, right? So, if you want to confirm whether the LangChain has been imported properly, you just have to do this as mentioned. Import LangChain. When you click on enter, you can also type a print statement. Print LangChain is successfully installed. If this executes, obviously, when it has come to the second line, that is print statement, it is already installed. If the import LangChain is not working, it would have shown a error by now. So, this is how you verify LangChain is installed properly or not. So, we had an installation method. If it is already installed, it will go to this kind of output. And to verify, you can do this. You can enter the Python prompt and then you can give the commands. Hope this is clear. We had a successful demonstration and how it looks while you install or you try to verify with the help of import command on the command prompt, which is both Python IDE as well as the normal command prompt. We use both of them in order to verify. We use Python. In order to install, we use normal command prompt. So, that's about the development environment setup. Now, here we are on LangChain core concepts topic. First, we understand LangChain is built around the concept of modularity because we use this library in order to work in modules and then make it a bigger project. It will always allow users to easily work with the language models by creating, managing chain and agents which can maintain certain state using memory. So, what happens here? A core concept for this includes chains, agents and memory. Let's understand what are these chains, what are these agents and what are these memories. First, we will try to understand what is chain here. Chains are sequences of operations or components that process inputs and generates outputs, often using language models. So, we try to have a sequential operation or the components which is inside the language model of LangChain. We try to generate the output one by one. What are the types of chains you can find? It's very easy. Simple is just like a simple statement and sequential is you have to go one after the other only. You have that particular rule. When it comes to conditional, if case will comes in picture. If this particular condition is being executed, then only you can go further or go to the next chain or next agent. So, this is how you can have a conditional chain. You can put a condition for your chain. You can make a chain to mandatorily sequentially execute or you can keep a simple chain which integrates all your small modules. This is about the chains. Now, let's understand what are agents. Agents are entities that can make decisions based on the inputs, interacts with chain and utilize memory for maintaining state. We want somebody in order to communicate between the linked modules, right? Chain will always act as a link between the modules. Who will communicate from A module to B? You have to have an agent. You want to have a salesman who will come from A location to B location or A module to B module. So, agent is simple as that. It will try to establish the communication between the chains, between the small modules which you have connected with the help of chains. Types of agents. You have reactive agents, proactive agents and interactive agents. So, reactive is just that you tell something, it will give a reaction. For an action, there is a reaction. That's how these agents work. Proactive agents. Oh, it will always have a eye on what's happening, where it is, which module communicated with whom, the log history. Proactive agents is always used for the log history, session history. like when did they log in, when did they log out, what happened, so what is the session time. So they are proactively behind the user who is using that particular project or the content, whatever it is. So reactive agents is only when you provoke them to react. That is where they will react. Proactive is without any provoking. The actions you do with the system is all noted. That's how proactive agents will work. Next, we have interactive agents, just like a ChatGPT, right? You interact with the system with the help of prompts or any other medium or coding, anything as such. So these are the types of agents you have. Now, let's talk about the memory. Memory in LangChain allows agents to maintain state across the interactions. It's not that you interact and you keep quiet, right? You have to have the state on, off, for example. That is also a state. Yes, no is also a state. Enabling more contextual awareness and coherent responses is always possible with the help of memory. Short-term memory, long-term memory. The name suggests is just like RAM and ROM. So, short-term is only for that particular session, particular thread. After that cuts, it is done. Long-term memory, it gets listed towards the side of your project. So, it will have the log of it. When did this happen? What happened? So, all the details is stored in the long-term memory, and you want to reuse that to multiple aspects as a requirement, you can do it. But short-term memory is just like you use it there, you finish the work, you close it, you are done. You cannot go back there to find what has happened, right? This is one of the important core concepts which we use with chains and agents. This is all about LangChain's core concepts. Now, let's know more about LangChain components. LangChain components involve few of the major aspects. The first one is prompts. We all are familiar with what are prompts nowadays because of ChatGPT, right? So, prompts are essential for guiding behavior of the language models. In a layman perspective, it is an interaction between the GPT or the language model or the bot and the user. We use prompt as a language in order to communicate that. They define the instructions or questions presented to the model. So, GPT will ask certain questions to that, it will give an answer for us. It is having variety of options in order to load your file, upload that, and involve a statement in the prompt stating, analyze the updated Excel or any other file and give me so and so output. So, it is having the ability to analyze as well. So, we are evolving with language models L dot and very quicker. Designing prompts. We need to have certain clarity, context and specificity. It is very important. You cannot put the machine into confusion with all the kind of instructions you give or the prompts you give. You have to have a clarity first, what you want, what is your requirement, then give the context. This is the situation, I want a requirement like so and so. Specificity, I want exactly ABCD, I don't want EFGH. So, you have to give certain prompt which is having all the three aspects. One is clarity, one is context, another one is specificity. So, this gives you a complete prompt, and also it is important for you to make the machine understand. That's our basic job. So, we have created, that doesn't mean it has to work by itself. We have to train in order to work properly. Best practices, keep prompts very simple. Avoid complex instructions, giving which is not able to process by the human itself. If you try to give, it confuses the model. The more you interact properly with the model, the more it gets trained. That is how it will work. So, test and iterate. You try to continuously test the prompts, refine them based on the output you receive. Try to give training to the model. Use templates. If you already have templates, in order to have a proper consistency and reusability, if you are having a prompt ready and it is used by multiple other people, it's easy if you have a template. If your work is based on monotonous, you can just use a template for the prompting as well. So, prompts will help the LangChain or any language model to train well. Next, you have models. LangChain supports various models, each suited for different tasks. What are the types of models we have? GPT comes first, right? It is a old GPT. Now it has been evolved a lot. It is having 16K Turbo GPT 3.5. You have many kinds of models that's available. Hugging Face models, example Bird GPT-2. Again, it has been evolved. It's just an example. You have custom models, integrated models for other libraries or custom build models which are integrated in your website or anything for personal use. So, these are the examples of models, and LangChain will always support different types of models. It's not only restricted to words. No, I'll only support GPT. I'll only support the BERT. It is having open forum in order to support the languages and the models. Now, let's understand the third component, that is tools. LangChain offers various tools to enhance the functionalities of language models. What are the kinds of tools we have? We have text processing tools, data augmentation tools, evaluation tools. So, in text processing, you can find tokenization, stemming and lemmatization tools. In data augmentation, you can use tools to generate synthetic data for learning. And also evaluation, it is very important, metrics and evaluation tools to access the model performance, to get the output, how it is working, the result, the analytics, you call it. So, you have to have evaluation tools as well. It's not that you generate and keep it aside and start using it. What is the progress? How to improvise that? In order to know the drawbacks, in order to know the faults, you have to evaluate in a different way. It's just like when you do the software development, you always do the software testing, right? So, there are types of testing. Likewise, evaluation is a metrics. So, LangChain also support evaluation metrics in order to improvise your model performance. Next, you have data loaders. So, the fourth one, data loaders facilitates the loading and processing of data for language models. I gave a simple example right in this video that we will try to upload some file to ChatGPT. We'll ask the ChatGPT to analyze the updated Excel file or any other file which you give. It will try to analyze and it will give you the output, and what you want to do with that you have to tell the GPT. So, file loading is very important. For that, data loaders is a tool which we use, and you have two types of loaders, CSV loader, load data from CSV files, or JSON loader, load data from JSON files. In LangChain, I'm talking about. In particularly, we have components called data loaders where it supports these two kinds of files. So, we are clear about the components of LangChain. Hope we are clear with LangChain components. Again, we have data loaders, we have tools, we have models, and we have prompts. So, these are the major components you have to understand. Now, what is next? We have LangChain case study. Here, we will be talking about a simple case study where you are trying to generate your own story with the help of OpenAI, Python LangChain library or framework, and with the help of the API key which you generate. I'll explain you regarding the codes we use, the installation we have to make, and how do we do that, everything in the Google Colab, and we will also execute that in command prompts. Why Google Colab? It's very easy to teach on Google Colab. We'll use command prompt, and how do we install all the required libraries, and how do we save the files, where do we get the files from, how we have to save the structure, everything is explained. So, let's quickly hop on to the Google Colab and understand. Now, here we are on the Google Colab. What we are trying to understand, what is the case study? First thing, personalized story generator. That means it will try to take certain inputs from the user and try to generate the story for the user. This project will take inputs, might be the character names, settings and theme of the story. It will generate unique story every time you try to communicate with ChatGPT 3.5. Why I'm stuck with 3.5? There is 4 and 4.0 that's coming, right? But when you go to OpenAPI, it's still at the 3.5 version itself. It is having 16K 1105. There is some other codes that's going on. It's just a Turbo GPT 3.5. There are many kinds of models. But for now, it is 3.5 in OpenAPI platform. Not talking about the ChatGPT 4 or 4.0. Okay? Don't get confused with that. Steps in order to create this project, very simple. Set up the environment, collect the user inputs, generate story using AI model and display the generated story. Simple as that. First, When we talk about the installing of libraries, here we have to install OpenAI LangChain. It is related to OpenAI, also related to Python. So, pip install OpenAI and LangChain. Both of these libraries we have to install. Then, in order to collect the input from the user, you have to have two different Python files here. So, that is the differentiation. Previous demonstration, we had only one Python file, one front-end file. We used to work with the code. Here, you have two files. What does this do? First one says user input.py. That means we are trying to welcome the user and take the input from the user. Here you could see, welcome to the personalized story generator. You have entered the main character's name. Please enter that. Then enter the setting of the story and enter the theme of the story. For example, adventure, mystery, horror, anything as such. Return the character, setting, theme to the particular file called storygenerator.py. You are taking input with the help of one Python file and you are trying to give that particular collected input to another Python file, that is storygenerator.py. From LangChain, import chain prompt text model, then user input. As I told you, user input file, you have to take all the user input, get user inputs. What is collected? Character name, settings and theme. This is collected. You have to take this as an input and import that into this particular story generator Python file. This is the function where you can just create certain story according to the inputs given by the particular user. Then you will have a prompt. You will have to work with a text model. As I told you, this is GPT 3.5 Turbo here, and here comes your OpenAPI key. You have to put your secret key here and then you have to execute this particular main block. It will try to give you the story generated here in the print statement. Generated story is so and so. A paragraph of a story will be displayed for you. So this is how the main block will get executed, and these are the commands or the codes which we use. Every code is having a self-explanatory comment that you can read and understand once again if you don't follow it here. Okay, this particular learning material or code is always provided. No worries, you can go back, rework on this again. Then what do you do? In order to display the story, you have to execute the file. How do you execute? Story generated.py. Here, why are we not using Python? We have to use Python, right? It should be Python story generator.py. That's how it will execute. Simple as that. You will have a quick recap here. First is environment setup, that is you are having Python in your system. You have two libraries, that is OpenAI and LangChain. Then you have to have your own API key, which is discrete. You have to create main script, that is story generator, and you also have to create a subscript, that is user inputs. Then you have to generate the story functionality, that is OpenAI's ChatGPT. You have to use that and you have to give them the character name, setting, theme, etc. It will develop the story, and if you execute, it will give back the story which is already developed. As simple as that. Hope this is very clear for you. Now let's see the demonstration. What is the output and how it will work? We are trying to execute personalized story generator, which we have already discussed that we are using the library called LangChain. Here it is. You have two different Python files. One is story generator, one is user input. It is already explained. User input is used to take the input from the user, and story generator is the main app. You should not execute Python user underscore input.py. You have to execute story underscore generator.py. That's how you will get the output screen. This is kind of special execution that every output is seen on the command prompt itself. We need not navigate between any other locations for output. What is this PyCache? If you click on this folder, after you compile your code, this is actually generated. Compiled Python file will be generated. So that is why it is here. Now, let's quickly hop on to our command prompt and try to execute this particular code file. In order to do that, first what we need is we have to copy this location where it is actually situated, the folder of your app. Now we are on the command prompt We are changing the directory and pasting the location which we copied and clicking on enter. We are in the folder called personalized story generator. What we have to do, we'll try to execute Python story underscore generator dot py. Once you click on enter, this is how it starts executing. Welcome to the personalized story generator, and I'll type a name of the main character as Alice, and it will ask setting of the story where it has to happen. I can say enchanted forest. I'll give the location, visualization idea for the GPT. I'll click on enter. It should be a mystery one or adventure one or horror one, whatever you can mention that. I'll mention as adventure story. I'll click on enter. See, the story is generated in this form. You can read the story pausing the screen, but yeah, it will include the main character, the setting of the story, also what kind of story, what is the theme of the story. It will try to give you the complete paragraph which you can use it for your requirement. This is how a story generator will work. Using LangChain, you can create much more applications. This is of one basic example. Hope this is clear for you.
As you know what is large language model, we're going to discuss about limitation of large language model. So why we will going to switch on RAG. So before that, we should understand the limitations of LLMs. So the first limitation is computational resources. So to train the data and to deploy the model, we need high cost there. So this during training the model and deploying the model using LLM, there we need high computational cost. So that is the first limitation of LLM. Next is data dependency. So LLM use vast amount of data. So there it actually highly dependent on or heavily dependent on data. So after data dependency, next is performance issue. So LLM having this limitation because factually it provides sometimes the incorrect output, which is referred as hallucination. After performance issue, let's move to the next limitation, that is ethical and social concern. So as you know, LLM use very large amount of data, right? So during that data might have some sensitive information as well. So we have to be very careful about the privacy of the data, and there we should be careful about all the ethics for data what we are using, and the legal things related with data. So that limitation what we have in LLM is regarding this ethics for using a data and the data privacy. After that, explainability, and last is generalization limits. So these all are the limitation of large language models, and because of these limitation, we'll move to RAG that will reduce that limitation, will be used to overcome this limitation. Let's understand about Retrieval-Augmented Generation, which is RAG. Now what is RAG over here? First, we'll discuss about the definition part. Then after, we'll use why we use this RAG, the purpose of RAG. And last, we're going to understand how it works. But before we start this, I'll tell you the meaning of that retrieval. Retrieval basically that R is working like a brain that search for all the information. So what we can say here, that R is basically work like a brain. Okay, that search all the information. Then after this generation part, what is this generation? So that generation basically it's a creative part of RAG. Okay, so that is used to work on that the data what we have searched through retrieval. And then after the last part is knowledge base. After once we'll finish the definition and the purpose and how it works, we're going to understand the knowledge base part as well. So knowledge base is the last thing where we basically use to collect all the information what we have gathered after this retrieval and generation part. Okay, so let's understand first what is definition of RAG. So RAG combines language generation with information retrieval to enhance text generation. Basically, it makes the data more accurate, reliable. It uses external data sources to provide more accurate, as I said before, and relevant responses. Next comes is purpose of RAG. Now the main goal is what? Of course, if we are working on data, if we want to train a data, if we want to deploy the model, so basically we need the accuracy there, we need the quality there, right? And reliability should be there. So these all three terms, what I said, is there in RAG. So the purpose of RAG over here is the main goal to improve the quality, accuracy of language model output, because that issue we are getting in LLMs. As I discussed before, the limitation of LLM. So there is performance issue, right? So in performance issue, what I told you that the output we were getting through LLM, sometimes it factually incorrect, and but the output how LLM show is like very confidently LLM provide the incorrect output, which referred as hallucination. So here that RAG is used to overcome through that limitation. Here we can see that to improve the quality and accuracy, and the output what we are getting is more better and accurate and reliable. RAG help models provide up-to-date information and contextually rich responses. So basically, in brief, we can say the output what we get through RAG is very accurate, very reliable, and the information what we get through RAG at last very up to date. Now the next point is how RAG works. So here you can see that RAG retrieve relevant information from a database or the internet before generating a text. So database we can use like SQL or any other database to retrieve the relevant information. This retrieved information is then used to produce more informed response to get the better output and up-to-date information. So that's how RAG works. Now the next you can see on the screen is benefits and example of RAG. So first we'll discuss about the benefit of RAG. You can see there that RAG improves the obviously accuracy. This is the best and the first main benefit of the RAG, that it improves the factual accuracy, which we generally don't get in sometimes in LLM. Of generated text, it allows model to provide answer based on the latent available data. So whatever the available data we have, based on that it provide the correct output there. Whatever the information we have, based on that it always try to provide the accurate outcome there, and as well as up-to-date information. After that you can see that use case of RAG. Now what is it? Common application you can see where we can use the RAG is include chatbot, virtual assistant, and content creation tools. Chatbot you already know, a lot of chatbots now we are using virtual assistant, which actually assist you virtually. If you ask anything, you will get a response based on your query. So in these many application we can use the RAG, and there we actually get the proper accuracy. Next is RAG is useful in any scenario where accurate and current information is crucial. After that, let's discuss about the example of RAG. So you can see on the screen that I have given there that Google search augmented model and OpenAI models using retrieval plugins. So this is well-known examples of RAG system where we are actually taking the benefit of the RAG. These systems set the benchmark for integrating retrieval with generation. So basically, this system you can see in OpenAI. Through in OpenAI, we have a lot of models like ChatGPT and all. There we are using these RAG and all, because they are giving the benchmark what I said before that this system set the benchmark because the output accuracy we are getting through that output is far better than because of RAG. So this system actually set the benchmark for integrating retrieval with generation. So these Google search augmented models and OpenAI nowadays are using RAG just to get the proper outcome in a very accurate manner. So we're going to understand more about RAG. So let's dive into the RAG more. So now the next concept is basic terminologies of RAG. Let's understand one by one all the basic concepts and terminology which we use in RAG. First is retrieval component. Now what it is? So the retrieval component, as you can see on the screen, it searches for the relevant information, and it actually works like a brain who search for all the information, right? So the retrieval component searches for the information, and from where it searches, from database or some other source like internet. Then after, this component ensures the model has access to be up to date. So this retrieval component, when it searches the information, the key point here is that whatever information it will search, that should be up to date. So it always focus on that also. And after that, why it always focus on up to date? So because if the information what it will search for, basically if it is up to date, then based on those information only we'll get the accurate final outcome. So here it should be first up to date and the contextually relevant data, right? It should not be something else, like if suppose we are searching for a data, so it's completely relevant for what we are searching. Next is generation component. Now what it is? The generation component use that retrieved data, means the data what we have searched through retrieval component. So it uses that data, and why it uses? To generate some response based on that up-to-date information. This ensures that generated text is both coherent and factually accurate. So generation is used to get the information from the retrieval component, and then after it start working on it and try to generate the accurate and reliable data, or we can say the outcome. Now the next you can see here is very important, which is knowledge base. These three are very important parts of RAG. So knowledge base is basically what? The knowledge base is the source of the information from where you are getting that information in retrieval component. So here you can see on the screen that the knowledge base is the source of information used by the retrieval component. As I said before, it can include database or other sources from where the retrieval component is actually retrieving the info. So it can be any source, it can be a website, or it can be any database like SQL. Basically, the structured collection of the information from where we can get the proper up-to-date data is basically comes under knowledge base. So from where we are taking, from where we are retrieving the data is knowledge base. Once we retrieve the information, the important and useful information, the up-to-date information, then it will go to generation component, where this component start using that information to generate a response which will be very accurate and reliable. So now the next one is contextual understanding. So you can see on the screen that this actually allows the model to interpret the user's query accurately. This helps in retrieving the most relevant information for generating a response. So basically, it understands what is the context behind the retrieved information. It allow or it try to interpret the user's query accurately. So based on that query only, we're going to generate the response, like what we want that will come in the outcome, right? So if it will understand that properly, then it will generate the accurate and reliable response. So this is contextual understanding. Next comes is relevance scoring. Now what it is? Relevance scoring ranks the retrieved information. based on its importance to the query. This ensures that the most pertinent information is used in the generation process. So basically, it gives you the assurity that the information which you are using is the most relevant information to generate the response. After that comes integration of retrieval and generation. Basically, the retrieval and generation, when it will get merged, basically the final part, the seamless integration of retrieval and generation component is crucial for RAG. This integration allows what? For real-time information retrieval and response generation. So basically the last part of this, which is called the merging part, basically, when you get the proper information through retrieval, the process is done. Then when you will going to generate, so that seamless process, it comes under the integration of retrieval and generation. Now we will going to understand the benefits of using RAG with LLMs, that why we are using RAG with LLMs. So as we have already talked about the limitation of LLM, so to overcome from that limitation, we will going to use RAG, because RAG somewhere is more beneficial in terms of hallucination. In LLMs we have discussed about that also, and a lot of other limitation what we actually have in LLMs while using LLMs. So to overcome through that, we are using here. So let's understand step by step everything. So let's discuss all the benefits of using a RAG with LLM. So first is enhanced accuracy. As you know that while using LLM, we actually have a limitation that the performance accuracy is not up to the mark. So here it actually work on it. And how it work? It always try to gather the information or to retrieve the information which is up to date. And if the information is up to date, of course you will get the correct response at last. So it ensures the generated text first should be reliable and contextually correct. It should not be like we are working on today and we are getting the outcome of yesterday's part. So it always try to fetch the up-to-date information. If we are working today, so it try to fetch the exact and up-to-date information what we have today, and based on that, when we'll get the response, obviously that will be more reliable and correct. Next is contextual relevance. By retrieving relevant information, you can see here the RAG ensures that responses are contextually appropriate. It should be relatable. Then this leads to more meaningful and relevant interaction with the user. It should be more relatable, it should be more relevant. So then only user can get the response proper there. It try to cut down the irrelevant information and it try to fetch only the relatable data. Next is handling diverse query. RAG allows model to handle a wide range of topics by accessing a vast knowledge base. It enhances the model's ability to answer questions beyond pre-trained knowledge. So we always train the knowledge base, right? So beyond that limit also, it tried to give the accurate and proper answer based on the user's query. So that's why the third is handling diverse queries. Next is reduced hallucination, which is a very important point over here, which makes it a better version, which makes it why we are using nowadays, why we are more focusing on RAG with LLM. Because it helps minimizing the hallucination where model generate incorrect or non-essential information. Because while using large language models, most of the time we face this problem of hallucination, means the model confidently provide or give you the incorrect information, right? And based on that, when we get the response, of course it will be not accurate, it will be incorrect. So it tried to minimize that problem. It tried to minimize that hallucination. You can see here the retrieval of accurate data supports more credible and coherent text generation. So at last, when we generate the response, that will be more correct, accurate, reliable, and relevant, and up to date as well. Next one is after that scalability. Now you can see on the screen that RAG can scale to include new information without need of retraining the model. Means you no need to retrain the model. You no need to train the model again and again. So it can scale to include new information. Basically, if you are working on some info and if you are getting more info later, the up to date, obviously because it works on up to date information. So it include that up to date, that new information it can include, but no need to again work on training the model. So without retraining the model, we can scale to include the new information. Next, it makes it easy to maintain and update the model's knowledge base. So the database, knowledge base is what means when you get the data from, when you store the data in the database, right? The database automatically get updated. So it helps or it makes the process easy by maintaining and updating the model's knowledge base. Now the next one is versatile applications. So RAG is beneficial for various applications such as you can see here that customer support, content creation and virtual assistant. So it has a lot of application where we can use this RAG. Its ability to provide a precise and the relevant information enhance the effectiveness of these applications, because these all are those applications which actually need the accuracy more. So the point here is why we are using this RAG in these applications, because they actually depended on the accuracy more, and it actually because of this RAG, these applications provide more effective outcome. So these all are the benefits of using RAG with large language model. Now we're going to understand by using a simple example. So now next is key components in retrieval. What are the key components of retrieval? The first one is retrieval component overview. The retrieval component is responsible for finding relevant information to support the query response. So if a user asks a query, it start working. Okay, it start trying to find the relevant and relatable information based on the query to provide the accurate response through generation. It not only use the pre-trained knowledge base, it use the internet also to get the relevant information based on the user's query. So it accesses external data sources, database or the internet for this information just to get the up-to-date info. After that comes knowledge base. This is again the very important component. Here the knowledge base is what it includes the collection of all the information, relatable information, collection of document, collection of articles, what we are getting through other sources. So it serves as the primary source of information for the retrieval process. After that, efficient search mechanism. So here you can see the retrieval component first understand the query context to search effectively. It involves what? It involves parsing the query to identify key terms and concepts. So if you ask a query, it actually make the search process more efficient. How? It try to get or try to fetch the important key terms out of your query. Try to work on it more to give the correct and accurate response. Now, the next one is information retrieval algorithm. Now, what it is, as you can see over here, that algorithm like BM25 or TF-IDF are used to find and rank relevant document. Relevant document, as you already know, that those who are more relatable with the query of the user. So this algorithm is scored document based on their relevance to the query terms, and based on that only we can say that yeah, we are getting the accurate response, because more relatable things only can show you the final accurate response. Next come is relevance scoring. Now what it is, retrieved documents are scored to determine their importance to the query. So it prioritized based on the ranking of the info, and the most important will be on the first rank, then so on. So higher scoring documents are prioritized for generating the response. So it will move to the generation stage then. After that, again you can see here efficient search mechanism. What it is, advanced search now. So this advanced search mechanism do what? It ensure the quick and accurate retrieval of the information. This efficiency is very important or crucial, we can say, for real-time applications like chatbot and virtual assistant. Next come is key components of generation. Let's talk about first the generation component overview. So the generation component overview is what? It uses the retrieved information, the information what we have retrieved through retrieval. It use that to create the response, and the response will be very relevant to the query. It integrates the retrieved data into meaningful and contextually relevant reply. So whatever information that retrieval process retrieve through various different sources, it actually integrate those data based on the ranking. After that, you can see here is contextual integration. Now what it is, the model integrate context from the query and retrieved information. Then after this ensures what? The response is not only accurate but very appropriate also as per the user query. Then after, next comes language model. Now what it is, the generation component is actually use various advanced language model like GPT-3, GPT-4. These models have been pre-trained on vast data already to generate human-like text. So if you ask a query, obviously you only can understand if it will come as a response in human-like text, right? Then only you will be able to understand what you are getting as a response. You cannot understand in the form of encoded text. So basically it generates the human-like text to make it more easy to understand for a user, and it works on a large amount of data because these models have been already pre-trained on vast amount of data. Next come coherence and fluency. Now what it is, the generated text is designed to be coherent and fluent, resembling natural human conversation. This quality is critical for user satisfaction and engagement. So here if you have noticed what I have explained before, that suppose if you have asked a query, right, with the model, so there if you want to refine it, right, because as a response what you are getting, you are not satisfied with that. It's not like it's not accurate, but the point is you want something more for as a response. So here you can do the conversation in a very natural human conversation. In that manner you can do the conversation, and you can refine the response in your based on your query, and based on that again you will get the more accurate outcome. So this quality is critical or important. Why? For us, means for user satisfaction and engagement. Next is dynamic content generation. The generation process is dynamic and allowing what the model to create a diverse and adaptive response. It can handle various type of queries from factual question to conversational prompt. Conversational means when you start asking again and again based on the response what you are getting through the model, and based on your refinement of the query, it start giving you more better version of the response. So this is a very important component of generation. Now the next is response optimization. Now what it is, the model continuously optimize the response based on the feedback and new data. Feedback means if we want to give something more based on the response, that feedback loop will work over here. So based on the feedback and suppose something new come up, right? So based on that new data, it always optimize the response in a better way. This adaptive learning actually improves the accuracy and the relevance of future responses. So this adaptive learning not only improves the accuracy, but actually it improves the relevance of the future responses also, because it continuously optimize the output, or we can say the response, based on the updated information and based on the feedback what we share or what we give to the generated response. So now, as we have discussed, as we have spoke about the benefits of using RAG with LLM, let's talk about the RAG's effectiveness by using a simple example. So first you can see here query example. So here you consider a user asking, what are the latest advancement in AI? A standard language model might provide a general answer based on its training data, because the training model, based on that only generally the language model provides the answer. Retrieval process is the next. The RAG model first retrieve the recent article, research paper on AI advancement. So this is the example of that up-to-date information. Like RAG uses always the up-to-date information. So this is the part there. This ensures that the response includes the latest information available. It not only will work on the trained data, but if you have some up-to-date information regarding your query, so it will try to fetch that without retraining the data. Then comes generation process. You can see here that using the retrieved data, the model generates a detailed and up-to-date response there. Because first the retrieved data is up-to-date already. So obviously once the generation process starts, so it will give you the up-to-date response and in a detailed manner. This response is more accurate and informative compared to standard models answer. Reason? Because it not only work on the trained data, but if you have something new related with the query what you are asking for, it work on that and then will give you the final response. So the accuracy is more here and more informative. Now, the next is comparative effectiveness. What it is? A standard model might say AI is improving rapidly with new technology. In contrast, a RAG model could say recent advancement in AI include development in quantum computing and ethical AI framework as reported in the latest research paper from 2024. So you can see the difference that the standard model, how we'll get the response through that, and if we are talking about RAG, then how and what response we could get through this model. Next comes user satisfaction. Now what it is? Obviously the name itself is explaining the whole thing over here, that the detailed and current response provided by RAG enhances user satisfaction. You can see in the above example that the response what we are getting through standard and the RAG, which one is more satisfied. So if I see the outcome through the standard model and if I see the outcome what we are having right now through RAG model, the second one is more satisfactory, right? We are understanding properly here what are the recent advancement in AI, right? So this satisfaction should be there for the users, and user receive precise and relevant information, correct information, reliable information, up-to-date information, which improve their overall experience. So that should be there. It should be there for a user, because why we are working on large language model, why we are working more on RAG, just to get the satisfied experience from the user. Now next comes practical implication. Now what it is, as you can see on the screen, this example highlight how RAG can be more effective in real world application, how RAG is so helpful in terms of better user experience. It demonstrates the practical benefits of integrating retrieval with generation for better AI interaction. Now the next part, workflow of RAG. How RAG works. So basic workflow of RAG will going to understand the step by step we'll going to discuss about. The first one is user query. We'll work on the user query. The first step is the process starts when a user inputs a query or a prompt into the system. This query can be a question. This query can be a request for information. Means if I want to know something about anything, like suppose if I want to know about the latest advancement in AI, so I can ask as a request for that information what I'm providing, or any text input requiring a response. After this user query, when we start with our query, next is retrieval stage. There RAG start doing its work. So the model searches for the relevant information based on our query from a predefined knowledge base or the internet. It's not only depend on the predefined knowledge base. It try to fetch, it try to retrieve the information through the internet as well. It try to collect all the relatable, relevant information. And then once it retrieves the most relevant information, articles, data, whatever, based on the query, it moves to the next step. And the next step is ranking retrieved information. Now what it is, we have already discussed in a brief that the retrieved information is ranked based on its relevance and importance to the query, that how much that retrieved information is relatable to the query, the user query. Based on, we ranked those information, and the most relevant information will be prioritized for the next step, for the next stage. Okay, so here you can see that the retrieved information is ranked based on its relevance and importance to the query, how it is important, how it is useful, how much it is useful for the query what user is asking for. This step ensures that the most important data should be prioritized for the next stage, because if we'll not prioritize, if we'll not going to rank the most prominent data, most relevant data, then the accuracy might vary. So here this step actually is very important to have, because it actually do the ranking thing. Ranking process basically trying to prioritize the most important info from the retrieved information. Now the next is after that generation stage. So what generation stage do? We have already discussed it in brief, that the model uses the top ranked retrieved information to generate the response for the user. Here you can see it involves what? It involves creating coherent and contextually appropriate text that addresses the user's query very accurately and very clearly. Basically, it works on the ranking retrieve information. Why? Because based on the top prioritized information, which is what? Which is more relatable to the query. Okay, so based on those top ranked information, it start generating the response, and it start giving the detailed and accurate response, which is more relatable and relevant to the query. So this is called generation stage. Next is response delivery. Now what it is? The generated response. What we have discussed in the last slide, that the response what we based on what we retrieved through the ranking retrieval stage, when we generate the response, that response is delivered back to the user. We have worked on your query, we have retrieved the information, then we have prioritized the most relevant information based on your query, we have generated the response in a detailed manner. Now it is time to deliver back to the user. It is time to send the final response to the user based on his or her query. The response aims to be accurate. relevant, and informative, means in a detailed manner, enhancing user satisfaction. So we have already talked about, we have already discussed in between the standard model and the RAG model. You can understand now the difference between both, that how we get the outcome response from the standard and how we get through the RAG model. So here, because of this RAG, the response what we get at the end will be more satisfactory. Next is feedback loop. Here you can see that user feedback can be used to refine and improve the retrieval and generation process. At last, we can see it is also a process. Sometimes maybe we can get the proper refined or some thing that model also can miss, right? It try to give you the accurate response, but sometimes suppose what if we miss anything? So here this feedback loop do what? Based on the generated response, when it get delivered to the user, when user get the response at last, user feedback here basically what user give the improve feedback, like where we can improve, where we can refine it more. It's like if you give a prompt, right? If you are getting some outcome based on your prompt, and if you want something more, it's not sufficient for you. So that information what you are getting as a response, so you will again go ask back. Okay, you will going to ask back, or you will going to give the prompt back. Okay, I want more on this. So that feedback is working here like a refinement on your query. So what it improves? It improves the retrieval and generation process more, and this loop help continuously enhancing the model's performance. You will get better version of the final response. So this is the feedback loop. After this, we're going to understand the key components of RAG, means for retrieval and for generation. So let's discuss now about the various applications of RAG. First one is customer support. How we use RAG in customer support? RAG enhances customer support by providing accurate and timely responses to the user query. Second, it uses real-time data retrieval to answer diverse questions, improving customer satisfaction. Next application is virtual assistant. Virtual assistant is like what? Siri, Alexa. These applications uses RAG to deliver the relevant information quickly. So whenever you ask any question, or whenever you say anything to Siri and Alexa, you get the response very quickly and correct also. So these all because of implementing RAG to that virtual assistant, and it enables them to handle a wide range of tasks, from setting reminders to answering complex questions. So it actually uses there as in to set various different tasks. So RAG is not only helpful to get the relevant information or up-to-date information, it is helpful in other tasks also, for especially virtual assistant. Next come is content creation. Now how it can be helpful in creating a content? So it aids in generating high quality content for blogs, article and social media. If you ask a query based on your information what you will provide, that I want in this manner, I want in that manner. So based on your informative query, it will try to give you the correct and accurate and detailed response there. So that can be helpful to create your blog or article or any other social media post. It retrieves the relevant information or data to ensure the content is accurate and up to date. Next application is medical diagnosis. Now, how it can be helpful in terms of medical? So, in healthcare, RAG assists doctor by retrieving and summarizing the latest medical research. This support accurate and informed decision making in patient care. So, suppose if you are not aware about the latest or advancement in medical research, obviously it will not be so helpful for in terms of patient care, right? So if you have the complete info about the latest research, what is going in medical or in healthcare, so that will be helpful for a doctor to take care of a patient based on the latest and advancement research what we have in the medical field. After that, you can see here that it is helpful in educational tool. How it is helpful in education, as we use in education to provide a student with precise and detailed explanation. It helps in creating personalized learning experience by retrieving relevant study material based on the child or based on the student. We can provide the relevant study material so they can go through that and it will be more accurate and up to date. So there also the RAG is very helpful. Next comes legal research. So basically legal professionals use this RAG to quickly find and summarize the pertinent legal documents. This speeds up the research process and improves the accuracy of legal advice. So you know that if we go with legal documents, we actually have to go through with a lot of documents. Just to read the document, it actually takes a lot of time. So it gives you the summarized form of those documents, and based on that summary, you can work in a more effective manner that research, or you can give the more effective advice there quickly. So that's why RAG is very helpful in legal research as well. Now the next one is text summarization. Now before we understand how it is helpful there, we'll understand what is text summarization. So text summarization is what if you give a lengthy para, just for an example, in a very simple way I'm explaining, that if you are giving a very lengthy and very text heavy paragraph, right, and if just want a brief about that, it summarize that complete para in a very precise or very brief manner. So you just, what basically text summarization do, it focus more on the key words out of that complete para, and which is very important for you to understand. So text summarization is what? It is the process of condensing a long document into a shorter version while retaining the key information. RAG enhances this by retrieving the most relevant part of the text to include in the summary. So what basically RAGs do? Actually read the complete large document, okay? Out of that, it try to pick the important keywords, okay? Based on those important keywords, it tried to summarize in a very shorter version. So that will actually help to reduce the time of reading the whole large document, and it somewhere save your time only. So this is called text summarization. Now next is automatic summarization tool. RAG powered tool can automatically summarize articles, reports and books. So it is very helpful in text summarization, and by using this tool, it actually gives the summarized version of any report, article or book in a very quicker way. This saves time, as I said before, and effort for user who need quick insight from lengthy text. So just not to waste the time, we can summarize the large amount of info in a very shorter version. Next is improving comprehension. Summarized text help the readers understand the main points without reading the entire document. What is the meaning of this? Basically, that the entire document, if you read, it will take time for you to understand first, and once you will read the entire document, then after only you can come on some conclusion. So when you will get the summarized text, means when you will get the main point out of that entire document, you can work on it in a very quick manner, and then you can come on the conclusion also very fast. So this is particularly useful in academic and professional setting where time is limited. After that, keeping summaries relevant. So by retrieving up-to-date information, you can see on the screen that what is written, that RAG ensures the summary include the latest development. It always try to work on the up-to-date information. This is very important for those fields, especially in news and research, where the up-to-date information is must, where information is constantly evolving, means it keeps changing, right? So there it is very important. So next, after we're going to discuss customizable summaries. What it is, user can customize the level of detail in the summary according to their need. If I just want, suppose if I am giving a large document and I just want to understand the main point, if I am at beginner level, and the document is not only for beginner, it is for the beginner, for professional, or basically we can say for advanced level also. But I just want a summary based on, as I am a beginner, so I just want the summary based on that part. So it will actually customize that, okay, based on our need. RAG can generate brief overview or more detailed summary based on our preference. So if I am a professional and what the document I shared, I want a detailed summary of that, so I can customize in a way. If I am at beginner level, I just need easy summarized version, so I can customize in that way. So it is very helpful in customizable summary. After that, integration with other apps. It can easily integrate with other apps. How? You can see on the screen that text summarization can be integrated into other applications such as email client and document editor. So if this flexibility there now, it will be very helpful for us in our work. So this enhances productivity by providing quick insights directly within the tool user already use. So no need to work again separately, because it can easily integrate with the tool on which we are already working. So that will actually somewhere make our job easy, and this flexibility should be there while using any tool, right? So RAG is having that quality, or we can say that benefit what we have through RAG is that it can easily integrate with other apps. Now, next is advanced question answering system. How RAG is helpful over here. First, we'll understand in the introductory part of what is advanced question answering system. Advanced QA system utilize sophisticated algorithm to understand and answer complex query. When we ask any question, we should get the proper answer. So in a very simple manner, I can say what is question answering system. If you ask very complex query, you should get the proper answer, so that advanced QA system understand that complex query and give you answer. This system go beyond simple keyword matching to provide accurate and contextually relevant response. After that, integration of retrieval and generation. It combines retrieval mechanism to gather relevant information from database. Uses generation model to synthesize coherent and accurate answers from the retrieved data. So integration of retrieval and generation is what? When you retrieve the relevant information based on the user query, it generates the accurate response and up-to-date response and relevant information. That is the part of integrating retrieval and generation part. After this, role of LLM in QA system. Now, what is the role of LLM in QA system? Large language model like GPT-4 enhance QA system by providing different context-aware responses. LLM can handle a wide range of topic and generate detailed answer based on vast amount of training data, because if you talk about GPT-4 is trained by using a large and vast amount of data. So if you give any query, if you ask any query using a prompt, you will get some response through that model GPT-4. So how? Because it can handle wide or different range of topic and generate detailed answer based on that trained data, what we have feed there, that data is actually a large amount of vast amount of data. Next is real-time data access. Now, the meaning of here real-time data access is advanced QA system can access and retrieve real-time data, ensuring that answers are up to date. Real-time means what, right? Whatever you are asking, it should be up to date on real-time basis. So whatever query you will going to ask, based on that, this actually retrieve the information and generate the response which will be up to date. This capability is very important for application require current information, especially for example, for news channels, right? Such as news and financial data. That financial data, of course, should be up to date only. In stock market, the data should be up to date. So for those application, it is very important. After comes personalized response. QA system not only used for real-time data access, but can provide personalized answers based on user history and preferences. Personalized enhances user experience by making interaction more relevant and engaging. Let's discuss about application across domains. Widely used in customer support, we have already talked about virtual assistant, healthcare, and education. These systems help automate response, reduce the workload of the user, and improve the efficiency across different sectors. So this is all about various applications in RAG. We have discussed about various applications like how we are using in customer support, virtual assistant, and many more. After this, we're going to understand more about RAG, that the hallucination term, which is very crucial or important to understand. So let's discuss about hallucination in RAG system. Now we're going to understand the most crucial part, which is hallucination in RAG system. How RAG will be helpful and how does it help this hallucination in LLM. But before that, we'll understand hallucination in LLMs first. What is hallucination? Hallucination in LLM occurs when the model generates the text which is factually incorrect. Okay, this response may seem plausible but are not based on the accurate information. So in short, we can say that when the model generate the output, generate the response, but it is not correct, it is incorrect. So because of that, we obviously lose the accuracy there, and that is known as hallucination. It actually, this issue actually we have more in large language model. So next is cause of hallucination. Why it happen? Why we get this issue? So hallucination can occur due to the limitation of training the data or the model inability to retrieve the relevant information. So in that case, this hallucination occur. So they often occur if the model attempts to answer question beyond its training scope. So if you remember, I have discussed this, that RAG is actually not only work on the trained data, but if the information is getting up to date, right? So it try to retrieve that up to date information also without retraining the model. So this thing, if is not there during the modeling, then this hallucination can occur. After this, example of hallucination. An LLM might generate a false historical event or incorrect scientific fact. For instance, stating that Albert Einstein was born in 1900 is a clear hallucination. So, if the information what we are getting as a response, very confidently LLM provide you the information, but it might be possible, can be wrong or can be incorrect. So, this causes the hallucination. Now we're going to understand the impact of this hallucination on user. Hallucination can lead to misinformation. Basically, it mislead you from the correct or accurate information, reduce the reliability of AI system. Because if you are getting incorrect information, if you are getting inaccurate response, so obviously that reliability on an AI system automatically will get dropped down. User may lose trust in the technology if they frequently encounter the inaccurate information there. So that trust what we generally have on AI, that will get the proper and accurate response, automatically will get dropped down. Then after, detection challenges. Detecting hallucination can be challenging as the generated text often appear coherent and plausible. It requires verification against reliable source to identify inaccuracy. So if you get the inaccurate response, so obviously you have to work on it again and again to get the correct response. And at last also, maybe we'll not sure that what we are getting at last as a final response is correct or is incorrect. So that challenges we have to face if we are having this hallucination in LLM. After that, need for addressing it. Mitigating hallucination is crucial and important for maintaining the credibility and usefulness of AI system. Ensuring accuracy enhance user trust and the overall effectiveness of LLM. It not only enhances the user trust, but if we get the accurate response, then only we can proceed further for the next step. So everything will get stopped if you are getting the inaccurate response or the response which is not relatable or relevant, okay, with the query what we are asking for. So here, that need for addressing it means that ensuring accuracy enhances user trust also and the overall effectiveness of LLM as well. Now, how does a RAG help mitigate hallucination? How it is helpful to overcome this problem? So first is integration of retrieval. In this, you can see on the screen that RAG mitigate hallucination by integrating the retrieval component that access accurate information. RAG always retrieve the relevant and accurate and up-to-date information. So try to integrate that. This ensures that the generated response are based on and will be based on the up-to-date info. After that, enhance the accuracy. Automatically, it will enhance because if you are having the up-to-date info, accurate info, so the accuracy automatically will get enhanced and improved. So by retrieving relevant document or data, RAG provide a factual basis of generating text. This reduces the likelihood of the model predicting the inaccurate or fabricated information. Next is contextual relevance. Now, what does it mean? That RAG always ensures that the retrieved information should be very contextually relevant and relatable and accurate to the user query. It should get matched with the query what we are asking. So, this helps the model generate the responses that are both accurate and appropriate. After that, real-time data access. RAG not only work on the data which is there we have in knowledge base, pre-defined knowledge base, it try to fetch the up-to-date current information as well. So RAG system can access real-time information, which is very important point what we have in RAG, that it can access real-time information. So that's why, because of that reason, it keeps model knowledge current. So basically, if we get the up-to-date information, so accuracy automatically will get maintained. This is particularly useful for answering question about recent event or rapidly changing feeds like news channel. In news channel, we cannot keep the old or historical information only. We have to be very updated there. And in financial market, like a stock market, that detail should always be up to date, right? So in those type of fields, this is very important to have. Next is feedback mechanism. User feedback on the accuracy of response can be used to improve the retrieval and generation process. Continuous learning from the feedback help refine the system and reduce hallucination over time. So if you continue learn from the feedback and if you continue work based on the feedback, refine your response, automatically it will reduce the hallucination issue. Next comes continuous improvement. RAG systems are designed to improve continuously by incorporating new data, up-to-date data, and refining the retrieved algorithm. So if you are getting a response and if you use that feedback loop, so based on that, it start working on refining the retrieval algorithm. And if it start refining that, if it continuously improve on the information, so you will get the accurate outcome at last. This ongoing enhancement further reduces the occurrence of hallucination. So that's how RAG help mitigate hallucination. After that, we're going to understand this RAG, how it is helpful in LLM and what is the process, what all are the steps that should be covered while using RAG in LLM. We're going to discuss next. So now before we implement RAG using LangChain, we're going to understand the steps to implement this RAG with LangChain. First step would be install required libraries. You can see here that begin by installing LangChain and other necessary libraries using pip. Use the command pip install LangChain transformer FAISS and then CPU. It actually is helpful because if you are going to use, you have to install all the required libraries first, then only you will be able to move further. Then the next step is setting up the environment. Import required libraries and set up the environment for LangChain and RAG. Initialize necessary configuration, what configuration you required for retrieval and generation component that you need to be taken care of. Next is prepare data. You have to load the data and you have to pre-process your data set to create a knowledge base, because knowledge base is what basically used to store the information, okay, from various database I said, and from various sources. So you have to load and pre-process your data set to create a knowledge base. From there, you will be able to get the response through generation process. Ensure the data is in format suitable for retrieval, such as document or text-based passages. After, the next step is initialize retrieval component. You have to initialize retrieval component. Why? Because based on the query, it starts searching the relevant information. So set up the retrieval component using LangChain built-in function. Configure the retrieval setting to define how the data will be accessed and ranked. And then the configure generation component. After retrieval, of course, the generation component will be there. So you have to initialize that component using a pre-trained language model like GPT-3 or 4. Set up the model to generate the text based on retrieved information. So when you will set this, then only you will be able to get the response based on the retrieved information what you have here. Then integrate retrieval and generation. Combine both components to create the final RAG system. Ensure seamless integration so that the retrieved data inform the text generation process there. Test and refine. This is the last step where you can see that test the RAG system with sample queries. We're going to then after give the query, sample query, and just to get the surety that whether it works correctly, whether it's working correctly or not. Refine the retrieval and generation parameters based on the result for optimal performance. Now we're going to understand the simple example to demonstrate this complete process. So first step would be install LangChain. Second would be import libraries. Third would be load and pre-process data. Fourth would be initialize retrieval component. Then after configure the generation component. After that create RAG chain. And at last test the system by giving the sample query. Now let's understand the future of RAG. As we have understood how to implement RAG in LangChain, we're going to understand what is the future of RAG. So upcoming trends and innovation in RAG are integration with real-time data. Future RAG system will increasingly integrate with real-time data because now the things are keep changing, right? So the data what we are working on, again and again we have to refine it, right? So if the real-time data is getting changed and getting up to date, so this RAG system will increasingly integrate with those. This will enhance the relevance and timeliness of generated response, making them more useful for dynamic application. Next is improved retrieval algorithm. Now what it is, advances in retrieval algorithm will allow for faster and more accurate information. And if the retrieval algorithm will get improved more, so obviously that advanced part of that, advanced version of that, will give you better result at last. So enhancing the algorithm, making it more advanced, will improve the quality of the retrieved data. That will be more than up-to-date version, means that up-to-date will be there, but the accuracy will get enhanced there. Multimodal RAG system. Now what it is? Combining text with other data types like images, audio and video. This will enable more contextually rich response, expanding the application of RAG. It will be more helpful in various applications where we are using RAG. Then after, enhance security and privacy. Innovation will focus on improving data security and user privacy in RAG system. Because if we use a vast amount of data, we should take care of the data could be sensitive, and there we have to be very careful. So this enhanced security and privacy do what? It actually secure data handling practices, and it will be critical as the system handle sensitive information there. After that, scalability improvement. RAG system will become more scalable, handling larger data set and more complex queries. This will enable their use in broader and more demanding application. Right now we have discussed few application. Somewhere it is not in use in that level, but if we improve the scalability, we can we can use this RAG system in more demanding application as well. Now the next part is we're going to talk about that potential impact and advancement of RAG. Advancement in AI research. First, RAG will drive significant advancement in AI research, pushing the boundaries of what is possible with AI. Researcher will explore new architectures, new method, new different ways to improve the retrieval and generation. After that, enhance decision making. If business and organization will use this RAG, so that they can enhance the decision making process also. Access to accurate and up-to-date information, will get the accurate and up-to-date information, so that will improve the strategic planning and operation. So basically, overall, it will be helpful in taking a decision correctly and accurately. Increased accessibility to information. RAG system will make information more accessible to a broader audience. We can use in a different domain where right now, if we are not be able to use this RAG, there also you can use the RAG to get the accurate response properly. Now user will benefit from accurate and relevant information tailored to their need regardless of their background. After that, revolutionizing customer service. It will lead to higher customer satisfaction and more efficient support system. Improved healthcare solution in medical also. It will be more helpful and beneficial. It will not only work on the latest research of medical, but it will give you more up-to-date or what will be the future of that after that research, the up-to-date research information what generally RAG provide you, right? After that, what can be there in the future, that also you can get easily. So this will improve diagnostic, the accuracy and patient care, leveraging the latest medical advancement. So it will not only give you the up-to-date medical information and research, and it will give you what comes next. That also will be there. After that, economic growth. So this is also an impact of RAG. The widespread adoption of RAG will contribute to economic growth. How? Business will become more efficient and innovative. It actually save your time, right? So there obviously the efficiency will get increased, innovation obviously will get increased. It will lead to new market opportunities and job creation. So now we're going to understand how to use RAG in LLM via hands-on. First, we're going to import some necessary libraries. So what they are and what is the purpose of those libraries, we'll understand step by step. So the first is we're going to import the first library, which is pip install LangChain community. What is the use of this? It is used for building the various application using language models. Now we're going to give other library, another one, which is C transformer. So pip install C transformer. So basically it focuses on efficient usage. Okay. Next we're going to import what? Pip install transformer. So these are like the Hugging Face libraries for model like Bird GPT. The next library which we're going to give here is, now we're going to give another library which is also very important to use in this, and that is basically FAISS CPU. Okay. So basically this library is efficient. It is used for efficient similarity search and clustering the dense vectors. Okay. After this, we're going to give another one, which is pip install sentence transformers. So this library is for sentence embedding. Okay. So next you can see on the screen that pip install LangChain Hugging Face. What is the use of this library? Basically, it is used to build LangChain, or we can say language model applications. Okay. So these all are very important libraries which we have to install while applying the RAG in LLM, while performing the hands-on part. So as you can see on the screen, we have given all the important libraries that needs to be installed before giving the code. Once it will get installed, then we're going to use the libraries from these all. Okay. So next we're going to import the libraries and we're going to load the model. So basically you can see that few things are downloading over here and few are already satisfied. Okay. So once it will get finished, we'll move to the next code. So now all the required libraries that needs to be installed before we start the coding, it's already done over here. As you can see, it is installed, and if it is already there, then you can see the message that required already satisfied. Now we're going to give the libraries and we're going to load the model. As you can see, I have given the code. So from LangChain community, what we are importing C transformer, from transformer what we are importing that auto tokenizer, auto model. Why we're going to use it, that we're going to understand step by step while using these libraries during our coding part. Okay, so here you can see that we have given the libraries and we have given all the required models also, which we're going to use for further modeling. When I'll run this code, it will take a time because step by step it will import all the required libraries over here. Now, next step is what we're going to load the LLM using C transformer. How we're going to do? So for that we have a code that I'm going to show you over here. So now you can see over here on the screen that we have created a variable LLM in which we are using C transformers, and we are using a model that is the block llama 2 7B GGML, and the type of this model is llama. What is the meaning of this code is basically that we are loading the model by using C transformer. So let's run this code and it's done. You can see that it's fetching the details and the model which we have used from there. Once it will get done, then we'll move to the next code. So now you can see that we have used over here the model by using C transformer library. Now the next task is to load the tokenizer and model for embeddings. How to do that? First we have to create a variable with the name tokenizer, and in that we're going to use what? Auto tokenizer from pre-trained. In that we're going to type sentence transformer. What is the use of this? I'll let you know. So first in tokenizer we are using auto tokenizer. From that we are giving from pre-trained sentence transformer, and after that we're going to use all mini LM L6 V2. Now what it is? This should be hyphen. So it loads a pre-trained tokenizer, as you can see from pre-trained. So it actually load the pre-trained tokenizer from where? From mini LM L6 V2 model. Okay, so this is the meaning of this. As what we are doing here, we are loading the tokenizer and the model for what? Embedding. So that we have done. Now let's run this code. Now the next part over here, you can see after loading this, we're going to load the mini LM model. And why we're going to do that? We're going to do this for generating the embeddings. So first we have loaded the tokenizer. Now we're going to load what? The model. So the next code you can see on the screen is loading the model for embedding. So once we load the model for embedding, we have loaded till now that tokenizer and model both for the embedding part. Next step is what? We're going to define the embedding text. For that, we're going to create a function. So first, I'll give the code over here, define embed text. And in that user defined function, we're going to give some inputs. So for that, we're going to create a variable inputs tokenizer. What it will use? Text return tensors. Now the next code over here is, after giving this, we're going to use the torch.noGrade function, and in that we're going to use what? The output last hidden state. So basically it is what we're going to understand once I'll give the code over here. So that is output equal to model within bracket inputs. In embeddings, what we're going to use? This output dot last hidden state dot mean, dimension we are using equal to 1, and then CPU dot numpy, and at last return this code is basically we are creating over a user defined function, and it's converting the text into what? The embedding using the model. Which model we have used over here is mini LM model. So by using that model, we are converting the text into what? Into the embeddings. So once we'll run this code, then we can use this function in our further process. So let's understand what we're going to do next. We're going to get the embedding dimension. How to get the embedding dimension, that we're going to understand by giving a code. So now you can see over here that we have given step by step all the code. First we have given the embedding dimension, how to get this by giving this code over here. If we want to initialize the index for the embedding, that we have to create a variable in which we have to use FISS library, and in that we have to take the index for that embedding dimensions. Now after that we're going to store the document in memory doc store, that will get stored by using this function. We're going to store. Next is create an index to doc store id mapping. So index to doc store id, we are creating a dictionary over here in which everything will get stored. Okay, then after we're going to create a vector store in which we are calling FAISS library, and in that we are calling all the variable whichever we have created till now. Okay, we're going to give in this function, and once we'll run this, next process would be what the last code basically is doing over here, that vector store. It's actually creating a FAISS vector store, and it manage and search the document embedding. Now the next is to prepare your document. How to prepare a document? For that we're going to give a code. So the next step is to prepare your document. So as you can see that I have given few documents from, and in that document I am giving few statements, right? So when I ask at last a query based on this document, I'll get automatically the answer of that. So let's run this first, and then we'll move to the step 4. Now what will be the step 4? You can see on the screen that I have given that code, that is text equal to doc.page underscore content for doc in document. For now, I'll give you a brief about that we are embedding the document and adding them to the vector store. But the meaning of the first code, you can see on the screen that first code over here, you can see text equal to doc.page content. What basically it is doing over here, it actually extracting the text. From where is actually extracting the text content from each document, it is extracting in the document list. Okay, so the first is extracting the text content. Next you can see that over here I have given a code that for I embedding enumerate embeddings, and in that I'm using a loop basically over here. So it is doing what? It is actually adding each embedding to the FISS index, and you can see over here that I have given that index to doc store id equal to doc I page content. What it is basically mean, what is the meaning of this particular code is, it's actually mapping the index entry and where to the corresponding document content. Okay, so the meaning of this we have already understood. Let's run this code. So now the next one is defining a simple retriever. This code basically do what? As you can see, I have given a user defined function over here that defines simple retriever. Within a bracket I am giving a query as an input. So basically this function retrieves the most relevant query. Okay, so to retrieve the most relevant query, we are creating this function over here. Let's run this code, and you can see that how we have given over here a code that query underscore embedding equal to embed text query, and then we are giving that di equal to index dot search. So these all are basically for what? Just they do by comparing its embedding to those in FISS index. So by comparing that from the FISS index, we can get the most relevant query. Okay, next is we'll going forward and we'll give the next code. Now the next is creating a rag chain. For that we are calling a class and with the name simple retrieval QA. So the meaning of this class, it initializes a QA system. First point. Second, as I can see on the screen, that it is initializing a QA system with what? With a language model and a retriever. Okay, so here we are calling the language model also, we are giving the code for retriever also, and by using that this class is initializing a QA system. After, once we run this code, let me explain you the second part also. We are defining a function over here, run self query, and context equal to self dot retriever, within bracket we are giving query over here. So this method is doing what? Is actually retrieves the context and for a query. So whatever the query will going to give, so for that is actually retrieving that context for a query and it generate an answer. So if at last when you give a query, by using this it will generate the answer based on the query what you will going to ask. Okay. Now we're going to do what? The next step. So the next step over here is what? We're going to ask a question using the RAG model. As my query over here is what is LangChain. So based on the document I shared, based on the function which I have created, based on the class which I have called over here to create the LangChain, I will going to give this query over here is what is LangChain, and answer from where it will fetch QA underscore chain dot run, within that the question what we have asked. So QA chain is basically what, where you can see here that we are creating a RAG chain and it is used for basically to retrieve the context for the query. So once we'll run this code, you will get the answer that what is LangChain over here. So as you can see, after giving the question, after asking the question using RAG model and how we are getting the answer from the RAG model, then you can see what is purpose LangChain and it is giving the complete output based on the query what we have asked over here. So that's how we can use the RAG in LLM, and I want you now to go and check all these codes, apply it manually and understand how it works. We have explored the world of generative AI, covering what it is, its benefits and its potential to change the future. You have learned about generative models, the ethical issues they raise, and explored popular large language models like GPT, Claude 3.5 Sonnet and Gemini. We also showed you how to create an LLM app for Android and introduce some top generative AI tools. From crafting effective prompts to working on project with ChatGPT Python and GitHub Copilot, you are now prepared to innovate and build. We finished the advanced topics like LangChain and RAG, enabling you to develop cutting-edge AI applications. If you are eager to take your AI skills to the next level, subscribe to our channel for more videos. Hit the bell icon to stay updated on new content. Keep building, stay curious, and let your creativity guide you.